Chapter 3590. My current comprehension of the laws of space is still a little lacking, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Earlier, he had exerted all of his strength, but he was still evenly matched with Tanjin. This showed how terrifying Tanjin's comprehension of the law of metal was. Duan Lingtian had even used the Tao of control and the space sword principle earlier. Even so, he was still unable to gain the upper hand. It should be known that his way of control and space sword principle had greatly improved his strength. Even so, when he used 70 to 80% of his strength, he was only evenly matched with Tanjin. Tanjin is indeed a top 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Although Duan Lingtian had expected Tanjin to be so powerful, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked. Even Tanjin was shocked. Duan Lingtian is still so powerful even without the help of a prominent divine weapon? Duan Lingtian was not the only one who had exerted all of his strength earlier. Even Tanjin had exerted all of his strength earlier. However, he did not gain the upper hand at all. He was completely evenly matched with Duan Lingtian. His expression turned solemn. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with vigilance. However, when he saw He Chuanli approaching his profound divine metal and the other 5 divine elements from the corner of his eye, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although he did not manage to defeat or kill Duan Lingtian, at least he managed to pin him down, giving He Chuanli a chance to rescue the 5 divine elements. If Yang Meng and Beast Hua had seen He Chuanli approaching the 5 divine elements, they would have been as happy as Tanjin. Unfortunately, they were completely focused on the battle and could not afford to be distracted. On the other hand, Beast Hua's group of demonic beasts would lose one of their demonic beasts every now and then. At the same time, they were gradually at a disadvantage. It was obvious they would not be able to hold on for long. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sharp 7-colored sword radiance looked bright and beautiful, but in fact, it contained waves of cold killing intent. If Yang Meng and Beast Fire were careless, they could die under the sword radiance in the next moment. Clear Sky Divine Wood. He Chuanli arrived in front of the Pine Willow Divine Tree without any obstructions. She looked at her clear heavens divine tree with excitement in her eyes. I'm here to save you. As soon as he finished speaking, He Chuanli had already furiously attacked. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Thick vines appeared out of thin air. They were none other than He Chuanli's power. The vines flew toward the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image celestial body like violent pythons. From the looks of it, they wanted to destroy the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image Dharma body. A few moments later, the python-like vines landed on the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image projection. In an instant, a 5-colored light rose from the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image celestial body, and it forcefully blocked the vine's attack. He Chuanli was shocked by the Pine Willow Divine Tree's powerful defense. This was because her attack earlier was completely useless. However, in the next moment, she realized her attack was not useless. Under normal circumstances, she would be happy. Since her attack was not useless, she would be able to destroy the Pine Willow Divine Tree's defense with a few more attacks. However, after her attack, she hesitated and did not attack again. Instead, she stared at her Clear Heavens Divine Wood in disbelief. Clear Heavens Divine Wood, why are you still helping it? That's not right. It's not just my Clear Heavens Divine Wood. Even Tanjin's profound divine metal, Beast was Chaos Divine Flame, Yang Meng's Chaos Divine Earth, and Han Xian's World Cleansing Divine Water are helping to fend off my attacks. At this moment, He Chuanli realized that after her attack, not only did her Clear Heavens Divine Wood dim, but the other 5 divine elements that belonged to Yang Meng and the others had dimmed as well. On the other hand, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image celestial body, Duan Lingtian's life energy, and the 5 divine elements surrounding them did not change at all. No, she could not say that there were no changes at all. At the very least, the auras of Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements seemed to be transforming at every moment. This was because they were devouring the 8 forms of the 5 divine elements to their heart's content. Originally, their devouring progress was very slow, but when He Chunli's attack caused the 5 divine elements to dim a little, they were able to devour them with twice the result with half the effort. It could be said that He Chunli had indirectly helped them. This was one of the great mysteries of the 5 divine elements devouring divine formation. As the longest-living divine element among Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water had long anticipated that they would discover what was happening. Therefore, she had set up this trap to lure them in. He Chunli had successfully taken the bait. It's a formation. Initially, He Chunli was still puzzled as to why her attack had depleted her clear heaven's divine wood and Yang Meng's 5 divine elements when it had clearly landed on the pine willow divine tree. After a while, she extended her divine consciousness and quickly discovered that the energy surrounding the pine willow divine tree came from their 5 divine elements. In fact, the energy that was powering the formation came from her clear heaven's divine wood and Yang Meng's 5 divine elements. When she discovered this, she was so angry that she almost vomited blood. That Duan Lingtian was too shameless, wasn't he? It was one thing for him to set up a trap to steal their 5 divine elements, but he had even resorted to such a despicable method to make their 5 divine elements destroy themselves. Forget it. Even if I manage to disperse their energy, they'll be able to recover after some time. The depletion of their energy won't affect their current form at all. They'll be able to recover by sleeping. After making up her mind, He Chunli decided to make another move and continue attacking the pine willow divine tree. She wanted to see how long the pine willow divine tree could last even with the protection of her clear heaven's divine wood and Yang Meng's 5 divine elements. However, just as she was about to make another move, she caught a glimpse of Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements from the corner of her eye. She could sense the life energy in the 5 divine elements. Oh right, how could I have forgotten about them? Didn't Duan Lingtian want his 5 divine elements to devour our 5 divine elements? Now that his 5 divine elements are devouring our 5 divine elements, if I can injure them, they won't be able to devour our 5 divine elements anymore, right? Who knows? I might even be able to capture them and turn them into nourishment for our 5 divine elements. He Chunli's eyes brightened when she thought about this. Without any hesitation, she made a move on Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements. The vines shot out again like pythons with their mouths wide open as they charged toward the 5 divine elements. However, He Chunli soon discovered something else. Her clear heaven's divine wood, Yang Meng, and Yang Meng's 5 divine elements extended their energy to protect Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements. Damn it! It's the formation again. Although He Chunli knew this was the effect of the formation, she was still infuriated. She coughed out a mouthful of blood before swallowing it back down. At the same time, her clear heaven's divine wood, Yang Meng, and Yang Meng's 5 divine elements dimmed even more. The speed at which Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements devoured them had increased. He Chunli had once again done them a great favor. He Chunli was infuriated when she saw this. In the next instant, she made her move again. Again and again, she depleted the energy of her and Yang Meng's 5 divine elements. During this process, Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements devoured their 5 divine elements faster and faster. After 2 more attacks, I'll be able to completely destroy our 5 divine elements' energy. At that time, I'll be able to destroy this formation. He Chunli thought to herself. Her eyes shone with hope. Boom! However, after another attack, before He Chunli could launch another attack, a shrill cry rang out beside her ears. Tanjin, He Chunli, save me! He Chunli's expression changed drastically when she heard this cry. When He Chunli instinctively turned around, she saw the soul of the divine weapon, who was dressed in a rainbow-colored robe, killing Yang Meng with a swing of his sword. He Chunli felt goosebumps all over her body when she saw this. Among them, the one with the strongest defense was Yang Meng. However, he had been killed in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, it was not only He Chunli, but even Tanjin, who was still evenly matched with Duan Lingtian, had a horrified expression on his face when he saw Yang Meng was killed. He did not expect Yang Meng would be killed so quickly. Ah! While He Chuanli and Tan Jin were still in a daze from Yang Meng's death, another shrill cry rang in the air. After Yang Meng's death, Beast Hua had lost its defensive barrier and was killed by the rainbow-colored sword rays. Yang Meng's death was like a fuse that ignited Beast Hua's withering life force. In just a blink of an eye, two top 9-star gods of war who had dominated the Nine Serenities battlefield for many years had died. This scene shocked He Chuanli and Tan Jin so much that they looked at each other in horror. At the same time, when they sensed that the soul of the divine weapon had turned its attention to them, they quickly fled in different directions. They no longer dared to think about rescuing their divine element spirits. They were already very lucky to be alive. However, could they escape? Whoosh! The two of them, who only wanted to escape, had no intention of fighting in the face of Huang Er's pursuit. In the blink of an eye, Tan Jin was killed by Huang Er's sword. Then, Huang Er continued to chase after He Chuanli. Everything happened so quickly that He Chuanli did not manage to escape from the Brahma Alliance's encampment. Hearing Tan Jin's unwilling cry and sensing the murderous intent behind her, He Chuanli's face turned pale. She stopped and looked at Duan Ling Tian, hurriedly shouting, "Duan Ling Tian, as long as you don't kill me, I, He Chuanli, am willing to serve you as your slave." Chapter 3591. When Duan Ling Tian heard He Chuanli's words, he ignored her completely. However, what he did not expect was that when Huang Er heard He Chuanli's words, she stopped in her tracks. The rainbow-colored sword lights that filled the sky only revolved around He Chuanli, surrounding her. They did not attack her. At the same time, Huang Er looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked softly, "Master, what she said, do you want to consider it?" When He Chuanli heard Huang Er's words, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she looked humbly at Duan Ling Tian, her eyes filled with hope. At this moment, if one looked closely, they would see that He Chuanli's forehead and neck were dripping with cold sweat. She would never forget what had happened today. For top 9-star gods of war who were as strong as her, who stood at the pinnacle of the Nine Serenities battlefield, who were invincible in the Nine Serenities battlefield, had been killed in a single day. She was the only one left, and her life and death were in the hands of the person in front of her. When he saw Huang Er looking at him, Duan Ling Tian was speechless. Did this girl think that he would be soft-hearted just because of this? Was he, Duan Ling Tian, that kind of person? Huang Er, do it! Duan Ling Tian transmitted his voice into Huang Er's ears. She instantly activated the rainbow-colored sword radiance and killed He Chuanli, who was still waiting for Duan Ling Tian's reply. Before He Chuanli died, she was still waiting for Duan Ling Tian's reply. Huang Er's attack was fast. Since then, the 5 top 9-star gods of war who had dominated the Nine Serenities battlefield for many years had all died in a single day. "Thank you for your hard work." Duan Ling Tian smiled at Huang Er. She bowed respectfully to Duan Ling Tian, then turned into a ray of rainbow-colored light and entered the 7 orifices exquisite sword. She returned to Duan Ling Tian's body as if she had never been there. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the pine willow divine tree. To be more precise, the 5 divine elements were devouring the 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements belonged to Yang Meng and the others, while the 5 divine elements belonged to Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, among the 5 divine elements, only the chaos divine flame had entered the 8th form. The other divine elements were only in the 7th form. However, the existence of the 5 elements spirit devouring divine formation not only suppressed the intelligence of the 5 8th form divine elements, but even their energy was forcibly taken away from them to maintain the operation of the formation. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian had spent a lot of effort in setting up the spirit formation. Moreover, the world-cleansing divine water had taken the time to prepare for a rainy day. Duan Ling Tian looked at the world-cleansing divine water among the 5 divine elements as he muttered to himself, "Fortunately, Sister Water is on my side and not my opponent's side." When Duan Ling Tian thought about the world-cleansing divine water's plan, he felt as though a lifetime had passed. At the same time, he could not help but feel a sense of dread. This plan had started when he left the Tidal Temple's main hall. At that time, the world-cleansing divine water had planned to gather the strength of the 5 divine elements to help him escape from the 2 god kings. At the same time, she had also told him about the plan to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield and set up the 5 elements spirit-devouring divine formation. Naturally, when the world-cleansing divine water told him about this plan, she had also reminded him that he had to be careful. He had to be confident he could deal with the 5 strongest 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield since they did not have the 5 divine elements to rely on. It was also the world-cleansing divine water's plan to lure them in by using a prominent god artifact. Naturally, the world-cleansing divine water did not expect Duanling Tian to rely on Huang and his own strength to deal with the 5 9-star gods of war, instead of relying on his own strength to deal with the 5 divine elements. The world-cleansing divine water did not expect this day to come so early. This was because, in her opinion, no matter how high Duanling Tian's innate talent and comprehension ability were, he would at least need a few tens of years to set up this plan. However, she did not expect Duanling Tian to set up this plan so quickly. Moreover, he had succeeded in the end. After this, even if Sister Water and the others can't transform to the 9th form, they're not far from it. As for Senior Chaos Divine Flame, he should be able to transform to the 9th form successfully. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as he looked at the 5 divine elements that belonged to him. At this moment, the speed at which his 5 divine elements devoured the other 5 divine elements was much faster than before. In just half a day, he discovered his 5 divine elements had almost completely devoured the other 5 divine elements. Little Tian. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears, as he watched the 5 divine elements shone even brighter. Sister Water? Duanling Tian could tell the voice belonged to the world-cleansing divine water. After this battle, he became even more respectful toward the world-cleansing divine water. Why did you suddenly stop devouring Han Xian's world-cleansing divine water? As soon as the world-cleansing divine water finished speaking, Duanling Tian discovered his 5 divine elements, the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, the clear heavens divine wood, and the chaos divine earth, had stopped devouring the divine elements of Yang Meng and the others. What was going on? Duanling Tian was confused. Little Tian. At the same time, the world-cleansing divine water spoke again. Based on what we've devoured so far, all of us will be able to enter the peak of the 8th form. Old Hua will be able to enter the 9th form as well. As for the remaining 5 divine elements, even if the 4 of us devoured them, we won't be able to enter the 9th form. As for Old Hua, he won't need the remaining chaos divine flame to enter the 9th form. We've unanimously decided to use the remaining remnants of the 5 divine elements as bait to help you break through the spatial barrier of the 9 Serenities battlefield and enter the realm of gods. Haven't you always wanted to go to the realms of gods? Once you enter the realm of gods, you'll be able to enter the realm of gods. Perhaps one of the realms of gods will be the divine offering land that you've always wanted to visit. Naturally, the possibility of that happening isn't high. The world-cleansing divine water replied, "Enter the realms of gods." Duanling Tian held his breath when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. He did not expect that he would be able to enter the realm of gods in advance. Moreover, it was highly possible that he would be able to enter the divine offering land before everyone else. However, Duanling Tian did not lose his composure. He quickly regained his composure and asked, "Sister Water, are you sure it won't affect all of you if you leave the 5 divine elements behind and stop devouring them? Although it's beneficial for me to enter the realms of gods in advance, staying in the 9 Serenities battlefield or even the Devata realms won't interfere with my path to godhood." Duanling Tian said, "Moreover, the heaven and earth spirit energy in my little world is the same as the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. It's guaranteed that my cultivation speed won't be lower than the godly spirits in the realms of gods after I become a god." Little Tian, why do you have to lie to yourself? The world-cleansing divine water said with a sigh. Now that your prominent divine artifact has been exposed, let alone the fact that there are countless people in the Devata realms who want to kill you and steal your prominent divine artifact, in 300 years, When the spatial passages between the realms of gods and the Devata realms are opened, even the godly spirits in the realms of gods will know that you possess a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul. At that time, your situation will be even more difficult than it is now. Moreover, there's no lack of godly powerhouses in the 81 Devata realms. Unless you hide in the mundane realms, there's a high chance they'll find you if you continue to stay in the Devata realms even after you've become a god. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Naturally, he knew his current situation very well. It was indeed as the world-cleansing divine water had said. Moreover, we've devoured the eighth form divine elements, so we'll have to sleep for a period of time to digest and absorb them. During this time, it'll be difficult for us to help you. Naturally, you can find a mundane realm to hide in, but that'll definitely affect your state of mind and your cultivation. You can't miss a single step on the path to godhood. If you have inner demons, it'll be even more difficult for you to become a god. For this reason, I think it's best for you to head to the realms of gods in advance. At the very least, once you're in the realms of gods, regardless of whether you're in the divine offering land or not, you won't have to worry about being targeted for the next 300 years. Moreover, I think 300 years in the realms of gods is better than 3,000 years in the Devata realms. Naturally, these are all my suggestions. After all, even if you're able to enter the realm battlefield in advance with our help, it'll still be extremely difficult for you to leave the realm of gods alive. In the end, it's up to you to make the decision. Duan Lingtian fell silent after listening to the world-cleansing divine water's words. The world-cleansing divine water's words struck a chord with Duan Lingtian. If Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the title temple, and Mi Xian, the patriarch of the dead spirit clan, had revealed the existence of the 5 divine elements, they would not have spread the news. However, news of the existence of a high-grade god artifact with an artifact soul would not have spread far and wide. After all, there were too many people who knew about it. Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian had concealed the existence of the 5 divine elements from Duan Lingtian because they thought it would be better if fewer people knew about it. As for those who knew about his high-quality god artifact, many of them were destined to never be able to take it from him. Under such circumstances, why would they hide the fact that he possessed a high-quality god artifact with an artifact soul? Chapter 3592. The only reason the 5 divine elements were exposed was because of Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the title temple, and Mi Xian. Now that the prominent Devata artifact had been exposed, he had become the target of public criticism. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could choose to escape to a mundane realm. However, just as the world-cleansing divine water had said, even if the little world in his body provided him with heaven and earth spirit energy that was similar to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods, it would still affect his cultivation. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield in the first place. He would have chosen to hide in a mundane realm. Even if he entered the netherworld battlefield because of the 5 elements spirit-devouring divine array, he could have hidden in the mundane plane and waited until he became a 9-star god of war before entering the netherworld battlefield to set up the array. He wouldn't have entered the netherworld battlefield before becoming a 9-star god of war. The reason he did not do that was because the environment in the mundane realm would limit his cultivation and development. This was also the reason the world-cleansing divine water had mentioned. Sister Water, I'll head to the realm battlefield in the realms of gods and enter the realms of gods through the realm battlefield. However, before that, I'd like to make arrangements for my family. The choice the world-cleansing divine water had mentioned was not a choice for Duan Lingtian at all. In his opinion, there was only one path he could take. He would head to the realms of gods. Although it would be safe for him to hide in the mundane realm, the improvement he would receive from the realms of gods was not even comparable to the Devata realms. Cultivation was not only about innate talent, but it was also about one's state of mind. Although he could convince himself that hiding in the mundane realm was only a temporary solution, it would still affect his cultivation. Throughout his journey from the mundane realm to the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. Apart from being lucky, he knew it was mostly due to the environment he was in. After he ascended to the Devata realms, his wife, Ker, who was in the divine offering land, had encouraged him to cultivate diligently. I knew you would make such a choice. The world-cleansing divine water was not surprised by Duan Ling Tian's decision. You should settle your family first. Once you've settled them down, we'll send you through the space barrier of the Nine Serenities battlefield to the realm battlefield. After the world-cleansing divine water finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian left the Nine Serenities battlefield. Of course, he was the only one who knew that he had left. As for the 5 divine elements, they had entered Duan Ling Tian's little world. The remnants of the other 5 divine elements were also placed in his little world. As for the 5 divine elements devouring divine formation, it had been removed by Duan Ling Tian. After Duan Ling Tian left the Nine Serenities battlefield and returned to the Devata realm, he carefully teleported between several Devata realms to make sure no one was following him before he randomly chose a mundane realm to enter. While Duan Ling Tian was preparing to settle his family in the mundane realm, the situation in the Devata realms was not as peaceful as before. The commotion was due to the deaths of Yang Meng and the others. 5 top-notch 9-star gods of war, who had dominated the netherworld battlefield and possessed the 8th form of the 5 divine elements, had perished just like that. Naturally, this startled the people around them. Although no one knew about their secret, the people around them knew about it. Apart from Beast Hua, Yang Meng and the others were all reclusive people. Most people did not know about their existence. They traveled in the Devata realms under different identities. Their identities in the Nine Serenities battlefield were fake as well. However, even those who lived in seclusion still had family and elders. For example, Yang Meng was a descendant of the Titan race. The Titan race was a very ancient race. They were a race that was passed down through the union of special lifeforms and humans. However, many years ago, the Titan clan had offended a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm and was almost annihilated. Although they managed to survive, they lived in seclusion and did not dare to reveal their identities. After all, if their identities were exposed, they would be annihilated again. For the Titan clan, Yang Meng's appearance was their hope. Moreover, Yang Meng had also obtained the Chaos Divine Earth, one of the 5 divine elements. Moreover, the Chaos Divine Earth was in its 8th form. It was as though they could already see Yang Meng entering the realms of gods, becoming a godly venerate, and becoming a supreme powerhouse. However, he had never imagined that a trip to seize a high-grade divine artifact would cause him to perish just like that. Who killed Ah Meng? Even if the other 4 people joined forces, they wouldn't be able to kill Ah Meng, right? With Ah Meng's defense and the Chaos Divine Earth's help, he should have been able to escape unscathed. The remaining members of the Titan clan gathered together to discuss Yang Meng's death. Their faces were filled with grief. They could not figure out how Yang Meng had died. Yang Meng's original name was not Yang Meng, but Ah Meng. Everyone in the Titan clan addressed him as Yang Meng. He was the one who gave himself the surname Yang. He Chuanli, Han Xian, and Tan Jin had died. Their families and seniors were heartbroken. They could not figure out who had killed them and who had the ability to do so. The deaths of these people were destined to be a case without clues. Before Tan Jin died, he tried to send a message to his younger brother who was also in the Nine Serenities battlefield. However, he discovered the formation that enveloped him and the 5 divine elements prevented him from sending a message out. It was as though a special force had sealed the area. Under such circumstances, no one was able to send a message out. Among the 5 9-star gods of war who had died in Duan Ling Tian's hands, the person with the most sensitive identity was none other than Beast Hua. To be more precise, his real name was Zhong Yan, not Beast Hua. Zhong Yan was a member of the Hell Bird clan, a heaven-grade force that was famous in all Devata realms. To be more precise, he was a mixed blood between the Hell Bird clan and the human clan. He had completely refined the Hell Bird's blood essence and was a peerless genius among humans. The Hell Bird clan was a demonic beast from the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. They had wreaked havoc in all the Devata realms. In the end, many powerful divine emperors from the realms of gods had stepped in to suppress the Hell Bird clan. However, even so, the ferocious reputation of the Hell Bird clan was still known by everyone. Moreover, the Hell-Bird clan had many divine emperors and divine emperors in the realms of gods. Due to this reason, the Hell-Bird clan lived a comfortable life in the Devata realms. No forces dared to provoke them. As a mixed blood between the Hell-Bird clan and the human clan, Zhongyan was originally disliked by the Hell-Bird clan. However, due to his extraordinary natural talent and the acknowledgement of the chaotic divine flame that was passed down in the Hell-Bird clan, he had become the holy son of the Hell-Bird clan. His status was only inferior to the patriarch and supreme elders. The Hell-Bird clan saw him as their only hope. Currently, the strongest powerhouse in the Hell-Bird clan was only at the Divine Emperor stage. All of them felt that Zhongyan had a high chance of breaking through to the ultimate god stage. At that time, the Hell-Bird clan would become a transcendent force like the Qilin clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. This was the Hell-Bird clan's goal. However, Zhongyan, the holy son of the Hell-Bird clan, who was also Beasthua, was dead. Investigate. Investigate. Regardless of who killed Zhongyan, our Hell-Bird clan will exterminate his entire clan and tear them into 10,000 pieces. It doesn't matter if it's Duan Lingtian or the other 4 people. The patriarch of the Hell-Bird clan ordered furiously. Many titled celestial emperors from the Hell-Bird clan were sent to the 9 Serenities battlefield to investigate the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian and the other 4 9-star gods of war who possessed the 5 divine elements. However, their efforts were in vain. After all, the other 4 9-star gods of the Hell-Bird clan, Zhongyan, who was also Beasthua's subordinate, had also died. As for Duan Lingtian, he had also left the 9 Serenities battlefield. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had brought his family and friends to a completely unfamiliar mundane realm. Moreover, he had spent a lot of effort to find a beautiful paradise in this mundane realm. It was located on a remote island. The sea around the island was filled with demonic beasts whose strength was close to the pinnacle of the mundane realms. It was precisely because this sea was so terrifying that such a desolate and uninhabited island had appeared. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed on the island, but there were no humans. After Duan Lingtian summoned his friends and family from the little world in his body, the deserted island became livelier. With so many people on the island, the demonic beasts in the surrounding sea who could leave the sea and smelled the human aura immediately made a move to devour them. Alas, all of them were killed in the end. Throughout the entire process, only Duan Lingtian's son, Duan Yentian, had made a move. The blood of the demonic beasts dyed half of the island red and spread on the sea around the island. The demonic beasts in the vicinity were so frightened that they quickly left the island, afraid that the humans on the island would attack again. Father, mother, please stay here for the time being. Don't go to the Devata realm. Wait for me for 300 years. After 300 years, I'll bring Kerr back. After settling down his family, Duan Lingtian prepared to leave. Before he left, he went to look for his parents, Duan Ruffing and Li Ro. Tianer, be careful, Duan Ruffing said solemnly. However, a hint of pride could be seen in his eyes. He was proud to have such a son. Tianer, don't force yourself when you go to the realm of gods. You must be extra careful. Li Ro tried her best to persuade Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not tell them that he wanted to go to the realm of gods through the realm battlefield. Otherwise, they would have been even more worried. Duan Lingtian told them that he wanted to go to the realm of gods. He could directly go to the realm of gods through the 9 Serenities battlefield. Chapter 3593. Apart from his parents, Duan Ruffing and Li Ro, Duan Lingtian also told his wife, Li Fei, and his children that he would leave the 9 Serenities battlefield and head to the realms of gods. He did not want them to worry about him. If they knew he would have to go through the dangerous realm battlefield to head to the realms of gods, they would definitely try to stop him. However, no matter who tried to stop him, they would not be able to sway him. For this reason, he decided to keep it a secret so they would not worry about him. For the next 300 years, all of you will stay here and cultivate. I'll set up a formation to store some of the heaven and earth spirit energy in my little world. Duan Lingtian was also worried that his family, especially his children, would not be willing to waste their youth in the mundane realm since the heaven and earth spirit energy in the mundane realm was too weak. For this reason, before he left, he set up a formation on the island with the help of the world-cleansing divine water to transfer some of the heaven and earth spirit energy out of his little world. The entire process was so grand that it was as though he had stolen the sky and changed the earth. For a time, the entire island was shrouded in rich heaven and earth spirit energy. Little Fayer, wait for me. When Duan Ling Tian left, he only bid farewell to his wife, Li Fei. He didn't bid farewell to the others because parting was always sad, and he didn't want to see a group of people revealing sad emotions in front of him. After he left, he told his wife, Li Fei, to pass on the message to them in a few days. Sister Water, what should I pay attention to in the realm battlefield? Duan Ling Tian asked the world-cleansing divine water as they made their way to the transporting formation in the Nine Serenities battlefield after leaving the mundane realm. You have to pay attention to everything, the world-cleansing divine water said solemnly. After entering the realm battlefield, all you have to do is leave. If you're lucky, you'll appear near the transporting formation that leads to the realm battlefield. That's the safest place for you. If you're unlucky, you'll have to look for the teleportation formation yourself. Given your strength, you'll definitely die if someone sets their eyes on you. After all, killing you won't give you any merit points. After all, you're not someone from a realm of gods who entered the planar battlefield to earn merit points. You're just someone who entered the planar battlefield by accident, Duan Ling Tian explained. However, it is also possible for you to meet someone who is violent and bloodthirsty. They may attack you. There are also some people who are weak and have to be careful in the planar battlefield. After being careful for a long time, they will feel stifled in their hearts. When they see someone like you who hasn't even become a god, even if killing you doesn't give them any military merit, they might kill you to vent their emotions. Once you're in the planar battlefield, act according to the circumstances. If there's a chance to curry favor with someone else and get them to take you away from the planar battlefield, you definitely can't miss such an opportunity. Even if we lower ourselves, it's fine. You should know that there is only hope if you are alive. Lowering your head now is for the sake of raising your head better in the future. When the world-cleansing divine water reached the end of its sentence, its tone was solemn. Clearly, it was worried Duan Ling Tian would still put on airs after entering the planar battlefield even though he had been in a Devata realm for a long time. Most importantly, you mustn't expose us and the prominent divine sword in your possession in the planar battlefield. If you expose us, you'll definitely die. The world-cleansing divine water's tone turned even graver. Understood. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim as he replied. He knew this even without the world-cleansing divine water's reminder. Along the way, he had also learned about the rules of the planar battlefield from the world-cleansing divine water. People from different realms of gods could kill each other to obtain military merit points. When one's military merit points reached a certain level, one could enter a secret realm left behind by a supreme powerhouse and exchange it for treasures left behind by the supreme powerhouse. In short, there were many fortuitous encounters left behind by the supreme powerhouses in the planar battlefield. For this reason, every time the planar battlefield opened, countless people from the realms of gods would enter to obtain military merit points. Naturally, there were also those who entered to train. In short, the planar battlefield was much more terrifying than the Nine Serenities battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield. It's starting. After returning to the Nine Serenities battlefield, Duan Ling Tian found a secluded place. At this time, the world-cleansing divine water and the other 4 divine elements emerged from Duan Ling Tian's body. They planned to use the remaining 5 divine elements as the core of a formation to help Duan Ling Tian break the spatial barrier of the Nine Serenities battlefield and send Duan Ling Tian into the planar battlefield. After all, the spatial barrier between the Nine Serenities battlefield and the planar battlefield was extremely sturdy. Even those below the God Emperor realm would not be able to break it. Naturally, even if God Emperors or stronger could break it, they would not do so. After all, if they accidentally entered the Nine Serenities battlefield, their lives would be in danger. No matter what, the Nine Serenities battlefield was a derivative of the planar battlefield, and the planar battlefield was created by the ultimate powerhouses. Even if it was a derivative of the planar battlefield, The Nine Serenities battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield followed the rules of the ultimate powerhouses, and the power of the ultimate powerhouses controlled the rules. Even god emperors would die if they entered the planar battlefield. Although ultimate gods might not die, they would be severely injured and would not be able to stay in the Nine Serenities battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield for long. For this reason, even if god emperors or stronger from the realms of gods could break the spatial barrier between the planar battlefield and the Nine Serenities battlefield and the Purgatory battlefield, they would not do so because it would be extremely dangerous for them. The higher one's cultivation base was, the stronger one was, and the more difficult the journey would be. Therefore, god emperors valued their lives even more. Swoosh! Swoosh! Under Duan Lingtian's watchful eyes, the 5 divine elements began to burn the remains of the other 5 divine elements to activate the formation they had spent a long time setting up. Following that, a terrifying energy with a mysterious aura began to swirl in the air at an increasing speed. Although burning the remains of the 5 divine elements can temporarily break the spatial barrier, it won't last for long. I think it'll only last for 1 or 2 breaths at most. Keep an eye on it and be prepared to break through at any time. If you fail, you won't have another chance. After the world-cleansing divine water finished speaking to Duan Lingtian, it returned to Duan Lingtian's little world with the other 5 divine elements. At this moment, apart from the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, there were no other living beings in Duan Lingtian's little world. Even the 2 Ning dragons were freed after the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses had ended. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian closed his little world as he stared at the swirling energy with a solemn expression on his face. He could feel the mysterious aura growing denser and denser. Although Duan Lingtian had prepared himself for this, he could not help but feel his heart palpitate when he sensed the terrifying energy. After the remains of the 5 divine elements were ignited, they were able to unleash such terrifying power through the formation. If the 5 divine elements burned while they were still in perfect condition, would they be able to create a huge hole in the Nine Serenities battlefield? While Duan Lingtian was still lost in his thoughts, he saw the swirling energy had finally torn a hole in the air. The hole grew to a diameter of 1 meter in just a blink of an eye before it began to shrink. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel the swirling energy weakening. Now's the time. Duan Lingtian was prepared. His eyes flashed as he transformed into a streak of purple light and entered the black hole in just a blink of an eye. A breath after he entered the black hole began to close up as though a hole had been sewn up. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, the place where Duan Lingtian had set up the 5 divine elements formation, and the place where the remains of the 5 divine elements were burned returned to normal. It was as though nothing had happened. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was shuttling through the spatial tunnel behind the black hole. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the black hole, he felt a 5-colored energy enveloping him. It brought him through a turbulent space before it tore a hole in the air that was about half a meter in diameter and sent him in. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian discovered he was in another world. The 5-colored energy around the black hole that was only 100 meters in diameter began to shrink as well. In the end, the black hole disappeared. So this is the realm battlefield created when the realms of gods collided? Duan Lingtian glanced at his surroundings and discovered that he had appeared in a gloomy world. His surroundings were desolate. There were many hills that seemed like obstacles, and there were also many skeletons scattered everywhere. The ground beneath his feet was stained with a black liquid. That was none other than the dried bloodstains. Occasionally, a few black crows would fly past. Coupled with the deathly silence in the surroundings, it was eerie. Although Duan Lingtian was considered bold in the Devata realms, he did not dare to be careless in this realm battlefield. His expression was solemn. He knew this was not a Devata realm or the Nine Serenities battlefield. According to the world-cleansing divine water, those who dared to enter the realm battlefield were at least godly kings. Moreover, there were not many godly kings who dared to enter the realm battlefield since it was filled with danger. In the realm battlefield, most of the people there were at the Divine Emperor stage. The Divine Emperor stage was above godly kings. It was the cultivation base below godly emperors in the realms of gods. The most important thing now is to find a transporting formation to leave the realm battlefield. Sister Shui said that there are many military camps in the planar battlefield. The military camps are there to protect the godly beings who enter the realm battlefield. They can't use their divine energy or soul energy in the realm battlefield. Chapter 3594. Apart from that, the barracks in the realm battlefield were equipped with teleportation formations that led to the realms of gods. The barracks are divided into large and small barracks. There's only one large barracks in each realm of gods, and only those from the realms of gods can enter them. There are 100 small barracks, and those from all realms of gods can enter them. Once they enter, they won't be allowed to kill each other. Apart from that, the teleportation formations in the small barracks can send you to any of the realms of gods that collided with the realm battlefield. Duan Lingtian had learned all these from the world-cleansing divine water. Apart from that, the world-cleansing divine water had also told him that he had to rely on himself. Now that he was in the planar battlefield, he could only rely on himself. He couldn't simply open the lesser world in his body because doing so would risk exposing the divine elemental spirits and the divine tree of life. Moreover, his divine elemental spirits had to go into seclusion to digest the other divine elemental spirits. The chaos divine flame had to enter its 9th form. As for the other 5 divine elements, including the world-cleansing divine water, they had to enter their 8th form as well. Moreover, all of them could enter their 8th form. If they were interrupted midway, they would fail. For this reason, Duan Lingtian would not disturb the 5 divine elements unless it was a matter of life and death. Moreover, even if it was a matter of life and death, he would want to see if the 5 divine elements could help him. If they could not, there was no need to disturb them. Even if he died and the little world in his body was destroyed, the 5 divine elements would be able to escape into the chaotic space turbulence. However, they would not be harmed by the chaotic space turbulence. Even if they were trapped in the chaotic space turbulence, they would still be able to enter their next form. For this reason, Duan Lingtian would not disturb the 5 divine elements even if he died unless the 5 divine elements could help him overcome a crisis. After all, it was meaningless to disturb them. On the other hand, if he did not disturb them, he would be able to help them. Although the 5 divine elements had to rely on him to survive in this world and steal from the other 5 divine elements, Duan Lingtian had no other choice. However, the help they provided him was also innumerable. Duan Lingtian wasn't an ungrateful person. Harming others to benefit himself was something he wouldn't do. Whoosh! In the desolate desert, Duan Lingtian's figure swayed as he walked on the ground, using various obstacles as cover. Whether it was the hills, the mountain ridges, or the desolate stone forests, they all became his cover. Of course, advancing like this was very inefficient. However, other than this, he had no other choice. He couldn't possibly fly in the sky in a high-profile manner, right? Now, he was using so many bunkers as cover to move forward. As long as the gods who passed by did not use their divine sense to search the area, it was basically impossible for them to find him with their naked eyes. However, if a deity were to use their divine sense to scan the surroundings, they would definitely be able to discover him. After all, he was only a half-step deity and had yet to ascend to godhood. His soul had yet to evolve to the level of a deity. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian was on tenterhooks, his heart hanging in the air. He had no choice. If there was a food chain in the planar battlefield, then he would be at the bottom of the food chain. He could be destroyed at any time. Hopefully, I'll be able to find the army camp as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, as long as I can find the army camp and enter it, I'll be safe. There's a formation set up by a supreme powerhouse in the army camp to prevent anyone from attacking. Nobody will be able to do anything to me there. On the first day, Duan Lingtian did not encounter a single person. He safely passed through a large area. On the second day, he still did not encounter a single person. On the third day, Duan Lingtian encountered someone who was so fast that he could not even catch a glimpse of the person's figure. In just a blink of an eye, the person had disappeared. This person, I'm afraid he's at the Divine Emperor stage or above. Even if he isn't, he's definitely a very powerful God King. Duan Lingtian had encountered lesser God Kings before. Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Title Temple, was one. However, Wu Hongqing's speed could not catch up to this person. On the fourth day, he did not encounter a single person, but he did not see the army camp either. On the fifth day, on the sixth day, for an entire month, Duan Lingtian did not see the army camp. However, there were no less than 10 people who flew past him. Among them, Duan Lingtian could barely catch a glimpse of the weaker ones. The stronger ones could only catch a glimpse of their afterimages. The stronger ones could only hear the sound of something breaking through the air. During this month, Duan Lingtian could feel how insignificant he was. He even suspected that some of the people he encountered during this month had discovered his whereabouts but simply ignored him. After all, in their eyes he was like an ant. How torturous! It's been an entire month. After a month, even if Duan Lingtian did not feel tired physically, he was still mentally exhausted. If he had a safe place to rest, he felt that he could sit quietly for 2 years without thinking about anything. It was fine as long as he could rest. I hope I can find the army camp soon. Duan Lingtian continued to roam the realm battlefield. He was extremely cautious and did not dare to be careless. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. On this day, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt a swift gust of wind blow towards him, causing his expression to change. Not good. Almost as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, an elderly figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It was an old man dressed in a long green robe. He had a head of long gray hair and a kind and gentle face. Deep within his murky eyes, traces of surprise flickered. The old man stood in the air, giving Duan Lingtian the feeling that there was no one there. If not for the fact that he could see with his eyes, he would not have been able to sense the old man's existence. This made him deeply aware of how unfathomable the old man was. "Greetings, senior." Without waiting for the old man to speak, Duan Lingtian hurriedly bowed to the old man while the old man was scrutinizing him. "You, a demigod who has not even stepped into the divine spirit realm, actually dared to come to the realm battlefield?" The old man stared at Duan Lingtian, his eyes filled with surprise. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. "Senior, I didn't mean to enter the realm battlefield. It's my bad luck that I happened to encounter 2 great figures fighting. Space was distorted and I was swept into the realm battlefield." These words came from Duan Lingtian of the world-cleansing Divine Water Order. Space was distorted? The old man's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You encountered 2 godly venerable rank experts fighting? They should be godly venerable rank experts. Duan Lingtian nodded. "I heard that in the realm of gods, only godly venerable rank experts have the ability to tear space apart. No wonder you don't have the aura of a military merit token on you. So that's how you entered the realm battlefield." The old man shook his head. Generally speaking, those who entered the planar battlefield would have come from a realm of gods through a military camp. They would have a merit medallion in their possession. The merit medallion could not be kept. Moreover, the merit medallion could be used to identify one's identity. Could be used to identify one's opponent or one's own realm of gods. He had noticed earlier that the purple-clad young man in front of him did not have the aura of an identity token. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was only a demigod. Why would such a demigod appear here? He did not expect the young man to be swept into the realm battlefield because of the battle between godly venerable rank experts. "Senior." Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and bowed respectfully as he said, "During this past month, I was lucky enough to survive the realm battlefield, and I've been looking for the military camp. I wonder if you can send me to the military camp?" Without waiting for the old man's reply, Duan Lingtian said solemnly, "Senior, if you're willing to help, I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor in my heart and will definitely repay you generously in the future." Duan Lingtian. The old man smiled faintly. "Not a bad name. However, you're just a demigod. How are you going to repay me, a medium celestial emperor?" The old man shook his head and said with a smile, "Forget it. It's fate that brought us together. Since I've come here out of curiosity, I'll give you a ride. With my speed, I'll be able to reach the nearest military camp in 2 days." The old man said, "Thank you, Senior." Duan Lingtian was overjoyed to hear the old man's words. He felt as though someone had saved his life. As the old man led him forward, Duan Lingtian asked respectfully, "Senior, may I know your name, which realm of gods you're from, and which faction you're from?" "Young man, why are you asking so many questions? Are you really going to repay me?" The old man smiled and asked with a benevolent expression, "Please tell me, Senior." Duan Lingtian said solemnly, "It's fine if I tell you. My name is Yi Beiyuan. I'm from the profound gangland, and I'm an elder of the Heaven Illumination sect." The old man said as he shook his head. After he finished speaking, he asked Duan Lingtian, "What about you? Are you from the profound gangland?" "Yes," Duan Lingtian replied. "However, I'm from a small place in the profound gangland. I haven't even heard of the Heaven Illumination sect you're from. I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. Our Heaven Illumination sect isn't a big sect. It's normal that you haven't heard of it," Yi Beiyuan said with a smile. "However, it seems like fate has brought us together. You actually came from the profound handle land as well." "Indeed, it's fate." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he memorized Yi Beiyuan's name and the name of the sect he was from. Yi Beiyuan, Heaven Illumination sect. As long as he could leave the realm of gods with Yi Beiyuan's help and enter the realm of gods, he would definitely repay this favor in the future. To him, this was no different from a life-saving grace. 2 days later, "We're here." Yi Beiyuan's voice sounded out, and only now did Duan Lingtian notice that in the vast wasteland ahead, there was an area that was enveloped by a layer of translucent golden light, and there were many figures moving about within it. There were also some buildings that seemed to be ancient and experienced. "Young man Lingtian, we've arrived at the barracks. Let's part ways here." Yi Beiyuan bade farewell and prepared to leave after sending Duan Lingtian into the barracks that was enveloped by the translucent golden light barrier. Chapter 3595. "Thank you, Senior." Duan Lingtian had a serious expression as he bowed to Yi Beiyuan. It was all thanks to the old man before him that he was able to arrive here without encountering any danger all along the way. If it wasn't for the old man, he might not have been able to arrive here alive. This kindness was greater than the heavens, and he would remember it in his heart. "I hope we can meet again in the future." Yi Beiyuan smiled, then turned and left. He had a good impression of this courteous young man, and he could tell that the other party was truly grateful to him, without the slightest bit of pretense. However, he did not take the other party's previous words to heart. Even though he and the sect behind him were nothing in the profound handle land, this purple-clothed youth was only a demigod who had not even stepped into the divine spirit realm. He was still very, very far away from him, so it was almost impossible for him to help him. Therefore, he only smiled at Duan Lingtian's promise and did not take it to heart. Duan Lingtian sent the old man off with his eyes. When the old man's silhouette disappeared from his sight, he withdrew his gaze and studied his surroundings. At the same time, he pricked up his ears to listen to the noise in his surroundings. His appearance attracted many people's attention. After all, it was rare for a demigod to appear here. However, since a divine emperor had sent him to the military camp, many people thought that he was here to watch the show and that there was a celestial emperor protecting him along the way. "I heard that a medium god emperor died in the pilgrimage grounds not long ago. The one who killed him was a high god emperor from the Ouyang clan in the profound handle land." Along the way, Duan Lingtian heard the discussions around him. Not only did one of the voices attract his attention, but it also attracted the attention of many people. He saw a middle-aged man talking to another person about how a high god emperor from the Ouyang clan in the profound handle land had killed a medium god emperor from the pilgrimage grounds. A medium god emperor died in the planar battlefield? Middle god lord, that was an existence even stronger than the old man who sent Duan Lingtian over. Yi Beiyuan, but he still fell here. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel his heart palpitate. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was lucky to be able to arrive at this military camp safely. At the same time, he felt even more grateful to Yi Beiyuan. Killed a god emperor? In the planar battlefield, unless there was some sort of enmity between them, experts of that level generally wouldn't kill, right? After all, if the news were to spread that the middle-level god emperor had some sort of background, the murderer would be met with fierce revenge. Another person said in surprise. The god emperor who died was from the reincarnation sect of the pilgrimage grounds. The middle-aged man who had spoken before continued. Reincarnation sect? Upon hearing his words, many people felt relieved. So he's from the reincarnation sect. That's not surprising. It is said that 400 years ago, the reincarnation sect had a god emperor who was killed by the Ouyang family of the Shengang land. Now, the Ouyang family is taking revenge. It seems like the reincarnation sect and the Ouyang family are at odds with each other. It'll be interesting to watch if they fight. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Duan Lingtian obtained the information he wanted to know the most after arriving at the military camp. The two realms of the gods that had collided and formed the planar battlefield that he was in now were two realms of the gods that he had never heard of before. One was the Shengang land and the other was the pilgrimage grounds. It seems like I'll have to wait 300 years before I can go to the world of divine remains. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. I'll cultivate in one of the realms of the gods for the next 300 years. I'll strive to have the strength to bring Kur away from the Xia family and the world of divine remains after 300 years. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. Although it was more difficult than ascending to the heavens, he still set this goal. 300 years. Kur, I'll come and get you after 300 years. Duan Lingtian promised inwardly. Along the way, Duan Lingtian, who had not even entered the godly spirit stage, had attracted many people's attention. Some even wanted to kill a weakling like him to show off their strength. However, in the military camp of the realm battlefield, no one could use their strength to communicate with the laws of profundities. Duan Lingtian was no exception. Although the energy in his body was not divine energy, but celestial origin energy that possessed the characteristics of divine energy, he discovered that he was unable to utilize the celestial origin energy in his body after entering the military camp. An invisible force suppressed the entire military camp. Although he could move freely in the military camp, his celestial origin energy and comprehension of the laws of profundities were suppressed. He could not even use the Tao of control. This is the work of a supreme powerhouse? Duan Lingtian was shocked. After asking for directions, he arrived at the transportation formation that would lead him to the Mystic Handle land in a realm of gods. Among the many military camps in the realm battlefield, one could choose to be transported to two realms of gods, the Mystic Handle land and the pilgrimage grounds. However, due to Yi Beiyuan who had brought Duan Lingtian to the military camp, Duan Lingtian chose to enter the Mystic Handle land. Duan Lingtian would always remember Yi Beiyuan's favor. In the Mystic Handle land, it would be easier for him to return the favor in the future. Swoosh! The transportation formation in the military camp was casually set up by a supreme powerhouse. It did not require any divine stones to operate. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian stepped into the transportation formation that would lead him to the Mystic Handle land, a force enveloped him and sent him out. In the planar battlefield, apart from the teleportation formations in the two major military camps, the teleportation formations in the other 100 minor military camps were all indiscriminately teleported to different planes of gods. The transportation formation would send you to the realms of gods you wanted to go to. However, the destination was completely random. Although it was random, the transportation formation would not send you to any place that was covered by the transportation formation. It would not even send you to the vicinity of the transportation formation. The transportation formation would avoid special places so that you would not be executed for trespassing. In the realms of gods, there were many forces that would kill trespassers without mercy. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian found himself in a forest. He leaped into the air and looked down. He discovered that he was in a mountain range. The surroundings were empty and there were no signs of humans. At the same time, Duan Lingtian tried to sense the surrounding spiritual energy. It was not difficult to confirm that he had arrived at the mystic handle land in a realm of gods. The spiritual energy here was no different from the spiritual energy in the realm of gods. Of course, although the spiritual energy in the realms of gods was the same as the spiritual energy in his body, there were many places in the realms of gods where the spiritual energy was denser. Those places were the places where divine stones and divine crystals were located. Back when he was in the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian had learned about the existence of divine stones and divine crystals. They were used by the gods in the realms of gods to cultivate, set up formations, and trade. They were similar to the divine stones and divine crystals in the Devata realms. For example, the ruins of the realms of gods he had encountered previously had divine stones and divine crystals. However, when the realms of gods were reduced to ruins, all the divine stones and divine crystals had been destroyed. Naturally, even if the divine stones and divine crystals were still there, with his strength at that time, it was impossible for him to mine them. In fact, even with his current strength, he did not have the ability to mine them. If one wished to excavate a divine stone mine, one would need to possess the strength of a lesser deity at the very least. On the other hand, if one wished to excavate a divine crystal mine, one would need to possess the strength of a lesser deity at the very least. Otherwise, one would not be able to excavate divine stones and divine crystals from the mine. When they were in the Devata realms, the divine crystals that Huaner gave Duan Lingtian were similar to the divine crystals in the realms of gods. They were more valuable than divine stones. In the Devata realms, due to the environment, divine stones could not be formed. Although divine crystals could be formed, they were extremely rare. In the realms of gods, divine crystals are bigger than divine stones. 1 or 2 units of divine crystals is equivalent to 100 taels of divine stones. Unlike the Devata realms, the divine stones and divine crystals in the realms of gods were of the same quality. They were almost the same. However, the difference in value between the same weight and the divine stones was 100 times greater. 1 or 2 divine crystals was equivalent to 100 taels of divine stones. In the realms of gods, divine stone mines are common, but large ones are usually occupied by powerful forces. As for divine crystal mines, even small ones are occupied by powerful forces. Large ones are usually occupied by super forces. Duan Lingtian had heard about the realms of gods from the world-cleansing divine water, so he knew a thing or two about the realms of gods. Since I've come to the realm of gods, the biggest advantage I have is divine stones and divine crystals. Although I came across the ruins of a realm of gods earlier, I didn't find any divine stones or divine crystals. It's obvious that the ruins were destroyed along with the realm of gods. Even the spatial rings of the gods who died in the ruins were destroyed along with the ruins. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not find a single divine stone or divine crystal when he entered the ruins of a realm of gods. As for the divine crystal that Huaner gave him, it had long been used up. The most important thing now is to find a place with people. The first step is to integrate into the realm of gods and find a way to obtain divine stones and divine crystals to aid my cultivation. Moreover, Sister Shui said there are many divine fruits and divine pills in the realms of gods that can increase one's cultivation speed. In fact, if a demigod wants to break through to the godhood realm, there are divine pills that can help. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he thought about the world-cleansing divine water's words. After a short while, Duan Lingtian flew in a random direction. His figure flashed as he passed through the continuous mountain range. In the end, after half a month, he finally saw 2 figures. There's someone here. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 figures. He quickly followed the 2 figures, thinking that they could bring him to a place where humans gathered. Once he arrived at a place where humans gathered, he would be able to begin cultivating in the realm of gods. Chapter 3596. The realms of gods were not as big as the Devata realms. However, most of the Devata realms were remote and barren. Although there were barren lands in the realms of gods, the proportion of them was very small. For example, Duan Lingtian was currently in a barren land in the eastern polar region of the Mystic Gangland. This area was also known as the Eastern Ridge. The Eastern Ridge referred to a mountain ridge. As Duan Lingtian walked, he could see lush green mountain ranges beneath his feet. There were many villages and towns in the Eastern Ridge. Duan Lingtian followed the two men in front of him and soon arrived at a village situated in the middle of a mountain range. The village was so large that one could not see the end of it. The village was surrounded by mountains, and the terrain was steep. From the beginning until the end, the two men in front of him did not notice Duan Lingtian was following them. The middle-aged man is a 3 talents celestial emperor. The young man next to him is a 1 basic celestial emperor. When Duan Lingtian was tailing the duo, he had extended his divine consciousness to probe their cultivation bases. Both of them were celestial emperors. One was a 1 basic celestial emperor while the other was a 3 talents celestial emperor. Since their cultivation bases were much lower than his, they did not notice his probing. The Duan clan. When Duan Lingtian followed the two of them to the outside of the village, he saw a 5 or 6 meter tall stone tablet that stood at the entrance of the village, and the 3 words Duan Clan Village were written neatly on it. Duan? At this moment, the first thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind was fate. He did not expect the first human settlement in the Mystic Gangland in the realms of gods would be a place called the Duan clan. Since it was the Duan clan, the villagers here must have the surname Duan. Just when the two people in front were about to enter the village, a figure silently flashed out from the village and went to greet the two people in front. However, his gaze went past the two people and descended onto Duan Lingtian. Before the person showed up, Duan Lingtian had already sensed a 10 directions celestial emperor's divine sense approaching him. Clearly, it was the old man who had suddenly appeared before him. The old man wore a light gray long robe. He had a thin figure and a face that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. Currently, his eyes that looked at Duan Lingtian revealed waves of dread. Grandpa Qing. When the middle-aged man and the young man saw the old man, they couldn't help but be startled. Grandpa Qing, why did you come out? The old man before them was the 3rd villa master of the Duan clan manor. His name was Duan Qing, and he was one of the 4 strongest people in the Duan clan manor. He was like a guardian of the Duan clan manor. Come out and greet the guests. The old man, who was the patriarch of the Duan clan, Duan Qing, said calmly. Upon hearing his words and sensing his gaze, the middle-aged man and the young man who were tailing Duan Lingtian widened their eyes in unison. When they turned around, they discovered a young man was tailing them. The young man was dressed in a purple robe. He was handsome and had an extraordinary aura. Currently, he was looking at Duan Qing, the villa master of the Duan clan manor. You, when did you follow us? The young man who was tailing Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian warily. The fact that Duan Lingtian was tailing them without them noticing meant that Duan Lingtian was stronger than them. Although the middle-aged man did not say anything, his eyes were filled with hostility when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Please don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw the 3 men looking at him warily. It was an accident that I followed you here. Then, Duan Lingtian asked the 3 men, is this still the pilgrimage grounds? The pilgrimage grounds was the realm of gods that had collided with the profound Handle land and formed the realm battlefield. The pilgrimage grounds? Duan Qing frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. This is the profound Handle land, not the pilgrimage grounds. You're from the pilgrimage grounds? Although Duan Lingtian was at the bottom of the rankings in the profound Handle land, he had heard of the pilgrimage grounds. However, Duan Lingtian had heard of the pilgrimage grounds before. Moreover, he knew that the pilgrimage grounds was another realm of gods that had collided with the Mystic Gangland. The profound Handle land? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he heard Duan Qing's question. I didn't expect that the battle between the 2 powerhouses would tear open space and cause me to be sucked into the spatial tear and arrive at the profound Handle land. With my cultivation base, when will I be able to return? Duan Lingtian gave an excuse similar to the one Yi Bei Yuan had given him in the realm battlefield. He did not tell Duan Lingtian that he was from a Devata realm. This was something the world-cleansing divine water had warned him about. If he told them he was from a Devata realm, it might bring him unnecessary trouble. Therefore, it was better for him to say he was from another realm of gods, and coincidentally, the realm battlefield was formed. No one would suspect anything if he told them he was from another realm of gods. Tier open space? Duan Qing inhaled sharply when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. According to what I read in some ancient books, one has to be at the ultimate god stage to tear open space in the realms of gods. Ultimate god. The two men from the Duan clan who were tailing Duan Lingtian were shocked when they heard Duan Qing's words. Ultimate gods were the most powerful beings in the realms of gods. They were the most powerful beings below the supreme powerhouses. After I was sucked into the tear in space, I fainted. When I woke up, I was in a mountain range. I wandered around for many days, but I didn't see anyone. I followed them, Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile on his face, as he looked at the two men in front of Duan Qing. I see. I've misunderstood you, sir. Duan Qing's expression softened slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. What do you plan to do next? I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to return to the pilgrimage grounds, right? Naturally, it won't be easy. Duan Lingtian nodded. Now that the realm battlefield has opened, not only are the spatial passages between the realms of gods and Devata realms closed, but even the spatial passages between the realms of gods have been closed. There's only one way to return to the realms of gods, and that's through the realm battlefield. However, with my strength, I'll only be cannon fodder in the realm battlefield. I'm afraid I'll die in the realm battlefield before I can return to the pilgrimage grounds. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he shook his head and sighed. Sir, I'm Duan Qing, the third mansion master of the Duan clan. May I know your name? After learning about Duan Lingtian's background, Duan Qing was no longer as wary as before. In his opinion, even if a 10 Directions celestial emperor wanted to harm the Duan clan, he would not be able to harm them. The Duan clan once had a god-level powerhouse who was a higher god-level powerhouse. Now that the Duan clan's defensive formation was activated, even a lesser god-level powerhouse would be severely injured. Once the defensive formation was activated, anyone who was not a god-level powerhouse would definitely die. What a coincidence. My name is Duan Lingtian. I have the same surname as the person from the Duan clan. Duan Lingtian smiled. What a coincidence. Duan Qing's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he said enthusiastically, Sir, since you don't know where to go, you can stay in the Duan clan for the time being. It won't be too late for you to leave when you decide on your next step. In that case, thank you, Mansion Master. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he thanked Duan Qing. He did not even bother with pleasantries since he needed a place to stay for the time being. After that, he would gather information about his surroundings and decide on his next step. Since I'm in a realm of gods, I must make plans to improve my cultivation base as soon as possible. Currently, Duan Lingtian urgently needed to improve his cultivation base. He did not need to comprehend any profundities since he had the supreme powerhouse divinity to rely on. As for the Space Sword Dao and Control Dao, that was up to fate. Brother Lingtian, you're too kind. Duan Qing shook his head and smiled. Then, he led Duan Lingtian into the Duan clan. Through Duan Qing's introduction, Duan Lingtian learned the names of the two men he was tailing. The middle-aged man was Duan Qiwen. The young man was Duan Lang. Both of them were from the Duan clan. Our Duan clan is divided into the Eastern clan, Western clan, Southern clan, and Northern clan. Apart from being the third mansion master of the Duan clan, I'm also the mansion master of the Southern clan. Duan Qing explained to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. At the same time, he learned from Duan Qing that the entrance to the Duan clan's Southern clan was located in the south. There were 4 other entrances to the Duan clan's Northern clan, Western clan, and Eastern clan that were located in the north, west, and east respectively. After entering the Duan clan's Southern clan's entrance, they saw a vast expanse of land. Outside, they could only see a few scattered buildings. However, that was not the case. It was obvious that was an illusion created by a formation. After passing through the entrance, they could finally see the situation inside. There were many people gathered in the vast expanse of land. Some were sparring, some were chatting, and some were playing with children. When Duan Lingtian and Duan Qing entered the southern clan's entrance, the people who saw them turned around and greeted Duan Qing respectfully. Grandfather Qing. Uncle Qing. Uncle Qing. Based on the enthusiasm of these people, it was clear that Duan Qing, the mansion master of the Duan clan's southern clan, was highly respected in the southern clan. Duan Lang, you brat, you're finally willing to come back. If you still didn't come back, your father would have broken your legs. Don't tell me you've forgotten about your engagement. You'll be marrying the daughter of the second mansion master of Tai Clan Manor in another month's time. Soon after, a middle-aged man scolded with a smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind Duan Qing and Duan Lang. Upon hearing this, Duan Qing scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I wanted to break through to the Celestial Emperor stage before coming back. If you break through to the Celestial Emperor stage and get married, you'll bring honor to the Duan clan, right? Chapter 3597. Although the Duan clan was only a village, it was filled with celestial emperors, celestial lords, and celestial kings. Even some of the children had immortal cultivation bases. Duan Lingtian deduced from the side. In the realms of gods, a child was born with the body of a celestial. Even when the child was still an infant, the mother had to use her power to suppress the child's strength to prevent the child from hurting the mother. Since Duan Lingtian claimed to be from the pilgrimage grounds in another realm of gods, he could not reveal that he did not know about this. He could only speculate. The Duan clan has been living in the endless mountains for generations and is self-sufficient. There are all kinds of celestial herbs and celestial fruits in the Duan clan manor. That's how the Duan clan manor earns divine stones to aid their cultivation. After ascending to godhood, the Duan clan members had to pay the price of divine stones to borrow cultivation techniques from the outside world. Not only that, they were not allowed to impart the cultivation techniques to outsiders because they had to swear a heart demon blood oath. That's a blood oath made by a supreme expert to the planes of gods. Not even an ultimate god could violate it. Once someone violates the oath, the supreme expert will sense it. Then, the supreme expert's subordinates will hunt down the person who violates the heart demon blood oath. Even if the person escapes from the realms of gods to the Devata realms or the mundane realms, he'll still die. Anyone who swears a heart demon blood oath in the realms of gods will be marked. Unless one becomes a supreme expert, even an ultimate god can't remove the mark. After staying in the Duan clan manor for some time, Duan Lingtian had gained a better understanding of the Duan clan and the realms of gods. This included the heart demon blood oath. The heart demon blood oath was similar to the lightning penalty oath in the mundane realms. However, it was still inferior to the lightning penalty oath. The lightning penalty was to kill the person who violated the oath. On the other hand, the supreme expert subordinates would have to kill the person who violated the oath. If a ultimate god violated the heart demon blood oath, the supreme expert would personally kill the person who violated the oath. For this reason, the heart demon blood oath was a terrifying thing in the realms of gods. Naturally, this did not include the supreme experts. The heart demon blood oath was useless against supreme experts. The realms of gods are created by supreme powerhouses. To him, a realms of gods is no different from a minor world in his body. In fact, the realms of gods might be formed from the minor world in his body. Thinking back to what the world-cleansing divine water had told him before, Duan Lingtian felt that it was very possible. Of course, even the world-cleansing divine water was not certain. I didn't expect there to be so many celestial emperors in such a small village in the realm of gods. There are even 10 directions celestial emperors and gods. Although Duan Lingtian had been in the Duan clan manor for some time, he still found it hard to believe. After all, this was something unimaginable in the Devata realms. How could a small village that was considered the lowest level in the realms of gods have such a strong foundation? Although Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe, he kept telling himself that the realms of gods were different from the Devata realms. Speaking of cultivation methods, I have a cultivation method my master taught me. As long as I have enough talent and comprehension, I'll be able to cultivate all the way to the ultimate god stage. After arriving in the realms of gods, Duan Lingtian realized the importance of cultivation methods in the realms of gods. In the realms of gods, cultivation methods that could allow one to cultivate all the way to the lesser deity stage were commonplace in the Devata realms. Even a small village like the Duan clan manor had such a cultivation method. However, the cultivation methods above that were extremely valuable. One would need to borrow divine stones to read them. Naturally, this was only true for the people in the Duan clan manor. The powerful forces in the realms of gods had cultivation methods that could be cultivated up to the level of an intermediate god. Only the top forces in the realms of gods had cultivation methods that could be cultivated up to the level of an intermediate god. If one wanted to cultivate to the ultimate god stage, one would either have to borrow a cultivation method from a supreme expert or have a relationship with a supreme expert. Otherwise, one could only rely on one's talent and comprehension. It was not impossible to become an ultimate god without an ultimate god cultivation method. It was just more difficult. Apart from that, in the realms of gods, even low-grade divine weapons without weapon spirits are extremely expensive. They require a large number of divine stones to exchange for them. Of course, that's only true for the Duan clan. The Duan clan manor has been passed down for many years. Currently, there's only one divine weapon in the manor, and it's in the hands of the Grand Mansion Master. The first manor head of the Duan family manor was also the East manor head of the Duan family manor. At the same time, he was also the strongest person in the Duan family manor. Currently, he was a mysterious existence in the Duan family manor. Usually, the matters of the East manor were handled by someone he appointed. As for the Grand Mansion Master, no one knew if he was still in the Duan clan manor or had left. However, many people in the Duan clan manor suspected that he had attained godhood. There are many villages like the Duan clan manor in the Endless Mountains. For example, the Tai clan manor is a village similar to the Duan clan manor. It's the closest village to the Duan clan manor. Apart from the Zhao manor and the Tai clan manor, there are more than 10 villages of similar size in the Endless Mountains. Apart from that, there are also some small villages. After arriving at the Duan clan manor, although Duan Lingtian had been cultivating, most of his attention was not on cultivation. He was eager to understand the situation around him and see how he could maximize his time. After all, he only had 300 years left. After 300 years, regardless of his achievements, he would have to go to the divine offering land and bring his wife, Kur, away. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it had been a month since Duan Lingtian had arrived at the Duan clan manor. During this 1 month, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot of things. At the same time, he planned to leave the Duan clan manor and head to the city closest to the Endless Mountains. The people in the Endless Mountains had to go there if they wanted to borrow god-grade cultivation methods. In that city, there were many god-grade cultivators. Apart from having a deep foundation in that city, the forces that were rooted in that city also had many god-grade cultivators. The reason Duan Lingtian had not left yet was because he planned to leave after attending Duan Lang's wedding ceremony. Duan Lang was one of the 2 people he had followed to the Duan clan manor a month ago. During this 1 month, Duan Lingtian had been instructed by Duan Qing, the villa master of the Duan clan manor's southern villa, to come to Duan Lingtian's place and provide him with various conveniences. After a few visits, Duan Lingtian had become familiar with Duan Lang. During this process, Duan Lang had also invited him to attend his wedding. Duan Lingtian had agreed. For this reason, he planned to leave after attending Duan Lang's wedding ceremony. I'll give him an emperor-grade celestial weapon to congratulate him on his wedding. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he decided to give Duan Lang an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Emperor-grade celestial weapons were considered rare in the Endless Mountains. At the very least, there were no more than 10 Emperor-grade celestial weapons in the southern villa. As for Emperor-grade celestial weapons with weapon spirits, there was only one Emperor-grade celestial weapon with weapon spirits. It was in the possession of Duan Qing, the villa master of the southern villa. Naturally, Duan Lingtian only planned to give Duan Lang an emperor-grade celestial weapon without weapon spirits. Although he had obtained an emperor-grade celestial weapon with weapon spirits from the 9-star gods of war he had killed in the 9-star battlefield, he did not plan to give it to Duan Lang. He knew it would only bring disaster to Duan Lang. A man's wealth was his fault. The next day was the day of Duan Lang's wedding. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian heard the commotion outside his door. When he opened the door, he saw the entire southern villa decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was bustling with noise and excitement. A group of children was running around everywhere as though they had regained their wild nature. Most of the adults in the southern villa were busy preparing for Duan Lang's wedding. Nobody cared about the children at all. The wedding ceremony was organized by the Duan clan. Duan Lang did not even need to go to the Tai clan village to pick up the bride. He could only wait for the people from the Tai clan village to bring the bride to him. Duan Lang, congratulations on your wedding. This is the wedding ceremony I prepared for you. Duan Lingtian walked to the entrance of the Tai clan village's southern villa and handed the spatial ring to Duan Lang with a smile on his face. However, Duan Lang shook his head and said, "Brother Lingtian, I'm already very happy that you're willing to stay for my wedding ceremony. I can't accept this gift." He had heard about Duan Lingtian's intention to leave the Duan clan village from Duan Lingtian, so he knew about it earlier than anyone else. "Brother Lingtian, you're leaving?" As the Duan clan village's southern villa's villa lord, Duan Qing was also present. After all, the Tai clan village's second villa lord's daughter was getting married this time. According to the rules, the second villa lord of the Tai clan village would definitely come as well, so he naturally had to come out and welcome him. Otherwise, it would be rude and he would be gossiped about by others. "Yes, I'm preparing to leave after Duan Lang's wedding ceremony ends." Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. "I'm indebted to Villa Lord for taking me in this past month. I'm extremely grateful. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you." "Brother Lingtian, you're too polite." Duan Qing lightly shook his head. "This is only a small matter. Moreover, Brother Lingtian, you didn't stay in our Duan clan village for nothing during this past month. You also helped us hunt demon beasts. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid many people from our Duan clan village would have been injured or killed during the previous hunt. 10 days ago, the people from the Duan clan village went hunting. Due to bad luck, they encountered a powerful celestial emperor-grade demon beast. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian went out with Duan Lang to get some fresh air. Otherwise, many people from the Duan clan village would have been injured or killed. That demon beast had to be sent to the Duan clan village for reinforcements before they could kill it. In the time it took for them to return, many people from the Duan clan village would have been killed by the demon beast. However, everything was different now that Duan Lingtian was present. Duan Lingtian casually slapped the demon beast to death. Chapter 3598. The demon beasts in the realms of gods were real demon beasts. In the realms of gods, only mutant beasts that were not celestial beasts were considered demon beasts. However, in the realms of gods, whether it was celestial beasts or divine beasts, all of them possessed intelligence and could transform into humans. However, there were some mutant beasts in the realms of gods that did not possess intelligence. In the Devata realms, these mutant beasts were considered celestial beasts without intelligence. However, in the realms of gods, there were mutant beasts without intelligence who had broken through to the godly spirit stage or even higher. In the realms of gods, mutant beasts without intelligence are also called demon beasts. Only mutant beasts that can transform into humans are called celestial beasts or divine beasts. The world-cleansing divine water had told Duan Lingtian about this long ago. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was already aware of this. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, she suspected that the mutant beasts in the realms of gods were intentionally thrown into the realms of gods by supreme powerhouses so that they could cultivate in the realms of gods to maintain the balance of the realms of gods. It was said that the strongest mutant beasts in the realms of gods had the strength of a god emperor or ultimate god. Of course, When one's strength reached the level of an emperor god or ultimate god, even a demonic beast without spiritual intelligence would develop a certain level of spiritual intelligence. After all, the cultivation level of an emperor god or ultimate god was not something that could be achieved purely by instinct. Once a mutant beast gained intelligence, it would not be difficult for them to transform into humans. The realms of gods might be formed from the little worlds of supreme powerhouses. The mutant beasts in the realms of gods might be thrown into the realms of gods by supreme powerhouses to maintain the balance of the realms of gods. After learning about this, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of how powerful and terrifying supreme powerhouses were. There were many powerhouses in the realms of gods. The strongest were ultimate gods while the weakest were celestials. However, the realms of gods where these powerhouses lived were merely the little worlds of supreme powerhouses. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian thought of his own little world. Although his little world was filled with heaven and earth spiritual energy similar to the divine tree of life in the realms of gods, it was nothing compared to the realms of gods. If the plains of gods were compared to the vast ocean, then Duan Lingtian's minor world was just a drop in the ocean. All good things must come to an end. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Qing, whose gaze was complicated. It was obvious that Duan Qing didn't want him to leave. He smiled and said, "Manor Head, if I can't survive there in the future, I might return to the Duan Manor." Duan Qing's expression turned solemn. "Brother Lingtian, if you return, my Duan family's southern manor will naturally welcome you. However, I'm afraid that once Brother Lingtian leaves, it'll be almost impossible for you to return to our Duan clan manor in the future." Duan Qing had never fought with Duan Lingtian before. However, based on the words of the Duan clan member who witnessed Duan Lingtian killing the demon beast with his own 2 eyes, Duan Lingtian's strength was absolutely stronger than him. A person like Duan Lingtian could easily join a force even if he went to the city. It was a waste of talent for him to stay in the Duan clan manor. At this moment, a loud voice sounded from outside the manor. "The people from the Tai clan manor are here." Immediately, everyone's gazes shifted to the entrance. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Duan Qing stopped chatting. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at the entrance of the Duan clan manor before he stuffed the spatial ring in his hand into Duan Lang's hand. "Duan Lingtian, if you don't accept my gift, it means that you don't consider me, Duan Lingtian, as a friend." "Brother Lingtian." Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Duan Lang smiled bitterly and could only accept it. "After my wedding ceremony is over, we'll have a private drink before you leave. We'll talk about it when you're free." Duan Lingtian smiled. "I'm afraid that by then, you'll have fallen into a woman's arms and won't be able to extricate yourself." "Brother Lingtian, don't worry. I, Duan Lang, am not a man who forgets his friends for a woman," Duan Lang said confidently. "All right, the bride is here." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. At the same time, he saw a wedding procession walk in from outside the door. They were all wearing bright red robes and there was a sedan in the middle. It looked similar to the wedding ceremony on Earth. However, Duan Lingtian soon realized that many people in the Duan clan manor were frowning, including Duan Qing and Duan Lang. "What's going on? Isn't that the 4th manor head of the Tai clan manor, Tai Hung? Why is Tai Hung here? Could it be that he's here on behalf of the 2nd manor head? That doesn't make sense. Even if the 2nd manor head is busy and can't make it, he should let someone from his branch take his place. He shouldn't let the 4th manor head come. They're from different branches in the Tai clan manor. No matter what, he shouldn't be here." When the whispers of the people in the Duan clan manor reached Duan Lingtian's ears, he finally understood why the people in the Duan clan manor were frowning. It was because the person who came was not the 2nd manor head of the Tai clan manor. It could even be said that he was not from the 2nd manor head of the Tai clan manor. The person leading the group was the 4th manor head of the Tai clan manor. He was the leader of another branch of the Tai clan manor. Just like how Duan Qing was the leader of the southern manor branch of the Duan clan manor, the 2nd manor head of the Tai clan manor was the leader of one of the branches of the Tai clan manor. The fourth manor head of the Tai clan manor led another branch of the Tai clan manor. Although they were related by blood, it was already very thin. In fact, during the time that Duan Lingtian was in the Duan clan manor, he knew that the various large villages in the Endless Mountains did not interact much with each other. It was only when there was a problem that a branch could not solve or a threat to one of the branches that the various branches would unite to face the external threat. Usually, they each did their own thing and rarely interacted with each other. Under such a system, the second manor head of the Tai clan manor who should have come did not come. Instead, the fourth manor head of the Tai clan manor came. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian felt that something was not right. Tai Heng, why are you here? Duan Qing, the manor head of the southern manor, asked with a frown on his face when he saw Tai Heng, the fourth manor head of the Tai clan manor, leading a group of people from the Tai clan manor into the southern manor. Tai Heng was a middle-aged man with a curly beard. He was tall and muscular. He was dressed in a brocade robe and was toying with 2 jade beads in his hands. He looked like a nouveau riche. Tai Heng grinned when he heard Duan Qing's question. Villa Master Duan Qing, from today onwards, my Tai clan village's 4th branch and your Duan clan village's southern clan village are one family. In the future, when my daughter marries your southern clan's proud son, Duan Lang, I hope your southern clan will take care of me. Duan Lang was the strongest person among the younger generation in the Duan clan manor. He was not even 3,000 years old, but he had already become a basic celestial emperor. In the realms of gods, those who were younger than 1,000 years old were considered young. After all, life in the realms of gods was endless once they were born. Moreover, it took time for them to grow. A single closed-door cultivation session could take up to 100 years. Those who were older than 1,000 years old and younger than 3,000 years old were considered young. Daughter, why aren't you coming out to greet manor head Duan Qing? Duan Qing's expression changed drastically when he heard Tai Heng's words. Was she not the daughter of the second manor head of Tai clan manor? How did she become the daughter of the fourth manor head of Tai clan manor? Moreover, the fourth manor head of Tai clan manor only had one daughter, right? Duan Qing's scalp went numb when he recalled the reputation of the fourth manor head of Tai clan manor's only daughter. At the same time, he was furious. Did the Tai clan manor think the Duan clan manor was a pushover? How dare they treat the southern manor like monkeys? Yes, father. A hoarse voice rang in the air as the bridal sedan shook violently. Then a huge figure walked out of the bridal sedan. It was a fat woman who was 1.8 meters tall and had a waist circumference of 1.8 meters. She struggled to get out of the bridal sedan before she walked up to Tai Heng and bowed at Duan Qing with a smile on her face. Greetings, manor head Duan Qing. Tai Lan Yu was the only daughter of Tai Heng, the fourth manor head of Tai clan manor. When she smiled, the fat on her face squeezed her eyes. No, I don't want to marry you. I want to marry the daughter of your Tai clan manor's second manor head, Tai Yu. While the group of people from the Duan clan were completely stunned by the scene in front of them, Duan Lang, the person involved, had already stared at Tai Lan Yu with a flushed face as he explosively shouted, "Other than Tai Yu, I will not marry anyone else." Kid, what did you say? Tai Heng's expression changed as he stared at Duan Lang and asked in a deep voice. Facing Tai Heng's gaze, although Duan Lang was a little afraid, he still said unyieldingly, "Manor head Tai Heng, I said it very clearly. Today, I will only marry Tai Yu and no other woman." Humph. At this time, Tai Lan Yu no longer had the courtesy from before. She narrowed her small eyes and looked at Duan Lang. She snorted coldly and said, "Kid, do you think I want to marry you? What? You don't like me? However, I'm afraid this marriage is not something you can decide." When Tai Lan Yu reached the end of her sentence, she raised her head proudly and looked at Duan Lang with disdain. At this time, Tai Heng took 2 steps forward and walked to Duan Qing's side. He said a few words to him. Duan Qing's expression changed slightly at the beginning and became as pale as a sheet of white paper. Moreover, if one looked closely, one would be able to see that his body was trembling. Duan Lang. At the same time, Duan Qing looked at Duan Lang and said in a deep voice, "Don't talk nonsense. Wait for me to bring your father here and see his decision." After he finished speaking, Duan Qing left in a hurry without waiting for Duan Lang's reply. He personally went to look for Duan Lang's father. As the person involved, Duan Lang could not help but be stunned when he saw this scene. At the same time, he felt that it was completely unnecessary because he was the main character of this marriage. If he did not want to get married, no one could force him. Looks like it's not that simple. Duan Lingtian saw the scene of Tai Heng talking to Duan Qing. He also saw the change in Duan Qing's expression. However, he was also very curious. What did Tai Heng, the fourth manor head of Tai Clan Manor, say to the third manor head of Duan Clan Manor? It actually made Duan Qing react this way. Chapter 3599. Duan Lang's father was called Duan Yidao. His strength in the Duan Clan Manor's southern manor was second only to the manor master, Duan Qing. He was also the best candidate for the next manor master of the Duan Clan Manor's southern manor. During the days he was in the Duan Clan Manor, Duan Lingtian had met Duan Yidao once because of Duan Lang. He knew that Duan Yidao was a forthright man who was very popular in the Duan Clan Manor. Today was the day of Duan Lang's wedding. According to the customs of the Duan Clan Manor, Duan Yidao, as the father, did not need to come out to welcome the bride. What he needed to do was to stay at home and wait for the bride and groom to bow to him. Originally, today was a joyous day for Duan Yidao because his only son, Duan Lang, was getting married. To a father, perhaps only on the day his son and daughter got married would he feel that his son and daughter had grown up. Uncle Yidao is here. Uncle Yidao's expression doesn't look too good. Along with the noise from afar, Duan Lingtian saw Duan Yidao walking over side by side with Duan Qing. Duan Yidao's expression was extremely ugly. This was Duan Lingtian's second time seeing Duan Yidao. The first time they met, Duan Yidao was forthright and enthusiastic. Moreover, he always had a forthright smile on his face. It was as though nothing could stop the smile on his face. Even when he was outside, he still had a smile on his face. However, at this moment, Duan Yidao's expression was as ugly as it could be. Duan Lingtian could imagine that Duan Yidao would not be like this because of an ordinary matter. It was obvious that Duan Qing had told him something that made him reveal such an expression. Father. When Duan Lang saw Duan Yidao, it was as though he had seen his savior. He hurriedly went up to him and said, "The Tai Clan Manor is too much of a bully. The person I'm marrying today is clearly the daughter of the second manor master, Tai Xiong, Tai Yu. However, the person who came today is the fourth manor master, Tai Heng. He even wants his daughter to replace Tai Yu and marry me." This marriage was completely decided by the Tai clan, and they're humiliating our Duan Clan Manor. As he finished speaking, Duan Lang's originally angry face became even angrier. When Duan Yidao saw Duan Lang, his expression softened a little. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was obvious pain and helplessness. "Langer, don't be silly. Today you're marrying Tai Lan Yu, the daughter of Tai Heng, the fourth manor master of Tai Clan. Not some Tai Yu. Father personally agreed to this marriage. There can't be a mistake. Don't speak nonsense. All right, go and apologize to the fourth Iron Manor master. Then finish the wedding ceremony with your future wife." Once Duan Yidao's words left his mouth, it wasn't only Duan Lang who was dumbfounded. Even the surrounding Duan family members were dumbfounded. All of them widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. What's going on? Wasn't Duan Lang going to marry Tai Yu from Tai Clan Village? How did it become Iron Blue Jade? That's impossible, right? But Uncle Yidao clearly said so. Could it be that we made a mistake? How is that possible? Among the younger generation of Tai Clan Village, only Tai Yu is worthy of Duan Lang. Not only is Tai Lan Yu fat, but her conduct is also very bad. How could Uncle Yidao allow Duan Lang to marry her? But Yidao clearly said so now. What's going on? Why do I feel that the manor master said something to Uncle Yidao, causing him to act like this. Uncle Idao's expression was very ugly just now. I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple. The people of the Duan clan who were present broke into whispers. Almost everyone felt that there was more to this matter than met the eye. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was a bystander, was almost certain. There was definitely a secret behind this matter. Now, Duan Ling Tian intentionally glanced at the father and daughter pair of Tai clan village's fourth manor master, Tai Hung, and saw that both of them had mocking smiles on their faces. Their gazes towards Duan Lang were filled with contempt and disdain. Father, why did you say that? Do you think I don't know who I'm marrying? After Duan Lang returned to his senses, his face flushed red as he shook his head. Back then, I only agreed to this marriage after I found out the other party was Tai Yu. The person I want to marry is Tai Yu, not Tai Lan Yu. The person I want to marry today is not her. As he spoke, Duan Lang was close to roaring. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, before Duan Idao, whose expression had darkened, could speak again, Tai Lan Yu had already burst out laughing. She placed her hands on her hips and had an insufferably arrogant aura. Duan Lang, even if you're unwilling to marry me, Tai Lan Yu, today you still have to marry me. You don't have a choice. The person my Tai clan village wanted to marry you was indeed Tai Yu, but now, the person you want to marry is me, Tai Lan Yu. As Tai Lan Yu spoke, the smile on her face turned into a mocking smile. Of course, you can also try not to marry me. However, if you do that, not only will you be unlucky, I'm afraid you'll also implicate the entire Duan clan village. I definitely won't marry you. Duan Lang coldly looked at Tai Lan Yu as he spoke coldly. Langer, you must marry her. At this moment, Duan Idao spoke. There was no room for negotiation in his tone. Don't forget that you're a member of the Duan clan village. Could it be that you've forgotten what I've taught you since you were young? In front of the Duan clan village, are personal gains and losses just a small matter? Duan Lang's expression changed as he asked with a gloomy expression, Father, why? This was the first time he had spoken to his father in such a tone. However, in his opinion, even if he wanted him to die, he had to give him a clear reason. Earlier, he already felt that something was amiss with his father. Now that he heard his father's words, he felt even more that something was amiss. Moreover, he urgently wanted to know the truth of the matter. What was it that caused his father to act this way? He knew very well what kind of person his father was. Even if all the clan leaders of the Tai clan village were to make a move, it would still be impossible for him to lower his head like this. Therefore, he felt that there was a great secret behind this matter. Langer. At this moment, Duan Idao gritted his teeth. He seemed to have realized that he had to explain the matter clearly to his son. Otherwise, his son would not be able to calmly accept everything before his eyes. Before he opened his mouth, he walked to Duan Lang's side and whispered a few words into his ear. As time passed by, Duan Lang's originally solemn expression changed again and again. In the end, Duan Lang's body even started to tremble. After being stunned for a moment, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. So it's like this. So it's like this. Duan Lang's loss of composure caused Duan Lingtian to frown. It was not difficult for him to see that Duan Lang must have known something. This matter should have been mentioned by the Tai clan village's fourth clan leader, Tai Hung, to the Duan clan village's third clan leader, Duan Qing. In the next instant, he saw that after Duan Lang stopped laughing, he turned around and walked toward the Tai clan village's clan leader, Tai Hung, and his daughter. Everyone in the Duan clan village looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with Duan Lang? I feel that Duan Lang has lost his composure. What did Uncle Idao say to Duan Lang? Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, including Duan Lingtian, Duan Lang walked in front of Tai Hung and his daughter. He looked at them and asked indifferently, Do you think that I'll compromise like you think today? Before Tai Hung could speak, Tai Lan Yu had already snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Looks like your father has already told you. Why? You don't want to compromise? Do you have the guts to do so? That person is not someone that you and even the Duan clan village's southern village can afford to offend. Or perhaps, that person is someone that even the entire Duan clan village can't afford to offend. Tai Lanyu's tone became more and more disdainful. On the other hand, everyone in the Duan clan village was confused when they heard this. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he frowned slightly. He could faintly tell that there was someone behind all this, and that person was someone that the Duan clan village's southern village, and even the entire Duan clan village could not afford to offend. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. No one can control the life of Duan Lang. No one can. Under the gazes of everyone in the Duan clan village, Duan Lang, who had his back facing them, suddenly stretched out his hands. Almost at the same time as he finished speaking, a powerful purple light with streaks of dazzling lightning appeared and instantly enveloped his entire body. Oh no! Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. In a flash, his body disappeared from the spot. Lang don't! Duan Yidao roared loudly. Then, his entire body turned into a ball of flames and whistled as he charged toward Duan Lang. However, in the instant that Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Duan Lang, Duan Yidao arrived first. Duan Lang's body was completely entangled by the lightning energy. Then, with a sudden jolt, a shockwave swept out. At the same time, a mist of blood sprayed out and stained Duan Yidao's body. Even Tai Hong and his daughter were splashed with blood. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's body appeared after teleporting. His expression was ugly as he looked at the pool of blood in front of him. His gaze did not change for a long time. Duan Lang had committed suicide. The group of people from the Duan family manor were also dumbfounded. The villa master of the Duan family manor, Duan Qing, had a remorseful expression on his face. It was as though he regretted something. Why? Duan Lingtian was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Duan Yidao, who was beside him, and asked in a deep voice, "Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. What did you say to Duan Lang?" Duan Lingtian felt that it was impossible for Duan Yidao to harm Duan Lang. However, after listening to Duan Yidao's words, Duan Lang chose to commit suicide. This caused him to blame Duan Yidao a little. However, the current Duan Yidao was completely in a daze. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground, his face was filled with sorrow and remorse. Langer, father is useless. Father is useless. Father is the one who let you down. Father is the one who let you down. The group of people from the Tai family manor, including Tai Hong and his daughter, were all stunned. When Tai Hong regained his senses, a respectful expression appeared on his face. At the same time, he said to Tai Lanyu, who was beside him, "Let's go back. Since he's gone, this marriage can be considered to have come to an end." However, even though they wanted to leave, the people from the Duan family manor did not allow them to do so. They moved on their own and surrounded them. Moreover, they were staring at them fiercely. After all, Duan Lang had committed suicide because of them. Chapter 3600. The people from Duan clan who surrounded the people from Tai clan village were furious. Although they did not know what had happened, it was obvious that Duan Lang's death had something to do with the people from Tai clan village. It could be said that they had watched Duan Lang grow up. Duan Lang's father, Duan Yidao, was not the only one who had high hopes for Duan Lang. Even they had high hopes for Duan Lang because in the history of Duan clan village, almost all of those who were as talented as Duan Lang had successfully become gods. The birth of a god would not only make the southern clan village famous, but it could also lead the southern clan village to break away from the Duan clan village and establish their own clan. They could even establish themselves in other cities. Leaving the mountains was the dream of every person from the southern clan village. Every time they saw Duan Lang, it was as though they had seen hope. However, Duan Lang was now dead. "What are you trying to do?" Tai Hong shook his head and sighed when he saw the people from Duan clan village surrounding him. Tai Lanyu, on the other hand, had already stepped forward and said angrily with her hands on her hips, Do you think we caused Duan Lang's death? Do you think Tai Lan Yu, want to marry Duan Lang? What a joke. As soon as Tai Lan Yu finished speaking, someone from Duan clan village asked in a deep voice, "Why did Duan Lang commit suicide? You should know the reason, right?" The incident today was a complete mystery to the people from Duan clan village and Southern clan. In their opinion, they could solve this mystery from the people from Tai clan village. If you want to know the reason, you can ask your village lord. At the same time, Tai Hung said calmly, "This matter has nothing to do with our Tai clan village. If we really want to get to the bottom of it, our Tai clan village is also a victim." When he finished speaking, before the people from Duan clan village and Southern clan village could ask again, Tai Heng's gaze had already landed on the Duan clan village lord, Duan Qing. Village lord Duan Qing. Duan Qing had already recovered from the shock of Duan Lang's suicide, but his expression was still extremely ugly. When he heard Tai Heng's words and saw the group of people from the Duan clan and Southern clan surrounding the people from the Tai clan village, he immediately shouted, "Everyone, come back! Let village lord Tai Hung and the others leave." At Duan Qing's command, the people of the Duan clan's southern manor all revealed looks of unwillingness. Most of them retreated, but there were a few who did not move. They looked at Duan Qing with unwillingness. "Manor lord, they killed Duan Lang. Duan Lang's death has nothing to do with them." Duan Qing sighed. "Did you hear that? Duan Lang's death had nothing to do with us," said Tai Lan Yu with a cold smile. Immediately after, she pulled Tai Hung and left with the group of people from the Tai clan village. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the sight of the people from the Duan clan village. Because of Duan Qing's words, no one from the Duan clan tried to stop them. Manor Lord, why did you say that Duan Lang's death had nothing to do with them? Wasn't Duan Lang forced to his death by them?" "Villa Master, you have to give us an explanation for this." The group of people from the Duan Manor all looked at Duan Qing, the Manor Lord, unwillingly. Their voices were filled with suppressed anger. "All right, I'll give you an explanation." Duan Qing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Earlier, Tai Hung told me. The second young master of Mountain Overlook City's Chen clan, Chen Fei, took a fancy to Tai Yu when Tai Yu entered the city not long ago. After that, he personally brought a divine spirit realm expert to the second branch of the Tai clan village to propose marriage. Naturally, the second branch of the Tai clan village would be eager to establish ties with the Chen clan. Even if Tai Yu was made a concubine, they wouldn't have any objections. Naturally, the two of them hit it off. However, no one expected that the second young master of the Chen clan, Chen Fei, laughed coldly when he found out about the marriage between Tai Yu and Duan Lang. After that, he said he wanted to marry the most difficult woman in the Tai clan village to Duan Lang. At that time, someone from the second branch of the Tai clan village mentioned the fourth branch's Tai Lan Yu. The second young master of the Chen clan personally led a divine spirit realm expert to the fourth branch of the Tai clan village and ordered the Tai clan village's fourth manor lord, Tai Hung, to marry his daughter to Duan Lang and send Tai Lan Yu over on the wedding day that was supposed to belong to Duan Lang and Tai Yu. The second young master of the Chen clan said that if the fourth branch of the Tai clan village dared to go against his wishes, he would uproot the fourth branch of the Chen clan village. If the Duan clan village disobeyed, he would also deal with the Duan clan village. At this point, Duan Qing's expression, which was already unpleasant to look at, became even more unsightly. As Duan Qing finished speaking, everyone from the Duan clan village came to a realization and revealed furious expressions. That second young master of the Chen clan went too far. Duan Lang committed suicide because firstly, he didn't want to be manipulated by others. Secondly, he didn't want to be a burden to the Duan clan. Duan Qing sighed. Today, Duan Lang would either die or marry Tai Lan Yu. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to satisfy the second young master of the Chen clan. Although Duan Lang could escape, as the saying went, a monk can run, but the temple can't. The moment Duan Lang left, the second young master of the Chen clan might make a move on the Duan clan village. Many people from the Duan clan village revealed sorrowful and indignant expressions. The second young master of the Chen clan has a lofty status and basically has a god-level expert protecting him whenever he goes out. Why does he have to make things difficult for us villagers? Tyrannical. Too tyrannical. The heavens are unfair. The heavens are unfair. And now, Duan Lingtian, who had witnessed everything with his own eyes, finally understood why Duan Lang would suddenly commit suicide after hearing Duan Yidao's words. As it turned out, it was because he was forced into a desperate situation. Although he hadn't known Duan Lang for long, he was extremely clear about Duan Lang's character. Mountain Overlook City was the city closest to the endless mountains where the Duan clan village was located. Duan Lingtian had previously heard of the Chen clan and knew that it was one of the few large clans in Mountain Overlook City. It controlled many industries in Mountain Overlook City and possessed no less than 5 god-level experts. It was said that there were even intermediate gods in the clan. Not only did he steal someone's wife, but he also wanted to control someone else's life. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. This was the first time his emotions had fluctuated so intensely since he arrived in the realm of gods. A hint of killing intent flashed across his eyes. His heart had been tempered 1,000 times in both his previous and current lives. At this moment, when he thought of Duan Lang's figure when he was still alive and the smile on his face that seemed to be filled with optimism for the future, he couldn't help but feel rage rising in his heart. The second young master of the Chen clan? Since arriving in the realm of gods, this was the first time Duan Lingtian felt murderous intent toward someone. You and I have known each other for a long time. I'll give you justice for this matter. Duan Lingtian glanced at Duan Yidao, who was still touching the blood on the ground and seemed to be slightly dazed. Then he looked at the blood that covered the ground as he muttered in his heart, "Langer!" A shrill cry rang in the air. It was Duan Lang's mother who had rushed over after hearing the news. She knelt in front of the bloodstains left behind by Duan Lang and cried loudly. Duan Yidao, who was standing next to her, finally regained his senses. He hugged his wife and comforted her. The surrounding people from the Duan clan village, including Duan Qing, had bloodshot eyes. Duan Qing was not only the most outstanding disciple of the Duan clan village's southern manor, but he had also committed suicide to protect the Duan clan village. In the next few days, the entire Duan clan village was busy preparing for Duan Qing's funeral. Duan Lingtian, who had planned to leave the Duan clan village, did not leave. He accompanied the people from the Duan clan village to send Duan Qing off. Duan Lingtian only planned to leave after Duan Qing was buried. Brother Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian left, Duan Yidao came looking for him. Duan Lingtian was taken aback. "Uncle Yidao, what's the matter?" Duan Lingtian and Duan Lang were peers. Since Duan Yidao was Duan Lang's father, Duan Lingtian had to treat him politely as though he was an elder. "Brother Lingtian, this is the congratulatory gift you gave to my son. How thoughtful of you. It's a pity he didn't have the fortune to receive such a precious gift." Duan Yidao handed the spatial ring that Duan Lingtian had given to Duan Lang. Based on his words, it was clear he knew there was an emperor-grade celestial weapon in the spatial ring. "Uncle Yidao." Duan Lingtian shook his head when he found out the reason Duan Yidao had come looking for him. "This is the congratulatory gift I gave to Duan Lang. Whether he's still alive or not, I won't take it back. You, as his father, should put it away. In the future, you can give it to anyone you want." Before Duan Yidao could reply, Duan Lingtian had already teleported and disappeared from Duan Yidao's sight. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above the Duan clan's manor. After a few more teleportations, Duan Lingtian was nowhere to be seen. He gave away an emperor-grade celestial weapon so casually. It seems like Brother Lingtian is really extraordinary. Duan Yidao sighed. Then, he put the spatial ring away helplessly before he turned around and left. After leaving the Duan clan's manor, Duan Lingtian began to make his way to Mountainside City. Initially, he had planned to go to Mountainside City to learn about the surroundings before deciding what to do next. However, there was something else he wanted to do in Mountainside City. He wanted to seek justice for Duan Lang. While Duan Lingtian was heading to Mountain View City, in the Tai clan manor that he'd just left, it wasn't calm at all. To be more precise, it was not peaceful in the fourth branch of the Tai clan manor. Second young master, I sent my daughter to the Duan clan manor with the intention of accomplishing this good deed. However, who knew Duan Lang would choose to commit suicide after learning the truth? Before he died, he even said that no one could control his fate. The fourth manor head of the Tai clan village, Tai Hung, stood in front of a thin young man wearing brocade clothes. He had a cold expression on his face as he bowed and spoke with a respectful expression. The young man was none other than the second young master of the Chen clan, Chen Fei. Behind Chen Fei stood a slender old man with white hair and eyebrows. His face was thin, and his hands were clasped behind his back as he rested with his eyes closed. No one could control his fate? Chen Fei sneered when he heard Tai Heng's words. Did Duan Lang think that this matter would be settled with his death? Since he refused to marry your daughter, he went against my wishes. He can't absolve himself from the blame for his death. You, bring some experts with you and follow me to destroy the Duan clan manor, Chen Fei ordered as he looked at Tai Hung. Chapter 3601. Destroy the Duan family manor? Hearing Chen Fei's words, Tai Heng's breathing stagnated. This Chen clan's second young master actually wanted to annihilate the entire Duan clan? In the next moment, Tai Hung seemed to have thought of something as he glanced at the person behind Chen Fei. The old man behind Chen Fei opened his eyes the moment Tai Hung looked at him. He looked at Chen Fei with a kind expression and said, "Second young master, you just need to destroy the Duan family's southern manor. There should be a god in the Duan family's southern manor, but I'm not sure if he's in the Duan family's southern manor. If we rashly annihilate the entire Duan clan manor, we'll definitely infuriate him, although our Chen clan isn't afraid of a mere lesser deity. If he hides in the dark and attacks our Chen clan's existences below the level of a god, he'll still be a huge threat. You destroyed the Duan manor and the southern manor. As long as the other three manors are not involved, the eastern manor lord, who is suspected to have become a god, will not dare to attack the Chen family even if he is furious. If we destroy the entire Duan clan, he'll definitely act out of desperation. Leaving the other three clans behind will be enough to make him hesitate." The old man's train of thought was very clear. Hearing this, Chen Fei frowned and then relaxed. "Okay, I'll listen to Grandpa Chiu." Chen Chiu was a lower-rank deity of Mountain Overlook City's Chen family. Originally, Chen Fei's status was not enough to warrant the personal protection of a Chen family deity. However, as Chen Fei had a good relationship with Chen Chiu since they were young, Chen Chiu would usually take the initiative to follow him wherever he went to ensure his safety. Even Chen Chiu's elder brother, the young master of the Chen family, did not receive such treatment. The person who followed young Master Chen to protect him was only a demigod with decent strength. Because of this, Chen Fei didn't dare to disobey Chen Chiu. Elder Chiu is right. At the same time, Tai Hung, who had heard Chen Chiu's words, heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Chen Fei would attack the Duan family. With the Chen family's background, although they were not afraid of the Duan family, as the saying goes, a corner dog will jump over the wall. If they really destroyed the Duan family, the Eastern Manor Lord of the Duan family, who was suspected to be a deity, would definitely seek revenge on the Chen family. As for the fourth branch of the Tai family village, as a participant, they would definitely suffer an even more intense retaliation. At that time, the Chen family would be too busy to take care of them. Now, Tai Hung heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that they were only going to attack the Duan Manor and the South Manor. Mountain Overlook City was the first city Duan Ling Tian visited after arriving in the profound Handle Land in the realms of gods. From the perspective of the Duan Ling Tian, Mountainside City wasn't considered big, but it wasn't small either. After all, he had seen bigger cities when he was in the Devata realms. Even 10 mountain approach cities could not compare to them. Naturally, the smaller cities in the Devata realms could not compare to Mountain View City. Mountainside City. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air outside Mountain Overlook City, sizing it up from afar. Mountainside City was surrounded by thick city walls. There were a total of 8 city gates, 2 in each direction. The bricks used to form the city walls gave off an ancient feeling despite the distance between them. Moreover, there were quite a few clear marks on the walls. Sword scars, saber scars, palm prints, fist prints. These scars varied in depth. It could be seen that the city walls had experienced many battles in the past. At the same time, it could also be seen how tough the city walls were. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and arrived outside Mountain View City's city gate in the blink of an eye. Then, he directly flew into the city. In the next moment, what appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes were numerous buildings and open spaces. However, there were many figures moving back and forth in the surroundings of some of the buildings. Those who passed by deliberately avoided those places. When he saw this, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that those places should be the property of some power. Generally speaking, only such places would have restrictions and the power to prevent others from entering. Tassel Restaurant. After he entered Mountain Face City, Duan Lingtian noticed that some of the buildings had flags hanging on them. The flags either had the names of inns, restaurants, or stores written on them, and they were all-encompassing. These flags that appeared before Duan Lingtian were no different from guiding lights to guide the way for Duan Lingtian. The Tassel Restaurant was the largest restaurant that Duan Lingtian had discovered in the sky above Mountain Overlook City. It was 3 stories tall and occupied a vast area. Among the other restaurants, even though the largest one had 3 stories as well, it only occupied half the area of this restaurant. Most importantly, this restaurant was located in the center of Mountain Overlook City. From the mundane realms all the way to the Devata realms, whenever Duan Lingtian went to an unfamiliar city, he would first go to a restaurant and learn about the city from others if there was no one to guide him. This was because all kinds of people gathered in the restaurant's lobby. Basically, all kinds of news could be heard. "Sir, are you the only one?" Duan Lingtian descended from the sky. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Tassel Restaurant, one of the few attendants standing at the entrance walked up to him and greeted him warmly. "Would you like to dine in the lobby or in a private room?" Even though Duan Lingtian was alone, the attendant did not intend to bring him to the lobby. This was because some customers only liked to stay in quiet private rooms. Moreover, private rooms had a minimum price. If the customer he brought chose a private room, he would receive a corresponding commission. For this reason, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would choose a private room. "Lobby," Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. "Try to sit in the middle." Sitting in the middle of the lobby, even though the lobby of the Tassel Restaurant was not small, with his hearing, he was sure that he could hear most of the conversations going on inside. "Sir, please come in." The attendant was slightly disappointed when he heard that Duan Lingtian wanted to go to the lobby. However, he did not show it on his face. With a smile on his face, he respectfully led Duan Lingtian to a small table in the middle of the lobby. Then, he took out a menu from his spatial ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. "Sir, this is the menu of our restaurant. The minimum price for a meal in our restaurant is 1 prominent celestial crystal. In the realms of gods, the cheapest stone that could aid one's cultivation was a celestial crystal. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to find low-grade celestial crystals. Moreover, celestial crystals were the most common cultivation resource in the realms of gods. Therefore, it had become the currency in the lower levels of the realms of gods. In a city like Mountainside City, which was located at the bottom of the Plains of Gods, if a restaurant charged a fee of divine stones for a meal, no one would visit it. Therefore, even though Duan Lingtian did not have any divine stones with him, he still went to the restaurant. He had heard that celestial crystals were the currency in the lower levels of the Endless Mountains. Divine stones were considered a high-grade currency in the surrounding areas. After staying in the restaurant for half a day, Duan Lingtian learned a lot of things. However, most of them were things that he was not interested in. There were many things that he wanted to know, but no one mentioned them. "I'll come again tomorrow." After finding an inn to stay in, Duan Lingtian went to the restaurant every time he went to a restaurant. "I'll stay in the restaurant for another 2 days. It's time to think of a way to get some divine stones." Divine stones could aid in cultivation and increase one's cultivation speed. For Duan Lingtian, who was eager to ascend to godhood, it was undoubtedly something that he urgently needed. In fact, he had been thinking of many ways to earn divine stones over the past few days. The simplest method was to sell some of the things he had on hand. Of course, the things that he could sell were definitely not life-threatening. Otherwise, he would be killed before he could even get his hands on the divine stones. Today, Duan Lingtian went to the Tassel restaurant as usual. "Sir, what would you like to eat today?" It was the same waiter. When he saw Duan Lingtian again, he smiled even more brightly. Because Duan Lingtian had been eating at the Tassel restaurant for many days in a row, and he was the one who served him, the Tassel restaurant had already determined that he was a regular. Under such circumstances, the waiter could get a higher percentage of income when Duan Lingtian spent money at the Tassel restaurant. Of course, the most important thing was that when Duan Lingtian ordered food, he ordered the more famous dishes of the Tassel restaurant. They were expensive and had a certain supportive effect on cultivation. However, the dishes that had a supportive effect on cultivation were only effective at the beginning. After eating a few more times, it was difficult to feel the effects anymore. "What other signature dishes have I not tried? Just help me order whatever you like." Duan Lingtian nodded at the waiter before he casually tossed a prominent celestial crystal to the waiter. Since the waiter had been cooperating with him and answering his questions for the past few days, he would give the waiter a tip every time he came. This was one of the reasons why the waiter was so enthusiastic about Duan Lingtian. To the waiter, Duan Lingtian was a once-in-a-lifetime wealthy guest. "Thank you, sir." After the waiter received the tip, he went to get busy. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to listen to the conversations of the people around him. Soon, a conversation entered his ears. "Have you heard? 2 days ago, the second young master of the Chen family found a beautiful concubine in the Endless Mountain. Moreover, he even destroyed the southern manor of the Duan family for that concubine." "I heard. The entire southern manor of the Duan family was annihilated. I heard that the concubine of the second young master of the Chen family is the person in charge of the second branch of the Tai family manor. She's the daughter of the second manor master of the Tai family manor." "That's right." When he destroyed the southern manor of the Duan family, the people from the second and fourth branches of the Tai family village followed him to help him. When this conversation entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it caused him to be stunned. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he crushed the teacup in his hand with a loud bang. His hairband broke and danced in the air even though there was no wind. Clang! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and threw 2 celestial crystals on the table. Then, he disappeared into thin air under the shocked gazes of the people around him. It's the teleportation profundity. Even if the people present were not deities, it was not difficult for them to see that Duan Lingtian had cast the teleportation profundity from the law of space. "Sir?" As for the waiter who returned from helping Duan Lingtian order, he only had time to see the Duan Lingtian's figure disappear. However, when he saw the celestial crystals Duan Lingtian left behind, he heaved a sigh of relief. If this guest had not left behind any celestial crystals, he would have had to pay for the meal. It seems like this guest suddenly has an urgent matter. It was not difficult for the waiter to guess. After leaving Tassel restaurant, Duan Lingtian left Mountain Overlook City and headed in the direction of the Endless Mountain. He wanted to verify the accuracy of the information. Chapter 3602. After returning to the Endless Mountains, Duan Lingtian arrived at the vicinity of the Duan Manor with ease. To be more precise, he arrived at the entrance of the Duan Manor's southern manor. However, when he arrived at the entrance of the southern manor, he discovered that the Duan Manor had been reduced to ruins. Not a single building was intact, and the entire place was covered in blood. At this moment, there were figures shuttling back and forth in the southern manor, carrying out corpses one by one. As he got closer, Duan Lingtian could hear many voices. "The southern manor is really unlucky this time. They actually offended the second young master of the Chen family. Although we don't belong to the same branch, we're still one of the major branches of the Duan Manor. There's no need to be sarcastic and gloating. The deaths of the Southern Manor's villa master, Duan Qing, and Duan Yidao are equivalent to the entire Duan Manor losing 2 experts. Everything is too sudden. Otherwise, our Eastern Manor would definitely step in and protect at least one of Duan Qing and Duan Yidao. From the voices, it was not difficult to tell that the figures shuttling back and forth in the Southern Manor were from the other branches of the Duan Manor. Apart from the Southern Manor, there was also the Eastern Manor, Western Manor, and Northern Manor. Qian family, Qian Fei. Seeing that the people from the other 3 branches of the Duan Manor did not show any disrespect to the corpses of the people from the Southern Manor, Duan Lingtian did not intend to show himself. However, his eyes were burning with rage, although he did not stay in the Southern Manor for long. However, it was during this short period of time that he realized the warmth of the people from the Southern Manor. Previously, when Duan Lang, who was closest to him, was forced to death, he was already furious. Now, the entire Southern Manor was destroyed. Figures appeared in his mind one after another. The few lively youths would occasionally speak up when he was conversing with Duan Lang. Duan Lang's mother would even enthusiastically send him all sorts of delicious food. There were also the other warm and hospitable villagers of the Duan family manor, allowing him to experience the warmth of home in the Duan family manor. Now all of this was gone. Everything was gone. After snatching someone's fiancé and killing him, he even annihilated the Duan clan's southern clan, Qian clan's second young master. Qian Fei, you're really something. Unknowingly, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a cold smile. When he arrived, Duan Lingtian was silent. When he left, Duan Lingtian was still as silent as before. Not a single person from the other branches of the Duan clan noticed his presence. After leaving the Duan clan manor, Duan Lingtian returned to Mountain View City and returned to the inn he stayed at earlier. Duan Lingtian had booked the best room in the inn for 3 months. It cost him 1,000 prominent celestial crystals. However, to Duan Lingtian it was just a small sum of money. Previously, when he was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, even before he met his master Feng Qingyang, Hualao had given him a large number of celestial crystals. After meeting his master, Feng Qingyang, the number of celestial crystals in his possession had increased to a shocking extent. Most of them were prominent celestial crystals and even supreme celestial crystals. It was difficult for him to take out mediocre and primitive celestial crystals since he did not have any. His master, Feng Qingyang, was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was in charge of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not lack celestial crystals when he was in the Devata realm. Now that he was in a remote place in the realm of gods where celestial crystals were the main currency, Duan Lingtian naturally did not lack celestial crystals for daily transactions. The day I become a god will be the day the second young master of the Qian clan pays for what he did to the Duan clan's southern manor. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian returned to his room to cultivate. Before he closed his eyes, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He knew he was not a good person. However, what the second young master of the Qian clan had done to the Duan clan's southern manor had infuriated him. To a certain extent, the life and death of the second young master of the Qian family had already been linked to his path of cultivation. After this, whether or not he could quickly become a god was most likely related to the second young master of the Qian family. After all, he knew the second young master of the Qian clan was protected by a god-level powerhouse. Under such circumstances, he would need to be at least a god-level powerhouse to kill the second young master of the Qian clan. Even without the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian was confident he could defeat anyone below the god level. After all, even a demigod would not have comprehended many profundities from the law in such a remote place. Moreover, it was almost impossible for them to master the 4 Tao of heaven, earth, and heaven. The strongest demigod in the vicinity of Mountain View City would be easily killed by a 9-star god of war in a Devata realm. Based on Duan Lingtian's knowledge, even the strongest demigod in the Duan clan's southern manor, Duan Qing, had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire. He had not comprehended 3 profundities yet. On the other hand, the second strongest person in the southern manor, Duan Yidao, had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire. Although he was not as strong as Duan Qing, he was still stronger than most demigods. Most of the demigods in the vicinity of Mountain View City had yet to comprehend any profundities from the law of fire. The reason for this was that the people in the realms of gods were born with extraordinary cultivation bases. Due to the superior cultivation environment, it was not difficult for them to cultivate to the Celestial Emperor stage or even the demigod stage. On the other hand, the people in the realms of gods did not have superior conditions when it came to comprehending profundities from the law of fire. Compared to the people in the Devata realms, they did not have much of an advantage. With Duan Lingtian's current comprehension of profundities from the law of fire, even if he did not use the 4 Tao of heaven, earth, and heaven, he was confident he could defeat anyone in the vicinity of Mountain View City. If he used the 4 Tao of heaven, earth, and heaven, Duan Lingtian was confident he could even defeat an ordinary higher deity. Cultivate, cultivate. I have to break through and become a deity as soon as possible. The cultivation method Duan Lingtian was currently cultivating was the 1,000 transformations illusory technique that his master had imparted to him. Unlike other cultivation methods, the 1,000 transformations illusory technique could be fused with any low-level cultivation method to transform it into a cultivation method of the same level as the 1,000 transformations illusory technique. It was one of the top cultivation methods in the realms of gods. Such cultivation methods were usually created by supreme experts and passed down to their descendants. Naturally, anyone who cultivated the 1,000 transformations illusory technique would only have the opportunity to transform one cultivation method. Duan Lingtian had chosen the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that he had first cultivated. It was also the strongest and most domineering cultivation method he had obtained from the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory in the mundane realm. Speaking of which, this cultivation method had been sealed in Duan Lingtian's memories for many years. If it was not for the fact that the 1,000 transformations illusory technique required a cultivation method as a medium, he would not have thought of it. The current 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was completely different, and the circulation was completely different as well. Moreover, it could even integrate the profundities of the laws into it, allowing the celestial origin energy to perfectly fuse with the profundities of the laws, allowing the user to unleash even greater power. This was one of the commonalities of cultivation methods in the realms of gods. In the realms of gods, whether a cultivation method was good or not depended on whether the celestial origin energy was able to fuse with the profundities of laws. When Duan Lingtian circulated his cultivation method, the celestial origin energy in his body was like a surging river. Gray light could be seen swirling in the river. It was none other than the law of space that he was skilled in. Various profundities could be seen in his meridians, forming a perfect fit with his celestial origin energy. Cultivation was not something that could be completed in a day. At the very least, the path to godhood was not as simple as it seemed. Just half a step away. With the anger he felt toward the second young master of the Chen clan, Duan Lingtian managed to break through to the peak of the demigod stage in one go. He was only a step away from godhood. However, this step was met with great resistance, preventing him from making a breakthrough. Based on his past experience, he knew it would be futile to continue cultivating. Therefore, he decided to wake up. This time, I've been cultivating for almost half a month. Duan Lingtian looked at the hourglasses in front of his bed. They came with the rooms in the inn. From left to right, there were 4 hourglasses in total. The first hourglass had been empty for 10 years. The second hourglass had been empty for a year. The third hourglass had been empty for a month. The fourth hourglass had been empty for a day. All of the hourglasses were placed upside down before Duan Lingtian entered closed-door cultivation. Now that the third hourglass had been empty for half a month, it had been empty for half a month. There should be some pills that can assist in breaking through from the demigod stage to godhood. These pills should be purchased with divine stones. Yes, I'll use immortal crystals to exchange for a batch of divine stones first. Before Duan Lingtian arrived in Mountain Overlook City, he had been thinking of ways to earn divine stones. It was only a few days after he arrived in Mountain Overlook City that he learned he could exchange celestial crystals for divine stones in all the shops in Mountain Overlook City. Naturally, only supreme-grade celestial crystals could be exchanged for divine stones, and it required a lot of supreme-grade celestial crystals to exchange for divine stones. One tael of divine stones required 100 supreme-grade immortal crystals. One supreme-grade immortal crystal weighed about one tael. However, although Duan Lingtian did not have divine stones, he did not lack immortal crystals. He did not lack supreme-grade immortal crystals. There was a small mountain of supreme-grade immortal crystals in his spatial ring. Although he had never counted them, Duan Lingtian could roughly make out the number. There are at least 10 million supreme-grade immortal crystals in my spatial ring. What did 10 million supreme-grade immortal crystals mean? 100 supreme-grade immortal crystals could be exchanged for one tael of divine stones. 10 million supreme-grade immortal crystals could be exchanged for 100,000 taels of divine stones. In Mountainside City, even the strongest forces with the deepest foundations, including the Chen family, could only take out a few tens of thousands of divine stones with the combined efforts of an entire clan or sect. The wealth of divine stones Duan Lingtian possessed surpassed any force in Mountainside City. I'll exchange for 1,000 divine stones first. After walking out of the inn, Duan Lingtian arrived at a shop belonging to the Chen family. He was prepared to exchange for divine stones here. This shop was also a shop belonging to the Chen family that sold pills. Chapter 3603. For example, not all spirit fruits in the realms of gods were divine fruits. Immortal fruits were the majority. Not all pills in the realms of gods were divine pills. There were many immortal pills as well. This was especially true for a small city like Mountain Overlook City that was located in a remote part of the Mystic Gangland. Immortal pills were the mainstream while divine pills were rare and expensive. There were 3 best pill stores in Mountain Overlook City. They belonged to the Chen clan, the Meng clan, and the Morning Cloud sect. The Chen family, the Meng family, and the Cloud Morning sect were one of the 4 strongest powers in Mountain Overlook City. There was also another power, the Celestial sect. There were no experts in the sect who were skilled in alchemy. Thus, even though they had opened alchemy stores, they were not as good as the alchemy stores opened by the other 3 families. Just take the Chen family's pill store for example. Although most of the pills sold were immortal pills, there would occasionally be divine pills. However, not many people could afford them. Sir, how may I help you? Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the entrance of the grand and magnificent medicinal pill store called the Rejuvenation Pavilion that was a subordinate of the Chen clan, when one of the 2 manservants guarding the entrance took the initiative to greet him and asked with a cordial expression, "I'd like to exchange for some divine stones and take a look at the pills sold in the Rejuvenation Pavilion." Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly, "Sir, please come in." The servant's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then, he led Duan Lingtian into the Rejuvenation Pavilion. "Sir, our Rejuvenation Pavilion is divided into 3 floors. The first floor sells ordinary immortal pills. The second floor sells rare immortal pills. As for the third floor, we sell top-grade immortal pills and occasionally, divine pills. As for the divine stones, you can exchange for them on the first floor if the quantity is small. If the quantity is large, you'll have to exchange for them on the second floor." The servant introduced Duan Lingtian to the Rejuvenation Pavilion as he led Duan Lingtian into the Rejuvenation Pavilion. At the same time, he asked curiously, "Sir, how many divine stones would you like to exchange for?" 1,000 taels. The moment Duan Lingtian spoke, the servant was so shocked that he stopped in his tracks. He was dumbstruck. 1,000 divine stones was undoubtedly an astronomical amount of wealth to the manservant. Even in the Chen clan behind the Huichun Pavilion, apart from the Chen clan's patriarch and the few godly spirit realm experts in the Chen clan, there was probably no one who could take out so many godly stones in one go. 1 divine stone was equivalent to 100 supreme immortal crystals. 1,000 divine stones was equivalent to 100,000 supreme-grade immortal crystals. "Sir, you're not joking?" After a long while, The manservant came to his senses and stared at Duan Ling Tian as if he had seen a ghost. His face was full of disbelief. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Duan Ling Tian glanced at the servant and asked, "If your Huichun brothel can't offer so many god stones, I will leave now and go somewhere else to exchange for them." In Mountain Overlook City, the exchange rate of divine stones was different from that of the realms of gods. Instead, it was based on the exchange rate in major cities. In cities like Mountain Overlook City, the exchange rate was 10% higher. If one wanted to exchange one divine stone for one divine stone, the exchange rate would be 100 supreme immortal crystals. However, in Mountain Overlook City, any shop would charge 110 supreme immortal crystals. The factions behind these shops could then take the supreme immortal crystals to the major cities to exchange for divine stones according to the exchange rate. Why didn't they just go to the major cities? This was because there would be a certain amount of risk along the way to the major cities. Unless one was a godly spirit realm expert, one wouldn't dare to simply go there and back. "Sir, please wait here for a moment. I will go look for the manager." The manservant greeted Duan Ling Tian and hurried off to look for the manager of the Huichun brothel. If this customer really wanted to exchange for so many divine stones, the manservant's commission would be a terrifying figure. Even if he could only take 1% of the Huichun brothel's profits, he would still be able to obtain a commission. 1,000 divine stones would cost 110,000 supreme immortal crystals in the Huichun brothel. 10,000 supreme immortal crystals were earned by the Huichun brothel. 1% of 10,000 supreme immortal crystals was equivalent to 100 supreme immortal crystals. It was more than 10 times the wealth he currently had. If this business deal was successful, his fate would change because of it. "Sir, are you the one who wants to exchange for 1,000 divine stones?" The manservant soon returned, following behind an old man in a light blue robe. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. His long gray hair draped over his back. Although he looked old, he was full of vigor. Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently. Then he waved his hand, and 110,000 supreme celestial crystals appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye. The old man's eyes flashed brightly, and his expression changed drastically. 110,000 supreme immortal crystals, not one more, not one less. "You can check it." Duan Ling Tian glanced at the old man. The latter nodded almost as soon as he finished speaking. "Sir, I just checked with my divine sense. It's indeed 110,000 supreme immortal crystals. Is the Huichun brothel willing to exchange? If it doesn't work, I'll look for another shop." Duan Ling Tian said again. "Yes, of course." The old man nodded hastily. Then, he said to Duan Ling Tian with a smile on his face, "Sir, I've already sent a message to ask someone to bring the divine stones here. 1,000 divine stones will be here in 15 minutes. Please wait here for a moment." Currently, the old man's attitude towards Duan Ling Tian had completely changed. He had become extremely polite, and there was a trace of humility in his politeness. What a joke! Would an ordinary person be able to take out 110,000 supreme immortal crystals in one go? Moreover, the purple-clad young man had an extraordinary bearing. With just a glance, he could tell the purple-clad young man was not a simple person. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was so generous that he did not dare to be disrespectful. Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Sir, I'm Qian Tong, the shopkeeper of the returning spring pavilion. I'm also the 7th elder of the Qian clan. May I know your name?" As the old man introduced himself, he did not forget to inquire about Duan Ling Tian's background. The Qian clan had sent him a message asking him to inquire about Duan Ling Tian's background. If he could confirm Duan Ling Tian had no background and had only obtained a fortune by accident, the Qian clan would rob him of his fortune. They would kill him and take his fortune. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not hide his name. Perhaps, after 300 years, his name would spread to the realms of gods. However, due to the lack of information in the realms of gods, no one knew about him. So it's you, young Master Duan. Qian Tong smiled warmly before he asked, "May I know which force you're from, young Master Duan?" As soon as Qian Tong finished speaking, he feigned ignorance. "Of course, it's fine if it's inconvenient for you to say, young Master Duan. There's nothing inconvenient about it," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "I came here with a few friends without telling my elders. We're from the Heavenly Illumination Sect." The Heavenly Illumination Sect. It was the sect where Yi Beiyuan, the old man who had brought Duan Lingtian to the military camp in the realm battlefield, was from. Although he didn't know what position the Heavenly Illumination Sect had in the profound gangland, if they could produce a medium god emperor like Yi Beiyuan, they should be able to occupy a place in the profound gangland no matter how bad they were. However, Duan Lingtian was not certain if Duan Lingtian knew about the Heavenly Illumination Sect. After all, although there were not many forces with medium divine emperors in the mystic gangland, there were still many of them. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Qian Tong's face. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. "So, young Master Duan is from the Heavenly Illumination Sect. I hope young Master Duan can forgive my rudeness earlier." After Qian Tong finished speaking, he bowed. The servant behind him hurriedly bowed as well. The servant's eyes were also filled with shock. He never expected the guest he was receiving to be from the Heavenly Illumination Sect. The Heavenly Illumination Sect was a famous and powerful sect in the eastern region's Tunglung province. Although it wasn't the most powerful force in the 9 mansions of the eastern region, everyone knew about it because it was a sect that had once produced an emperor god powerhouse. Even now, it still occupied a piece of land and commanded the wind and clouds. The Chen family's mansion was located in the west of Mountain View City. It occupied a vast area. The Chen family's elders and disciples patrolled the sky above. Today, the 7th elder of the Chen family, Qian Tong, had sent a message that alarmed the Chen family's patriarch, Qian Yuejin. A young man had taken out 110,000 supreme-grade celestial crystals and said he wanted to exchange them for 1,000 divine stones. It should be known that even the Chen clan only had a few tens of thousands of divine stones. 1,000 divine stones was not a small sum to the Chen clan. Although the deal was profitable, Qian Yuejin had other plans. Could he eat the celestial crystals in the young man's hand and rob him? Therefore, he asked Qian Tong to find out the young man's background. At the same time, he was waiting for a reply. However, he did not expect the reply he received was, "The young man was a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination Sect." A disciple of the Heavenly Illumination Sect? Is this for real? Qian Yuejin found it inconceivable. He couldn't figure out why a Heavenly Illumination Sect disciple with such a lofty status would come to a small city like Mountain Overlook City that had no presence in the eastern region's Eastern Ridge Mansion. To a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination Sect, Mountain View City was a godforsaken place. I can't confirm if it's true or not. However, based on his speech and temperament, it doesn't seem fake. Qian Tong replied quickly. Even if he's a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination Sect, as long as he's not a divine spirit, our Qian family can still eat him. Qian Yuejin replied through voice transmission. Patriarch, he said he didn't come out alone. There were other disciples of the Heavenly Illumination Sect who came out with him. Moreover, someone must have seen him enter the Rejuvenation Sect. Qian Tong smiled wryly. I think it's unwise to make a move on him. A mere 1,000 divine stones isn't worth the risk for our Qian family. Qian Tong's words made Qian Yuejin break out in cold sweat. A Heavenly Illumination Sect disciple did not come out alone. Chapter 3604. Although Qian Yuejin was greedy, he knew that once the news of his Qian family killing a Heavenly Illumination Sect disciple spread out, what awaited his Qian family would be destruction. I'll personally send 1,000 divine stones over to test him further. Although Qian Tong said the 1,000 divine stones were on the way, in fact, Qian Yuejin, the Qian family patriarch, had not sent anyone to deliver the 1,000 divine stones. Moreover, not everyone in the Chen family had access to so many divine stones. Even the direct descendants of the Chen family were not necessarily trustworthy. What if they lost the divine stones on the way? Therefore, the people who delivered the divine stones were definitely important figures in the Chen family. As the Chen family patriarch, Chen Yuejin was one of them. When I arrive, address me as Grand Elder. Before I arrive, remind everyone in the shop that they are not to reveal my identity and address me as Grand Elder. On the way to the elixir store, Chen Yuejin sent a message to Chen Tong. Chen Tong heard this and did not dare to neglect. He quickly sent a message to the servant behind him and the others in the store. Young Master Duan, our Chen family's great elder, is on his way. When he arrives, he will pay you 1,000 divine stones. Please wait for a moment. At the same time, Chen Tong said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. This was the second time he said the divine stones were on their way. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he merely glanced at him indifferently and did not say anything. About half a quarter of an hour later, Duan Lingtian saw the Chen family's great elder mentioned by Chen Tong. He was a middle-aged man in brocade robes with a dignified face, bushy eyebrows, and a pair of bright eyes. Chen family's great elder? Seeing the person in front of him, Duan Lingtian could not help but be startled. His first thought was that this Chen family's great elder was completely different from the rumors. His second thought was that this person was not necessarily the Chen family's great elder. Although he had never seen the Chen family's great elder before, he had heard of him when he was inquiring about him in the restaurant. He knew that the Chen family's great elder was an old man with white hair and a youthful face. He had a slender figure and a crescent moon mark between his eyebrows. However, the well-dressed middle-aged man in front of him was very different from the young master of the Chen family that he had heard of. It was not difficult to guess that this was a fake Chen family elder. What kind of person would impersonate the Chen family's great elder at this time? Moreover, Chen Tong and the other people in the medicinal pill store even cooperated and addressed him respectfully as Grand Elder. A few thoughts flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind, especially when he saw the small birthmark under the right ear of the Chen family's Grand Elder in front of him. He guessed the other party's identity. The head of the Chen family, Chen Yuejin. At the same time, he was also one of the Chen clan's deity powerhouses, a lower-ranking deity. 10 directions, celestial emperors? When Duan Lingtian guessed Chen Yuejin's identity, Chen Yuejin also used his own divine sense to detect Duan Lingtian's cultivation without leaving a trace. However, a harmless smile hung on his face. Chen family's Grand Elder, Chen He, greets young Master Duan. Where are the divine stones? Duan Lingtian nodded at Chen Yuejin. He didn't expose his disguise and went straight to the point. Yes. Chen Yuejin nodded. However, he didn't pass the divine stones to Duan Lingtian. Instead, he asked with a smile, I know a little about the Heaven Illumination sect. May I know which division of the Heaven Illumination sect you're from, young Master Duan? Which division of the Heaven Illumination sect he was from? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Chen Yuejin's words. After all, the strongest forces in Tongling province were all godly emperor forces with godly emperors. Duan Lingtian had heard of these forces in the restaurant before. However, he had never heard of the Heaven Illumination sect. Since Chen Yuejin said that the Heaven Illumination sect was in godly emperor force, there was only one possibility. The Heaven Illumination sect was a godly emperor force with no godly emperors in the current generation. Under such circumstances, the Heaven Illumination sect respected godly emperors. As a medium godly emperor, Yi Beiyuan must have a high status in the Heaven Illumination sect. If Lin Yuejin knew about the Heaven Illumination sect, he would know of Yi Beiyuan's existence. You're Lord Yi Beiyuan's disciple? As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yuejin's eyes widened and a look of shock appeared on his face. On the other hand, the Chen family's 7th elder, Chen Tong, and the other people in the Huichun house were at a loss. This was the first time they had heard of the name Yi Beiyuan. In fact, they had only heard of the Heaven Illumination sect but did not know who was in the sect. They didn't even know the name of the sect master of the Heaven Illumination sect. In the entire Chen family, only a few people, including Chen Yuejin, had a certain level of understanding of the Heaven Illumination sect. The others only knew who the sect master of the Heaven Illumination sect was. Chen Yuejin was the only one who had a deep understanding of the Heaven Illumination sect. Moreover, Chen Yuejin dared to say that in the entire mountain overlook city and the surrounding areas, there were no more than 5 people who knew more about the Heaven Margin sect than he did. For this reason, when Duan Lingtian said he was Yi Beiyuan's disciple, Chen Yuejin almost believed him. Duan Lingtian was indeed a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was the disciple of Yi Beiyuan, the valley master of the Heaven Illumination sect's Moon Shadow Valley. I didn't expect an elder from a small family in Mountain Overlook City to know my teacher, Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Chen Yuejin deeply. I'm fortunate to have heard of him. Chen Yuejin's back was drenched in cold sweat. He still felt a lingering fear when he thought about how he had plotted against Yi Beiyuan's disciple. In the end, Duan Lingtian successfully obtained the 1,000 taels of divine stones. I didn't expect to break through and become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor this time. Is it possible for you to obtain the Divine Connection Pill in Mountain Overlook City? After putting away the divine stones, Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Tong and asked. The Divine Connection Pill was a pill consumed by half-gods. It was beneficial for one to break through and become a god. Naturally, consuming the Divine Connection Pill only had a certain effect on becoming a god. It did not guarantee one would become a god. Generally speaking, the Divine Connection Pill was only half a step away from becoming a god. It was only a matter of time before one became a god. Moreover, the Divine Connection Pill was only effective for the first time. In the realms of gods, although the Divine Connection Pill was a Divine Connection Pill, it was not a rare Divine Connection Pill. In fact, in most places, the Divine Connection Pill was just an ordinary Divine Connection Pill. However, in a small city like Mountain Overlook City, the Divine Connection Pill was a rare item. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Chen Tong glanced at Chen Yuejin who was standing in front of him. When Chen Tong saw Chen Yuejin nodding, he hurriedly said, Young Master Duan, the Divine Connection Pill is a rare item in Mountain Overlook City. Our Chen clan's alchemists only have a 10% success rate when refining the Divine Connection Pill. 2 years ago, our Chen clan sold the most recent Divine Connection Pill. That's the only Divine Connection Pill our Chen clan's alchemists have refined in the past 10 years. The Divine Connection Pill required extremely precious herbs. Even the Chen clan could not find them easily. Due to the low success rate, the Chen clan could only refine one Divine Connection Pill every 10 to 20 years. When Chen Tong saw the slight frown on Duan Lingtian's face, he continued to say, However, I heard that the Meng clan's alchemist refined a Divine Transcendence Pill 3 months ago. It has been on the market for 3 months, but it seems like no one has sold it yet. Young Master Duan, you can go to the Meng clan's Still Water Pavilion to have a look. The Still Water Pavilion was the name of the Meng clan's alchemy shop. How many divine stones did the Meng clan sell that Divine Connection Pill for? Duan Lingtian asked. 3,000 taels. Chen Tong replied. Chapter 3605. It was Duan Lingtian's intention to impersonate a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect. However, it was an accident to impersonate a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect, Yi Beiyuan. If the Chen family patriarch, Chen Yuejin, had not questioned him, Duan Lingtian would not have mentioned Yi Beiyuan, the divine emperor of the Heavenly Illumination sect. However, at the same time that Duan Lingtian felt guilty when he mentioned Yi Beiyuan, he had already decided that he would definitely apologize to Yi Beiyuan and ask for forgiveness when he saw him in the future. Now, even if I asked the Chen family to kill the second young master, Chen Fei, the Chen family patriarch, Chen Yuejin would not dare to disobey, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he glanced at the Chen family patriarch, Chen Yuejin, before he left after hearing about the Transcendence Elixir. Of course, he was just thinking about it and did not actually do it. If it was only for 1,000 divine stones, Chen Yuejin, the Chen family patriarch, might be willing to confirm his identity as a disciple of the heavenly illumination sect. However, if it concerned the life and death of his son, he would definitely confirm it again. If Duan Lingtian was really a disciple of the heavenly illumination sect and Yi Beiyuan's disciple, it would be fine. However, there was a problem. His identity as a disciple of the heavenly illumination sect and Yi Beiyuan's disciple was fabricated and could not stand up to scrutiny and investigation. I should wait until I become stronger and become a divine emperor before I go to the Chen family and kill Chen Fei and the deity beside him to avenge the Duan family manor's southern manor. With that thought, Duan Lingtian looked at the Chen family patriarch, Chen Yuejin, who was impersonating the grand elder of the Chen family, Chen He. Elder Chen Hong, I would like to exchange for another 2,000 divine stones. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian waved his hand, and another 220,000 supreme celestial crystals appeared, piling up into another small mountain. Count it, Duan Lingtian said. Not only was the Chen family's seventh elder, Chen Tong, dumbfounded, but even the Chen family patriarch, Chen Yuejin, was shocked. He did not expect the person in front of him to carry so many supreme celestial crystals with him. However, this was a profitable business for the Chen family, so he naturally would not miss it. Young Master Duan, I just happened to be able to take out 2,000 divine stones. A moment later, Chen Yuejin regained his senses and took out another 2,000 divine stones. The reason why very few people counted the number of divine stones was because it was extremely difficult to cut them. Even if one intended to cut them, it was impossible to guarantee that every divine stone would have the same weight. Therefore, the value of the divine stone was calculated by its weight. And now, Chen Yueqian had taken out 2,000 liang of godstones, some of which were as big as an adult's fist. Even if it was just a single one of them, it still glittered with dozens of liang of light. That's right. When Duan Lingtian put away the 2,000 divine stones, he could naturally feel their weight with his own strength. After he put them into his storage ring, he intended to leave. Elders, farewell. With the 3,000 divine stones in hand, Duan Lingtian hurriedly made his way to the Meng family's still water pavilion. Chen Tong had just told him that the Meng family's still water pavilion would be selling a divine connection pill. After Duan Lingtian left, the seventh elder of the Chen family, Chen Tong, bowed to Chen Yuejin. Patriarch. Patriarch. At this time, the people inside and outside the rejuvenation pavilion also bowed to Chen Yuejin. Earlier, because of Chen Yuejin's order, they did not dare to reveal Chen Yuejin's identity in front of Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian had left, there was no need to continue hiding. Yes, Chen Yuejin nodded faintly. While putting away the mountain of supreme-grade celestial crystals, he frowned and looked outside as if he was thinking about something. Patriarch, is there really a person called Yi Beiyuan in the Heaven Illumination sect? Chen Tong asked curiously. Yes, Chen Yuejin nodded. Yi Beiyuan is the Valley Master of the Heaven Illumination sect's Moon Shadow Valley. He is a medium god emperor. Medium god emperor. Chen Tong sucked in a breath of cold air while the others were also taken aback. A god emperor was an existence above a god king. But in their mountain overlook city, not to mention god emperors, they didn't even have a god king, and they didn't even have a higher deity. The strongest were just a few intermediate deities, and their Chen clan only had one intermediate deity. What a pity! 3,000 godly stones. Chen Yuejin sighed. If it was not for the fact that the other party might really be a Moon Illumination sect's disciple or a Yi Beiyuan's disciple, he really would not bear to let the 3,000 divine stones disappear right under his nose. Earlier, he had already used his divine consciousness to investigate the situation. His opponent was only a 10 directions celestial emperor, so it would not be difficult for him to kill him. Even if Duan Lingtian was a Moon Illumination sect disciple who was invincible among those below the godly spirit stage in Mountain Approach City with his cultivation base as a 10 directions celestial emperor, Duan Lingtian was still a Moon Illumination sect disciple. Demigods were ultimately immortals. There was a world of difference between immortals and gods. Even if the other party's comprehension of the profundities far surpassed his, as long as they did not attain godhood, they would never be a match for him. Even the most talented and outstanding disciple in the heavenly illumination sect would not be able to do so. After leaving Huichun House, Duan Lingtian went straight to Still Water Pavilion. The Still Water Pavilion was a subsidiary of the Meng family, which was as famous as the Chen family in Mountainside City. It was also the largest medicinal pill store under the Meng family and occasionally sold divine pills. A few months ago, the Meng family had produced a divine connection pill, which had attracted a lot of attention. However, even after a few months, the divine connection pill remained unsold in the Still Water Pavilion. Many people wanted to buy it, but they did not have enough divine stones. Only the two strongest clans and sects in Mountain Overlook City would be able to take out 3,000 divine stones in the surrounding areas. To those small factions or even rogue cultivators, it was no different from an astronomical figure. I'll buy the divine connection pill. Chapter 3606. Duan Lingtian had heard about the Divine Transcendence Pill from the world-cleansing divine water when he was still in the Devata realm. The Divine Transcendence Pill could only be refined with specific medicinal herbs in the realms of gods. Moreover, the refiner had to be able to control the divine flame that was condensed from divine energy to successfully refine the Divine Transcendence Pill. Naturally, any qualified alchemist in the realms of gods would be able to control the divine flame with ease. Alchemists might not be proficient in the law of fire, but they would at least be proficient in the law of fire. After all, only gods who were proficient in the law of fire were qualified to become alchemists in the realms of gods. Alchemists in the realms of gods were also known as divine alchemists. The transcendence elixir is brown in color with light flowing around it. It's like the wind, the tiger, the cloud, and the dragon. The most important feature is that on its elixir body, there are elixir markings that look like they were cut by silk. It's natural. If the markings were added later, it would be easy to recognize them. The world-cleansing divine water's words seemed to echo in Duan Lingtian's mind. When Duan Lingtian looked at the pill in the box, he could see every feature the world-cleansing divine water had described. The pill inscriptions on the pill were natural, and there were no signs of it being added later. It was clear the divine transcendence pill was genuine. Duan Lingtian was not surprised. In fact, he felt it was only natural. After all, the divine transcendence pill was sold by the Meng clan, one of the 4 strongest forces in Mountain View City. Moreover, the Meng clan was selling the divine transcendence pill in their own alchemy store. If the divine transcendence pill was fake, it would be a huge blow to the Meng clan. If the Meng clan sold a fake divine transcendence pill, people would have to think twice before buying a fake divine transcendence pill in the future. Even if the Meng clan stopped selling fake divine transcendence pills in the future, the other 3 forces would not let go of this opportunity to suppress the Meng clan. At that time, they could easily send people to the Meng clan's alchemy store to buy a fake divine transcendence pill and slander the Meng clan. Some things, once they happened once, would leave a strong impression. By then, it would be too late for the Meng family to defend themselves. For this reason, it was impossible for the Meng clan's Waterstop Pavilion to sell fake divine transcendence pills. It was impossible for ordinary divine transcendence pills to sell fake divine transcendence pills. Who's he? He's a mere 10 directions celestial emperor, and yet he's so rich? He should be someone from the outside. I have never heard of such a person in the surroundings of Mountain Overlook City. He bought the divine elixir. Could it be that he wants to break through to the deity realm? Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stood there calmly, waiting for the arrival of the Meng clan's divine alchemist. During this process, the shopkeeper of the Still Water Pavilion, the elder of the Meng family, Meng Yuan, also inquired about Duan Lingtian's background out of curiosity. To this, Duan Lingtian's response was the same as in the Huichun Pavilion. Heavenly Illumination Sect. Of course, because Meng Yuan did not probe further, he did not mention Yi Beiyuan again. Moreover, even if he mentioned Yi Beiyuan, Meng Yuan might not know. Heavenly Illumination Sect. He is actually a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination Sect. After Duan Lingtian revealed his identity, it naturally caused quite a commotion. Some people were puzzled. Why would a Heavenly Illumination Sect disciple lack something like the Divine Illumination Pill? As far as I know, any disciple of a godly emperor sect can get a Divine Connection Pill when they break through to the 10 Directions Celestial Emperor realm. The Heavenly Illumination Sect isn't that stingy, right? Some people were also puzzled. Perhaps he didn't have time to return to the Heavenly Illumination Sect after breaking through to the 10 Directions Celestial Emperor realm. Duan Lingtian did not say anything, but someone had already found an excuse for him. This excuse was, without a doubt, the best one. Soon after, the Meng clan's divine alchemist arrived. He was an old man dressed in a fiery red robe. As soon as he entered the still water pavilion, Meng Yuan greeted him warmly. Fourth granduncle. The Meng clan's divine alchemist was also a god and a pillar of the Meng clan. Under normal circumstances, it was a waste of talent for a divine alchemist to stay in a clan like the Meng clan unless he was a member of the Meng clan. However, the Meng clan's divine alchemist was indeed a member of the Meng clan. Moreover, he was from the same branch as Meng Yuan. The Meng clan's divine alchemist, Meng Qiyu. Meng Qiyu is not only a divine alchemist of the Meng clan, but he's also a lesser divine alchemist of the Meng clan. Meng Qiyu's appearance successfully attracted the attention of everyone in the still water pavilion. Many people stared at Meng Qiyu with bright eyes. Put on. Before Meng Qiyu could approach the Duan Lingtian, a figure jumped out from the side and knelt in front of Meng Qiyu, kowtowing 3 times. Alchemist Meng, I've always regarded you as my idol. It's my great fortune to be able to see you in person today. I wish to become your disciple. Please allow me. The one who knelt on the ground was a middle-aged man. From his words, it was obvious that he wanted to become Meng Qiyu's disciple. Seeing this scene, boos sounded from all directions. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was someone who wanted to form a relationship with Meng Qiyu. Becoming Meng Qiyu's disciple was equivalent to gaining an additional protective umbrella. As long as he didn't leave the vicinity of Mountainside City, he could flaunt his prowess under Meng Qiyu's name. I've heard people say that someone once shamelessly knelt in front of the Qian clan's divine alchemist, wanting to become his disciple. In the end, he was mercilessly rejected. I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems that it's true. There really is someone who is that shameless. Someone mocked. Although it's a little shameless, if he succeeds, he'll be able to change his fate and the fate of his family. At this moment, more people were looking at the kneeling middle-aged man with a mocking expression. Just as Meng Yuan frowned and was about to make a move, Meng Qiyu stopped in his tracks and glanced at the kneeling middle-aged man indifferently. Your bone age is over 10,000 years old. You're not even a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. Someone like you wants to become my disciple. Dream on. Meng Qiyu sneered. If one had not seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that this was the person who had just killed a lesser deity. Thank you for your kind words, Alchemist Meng. When the Duan Lingtian received the Divine Ascension Pill, he also handed 3,000 divine stones to Meng Qiyu in front of everyone. The latter also accepted it with a smile. Right after that, the Duan Lingtian swallowed the Divine Ascension Pill in his hand in front of everyone. This also attracted the attention of everyone present. In fact, when the Divine Ascension Pill was in the hands of the Duan Lingtian, the eyes of the onlookers never left the Divine Ascension Pill in his hands. Many of their eyes were filled with intense greed. However, their greed completely disappeared after the Duan Lingtian swallowed the Divine Ascension Pill in front of everyone. This was because this also meant that even if they killed the Duan Lingtian, they would not be able to obtain the Divine Ascension Pill. Of course, there were also some people who were thinking, Since this young man can take out 3,000 divine stones to buy the divine ascension pill, does this mean that he has more divine stones in his hands? At the thought of this, many people became greedy again. However, when they saw the corpse of the lesser deity lying on the ground, their hearts sank again. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the Duan Ling Tian and Meng Qiu left and disappeared before their eyes. From beginning to end, no one dared to follow them. They were all worried that Meng Qiu would attack the people who were tailing the Duan Ling Tian. Take care of it. After Meng Qiu watched the Duan Ling Tian leave, his originally gentle expression turned solemn in an instant. After bidding farewell to Meng Yuan, he left at once. Naturally, he had intentionally left the corpse of the lesser deity behind. By doing so, firstly, it would showcase Meng Qiu's strength. Secondly, it would build momentum for the Meng clan and allow others to gain a better understanding of the Meng clan. Even a lesser deity in the Meng clan could easily kill lesser deities outside. After the Duan Ling Tian and Meng Qiu left one after another, the inconspicuous young man in green standing in the crowd turned around and walked into a deserted alley. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Meng Qiu, the Meng family, Duan Ling Tian, one day, I will make all of you pay with your blood. This young man in green was the descendant of the lesser deity Meng Qiu had just killed. His name was Luo Tingyun. He was only a little over 1,000 years old, but his cultivation base had already reached the level of a 10 Directions celestial emperor. He had even cultivated to the peak of the demigod realm. He was only one step away from successfully breaking through to become a deity. The lesser deity who had died was his grand ancestor. To the people of Mountain Overlook City, the second young master of the Chen family, Chen Fei, leading a group of deity experts to annihilate a village branch in the Endless Mountains was a trivial matter not worth mentioning. However, the appearance of a Heaven Illumination sect disciple in Mountain Overlook City was a major matter worthy of praise. Similarly, the matter of the Meng family's divine alchemist Meng Qiu killing a lesser deity who wanted to snatch the divine transcendence pill was also a major matter. Chen family estate. Second son, I heard that you recently went to the Endless Mountains and annihilated the southern manor branch of the Duan Manor for the sake of your newly married concubine? Chen family patriarch Chen Yuejin looked at his second son, Chen Fei, and asked with a slight frown. Yes, father. Chen Fei was arrogant and despotic outside, but in front of his father, he was extremely obedient and docile like a cat. You're usually bossy and despotic, but as long as you don't provoke someone you shouldn't, it's fine. Chen Yuejin's face suddenly darkened as he said in a deep voice. Recently, a Heaven Illumination sect disciple came to Mountain Overlook City. He's staying at the Carefree Inn under the Celestial Sect. You must not offend or provoke him. If you provoke him, no one in the Chen family can protect you, including me. As he spoke, Chen Yuejin's tone became increasingly solemn. Chapter 3608. Don't worry, father. I'm not that stupid. Chen Fei shook his head with a smile. Don't go out during this period of time if you can. Chen Yuejin glared at Chen Fei. Don't you know how far behind your elder brother is in your cultivation base? If you continue like this, you won't have the heart to be the clan leader. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to become an elder of the Chen clan. Chen Fei's elder brother, Chen Tang, the first young master of the Chen clan, was the next clan leader of the Chen clan. Unlike Chen Fei's arrogance, Chen Tang was a cultivation maniac. Although he was not even 3,000 years old, he was already a 9 palaces celestial emperor. He was only half a step away from becoming a 10 Directions celestial emperor. He could break through to become a 10 Directions celestial emperor and become a demigod at any time. With elder brother around, father, are you afraid that I won't be able to become an elder? Chen Fei said nonchalantly. Chen Yuejin was infuriated when he saw his second son's lack of improvement. He cursed, "You're such a spineless brat. Get lost." However, Chen Fei seemed to be used to it. He did not mind and chuckled as he left. The sternness in Chen Yuejin's eyes disappeared when he saw his second son leaving. It was replaced by a doting expression. He had 2 sons. Although his eldest son was talented and would become the clan leader of the Chen clan in the future, he was too old-fashioned and reserved. He was not as sweet as his second son. Of his 2 sons, his eldest son, Chen Teng, made him proud. However, he still doted on his second son, Chen Fei. I called my second son over to give him a warning. Perhaps it's because the Heaven Illumination Sect's disciple also has the surname Duan. Chen Yuejin thought to himself after Chen Fei left. In fact, even if he did not warn his second son, he knew his second son would not easily offend the Heaven Illumination Sect's disciple. This was one of the reasons why he allowed his second son to do whatever he wanted. His second son's judgment was average, but the lesser deity next to him had very good judgment. As a result, his second son had never provoked anyone he shouldn't have all these years. He was not worried about this. The reason why he called his second son, Chen Fei, over today was because Chen Fei had recently annihilated a branch of a village in the Endless Mountain. The people in that village had the same surname as the Heaven Illumination Sect's disciple. After all, the Heavenly Illumination Sect's reputation is too great. It's making me worry for nothing. Chen Yuejin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After the Meng clan's only divine alchemist, Meng Qiyu, returned to the Meng clan's estate from the Waterstop Pavilion, he learned that a Heavenly Illumination Sect disciple had appeared in Mountain Overlook City. Even the other 2 great sects in Mountain Overlook City, the Morning Cloud Sect and the Celestial Sect, knew that a Heavenly Illumination Sect disciple had come to Mountain Overlook City. Although the Heavenly Illumination Sect was far away from them, it would only be beneficial for them to be on good terms with the World Margin Sect's disciples. Including the Chen clan and the Meng clan, the 4 major powers of Mountain Overlook City had sent people to keep an eye on the Carefree Inn. As soon as the Heavenly Illumination Sect's disciple came out of his closed-door cultivation, they would send him an invitation to build a good relationship with him. When he grew stronger in the future, they might be able to rely on this relationship to reach a higher level. In the realms of gods, no matter if it was a clan or a sect, as long as there was a chance to advance, they would not miss it. In fact, many of the older generation experts who walked out of their clans would choose to join a powerful force as a servant or slave because they realized that it would be difficult for them to improve their strength. However, it would be difficult for them to borrow the other party's influence if they became a servant or slave to a powerful force. Of course, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Currently, Duan Lingtian was wholeheartedly immersed in cultivating and digesting the medicinal efficacy of the divine transcendence pill in his body. At the same time, he felt that the final bottleneck to godhood was loosening. Just a little more and he would be able to successfully become a god. However, it was this step that made Duan Lingtian patiently charge forward again and again. Time quietly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Outside Mountain Overlook City, an aged figure stepped through the air and arrived. It was an old man dressed in a long gray robe. He was skinny, had an aged face, and had white hair and white brows. His eyes were filled with nostalgia as he stared at Mountain Overlook City that was getting closer and closer. I haven't been back for a long time. The last time I left, it seems to have been 10,000 years, right? The old man muttered to himself. Then, he walked towards a mansion in Mountain Overlook City. That mansion was the Chen clan's mansion. At this very moment, the Chen clan's mansion wasn't peaceful. Duan Lingtian, the person that the 4 major forces of Mountain Overlook City wanted nothing more than to curry favor with, had ignored the invitation of the 4 major forces stationed at the Carefree Inn and directly arrived at the entrance of the Chen clan's mansion. The people from the 4 major forces who had been ordered to invite him followed behind him. They looked at his back in bewilderment, not knowing why he had come to the Chen clan's mansion without a word. However, before they could recover from their shock, they saw him flying into the Chen clan's mansion. Then, an indifferent voice resounded throughout the Chen clan's mansion and into their ears. "Chen Fei, get out here." This voice caused the people from the Chen clan who had followed Duan Lingtian here to be completely dumbfounded. How did the second young master provoke this malefic star? Didn't this malefic star enter the Carefree Inn to cultivate in seclusion after purchasing the divine transcendence pills and only come out today? This person from the Chen clan was an elder of the Chen clan. He had been ordered by the patriarch of the Chen clan, Chen Yuejin, to guard the Carefree Inn and wait for the Heaven Illumination sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian, to come out of seclusion so that he could invite Duan Lingtian to the Chen clan as a guest. However, he didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would ignore him and the people from the other three major forces and directly come to the Chen clan's mansion. Following that, this was what happened. Chen Fei? Isn't that the second young master of the Chen clan? The second young master of the Chen clan, Chen Fei, offended this person. May I know how my unfilial son offended you? Duan Lingtian glanced at Chen Yuejin nonchalantly. Patriarch Chen, regarding this matter, I think it's better for Chen Fei to tell you personally. Chen Fei. When Duan Lingtian mentioned Chen Fei again, everyone in the Chen clan snapped out of their daze. They looked around but did not see Chen Fei. Where's the second young master? Many of the Chen clan members who rose into the air and surrounded Chen Yuejin were frowning. Chen Fei had caused trouble and offended someone from the Heaven Illumination sect, a God Emperor force. Why was he hiding now? Did Chen Fei want to drag the entire Chen clan down with him? Most of them were filled with resentment. Uncle Chen Qiu, bring Chen Fei here. Chen Yuejin took a deep breath when he sensed the resentment from many of his clansmen. Then, he sent a message to the lower-rank deity next to Chen Fei. This lower-rank deity was also an elder of his lineage. Naturally, Chen Qiu was no match for him in terms of strength. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. While Chen Yuejin was sending a message to Chen Qiu, a few figures flew toward the Chen clan's mansion from 3 different directions. Chapter 3609. The Meng family and the Morning Cloud sect and Celestial sect. The members of the Chen family quickly identified the 3 groups of people. They were from the other 3 major forces of Mountain Overlook City, and the leaders of the 3 major forces were not ordinary people. The patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Nianyu. The patriarch of the Morning Cloud sect, Sima Kongming. The patriarch of the Celestial sect, Zhao Yifeng. These 3 fellows, are they here to watch the show? The patriarch of the Chen family, Chen Yuejin, had an ugly expression on his face when he saw the leaders of the 3 groups of people. It was obvious that the 3 of them were here to watch the show. He did not think that the 3 of them were here to help him. In front of a colossus like the Heavenly Illumination sect, they would not dare to have any objections even if the 3 families joined forces to destroy the Chen family. As for helping the Chen family fight against the Heavenly Illumination sect, they would not dare to do such a thing even if they were given 100 guts. Little friend Ling Tian, we meet again. A voice sounded. The divine alchemist of the Meng family, Meng Qiu, had also arrived. He followed closely behind the patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Nianyu, and took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian with a smile. At the same time, the members of the Meng family were the first to approach Duan Lingtian. Alchemist Meng. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. Although he had only made a deal with Meng Nianyu, it was the divine transcendence pill that allowed him to successfully become a god 3 months later. In fact, Duan Lingtian had made a breakthrough a few days ago, but he had not come out of seclusion because he was familiarizing himself with the divine power in his body. He only came out of seclusion today when he felt that the divine power was like an extension of his arm. The first thing he did after coming out of seclusion was to come to the Chen family to seek justice for the Duan family manor and the Southern Manor. After this matter was over, he planned to leave Mountain Overlook City and head to a wider world. With his current strength, there was no point in staying in Mountain Overlook City. Young friend Ling Tian, allow me to introduce you. This is the head of the Meng family. Relying on the fact that he had met Duan Lingtian before, Meng Qiu took the initiative to get close to Duan Lingtian, causing the people from Cloud Morning Sect and Celestial Sect to be unable to do anything even if they wanted to. The patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Nianyu, immediately greeted Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian, I am the patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Nianyu. Patriarch Meng. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled at Meng Nianyu. At that moment, the sect leaders of the Cloud Morning sect and the Celestial Martial sect finally could not hold it in anymore. They both took the initiative to greet Duan Ling Tian. Young Master Duan, I'm the sect leader of the Cloud Morning sect, Sima Kongming. The sect master of Cloud Morning sect was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar. He had an elegant temperament and held a folding fan in his hand. He greeted Duan Ling Tian with a smile. Young Master Duan, I'm the sect leader of the Celestial Martial sect, Zhao Yifeng. The sect leader of the Celestial Martial sect had a medium build. He was dressed plainly and had an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes seemed to be filled with a light that made everything around him pale in comparison, giving off a sharp feeling. Young Master Duan, may I know how Qian Fei from the Qian family offended you? Do you need my Celestial Martial sect's help? After Zhao Yifeng introduced himself, he took the initiative to express his opinion. When Zhao Yifeng expressed his opinion, the patriarch of the Qian family, Qian Yuejin's expression instantly changed. Sect leader Zhao, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Right now, everything might just be a misunderstanding. I believe that my second son, Qian Fei, does not have the guts to offend young Master Duan. If he really offended young Master Duan, I can kill him myself. When he reached the end of his sentence, Qian Yuejin's tone became solemn. He was also expressing that he and the Qian family were not willing to offend Duan Ling Tian, a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect. When Qian Yuejin expressed his opinion, the patriarch of the Meng family and the sect leader of Cloud Morning sect, who originally wanted to follow Zhao Yifeng's example and expressed their intention to help Duan Ling Tian, were forcefully stopped before they could open their mouths. At this moment, both of them could not help but regret not speaking before Zhao Yifeng. They both felt that Zhao Yifeng's words would definitely have won the favor of this Heaven Illumination sect disciple. If this Heaven Illumination sect disciple interfered in the matters of Mountain Overlook City in the future, the Celestial Martial sect would have the upper hand. When they thought of this, both of their expressions turned slightly ugly. Until now, the four major forces of Mountain Overlook City had always been evenly matched and had formed a kind of balance. If the Celestial Martial sect really obtained the help of this Heaven Illumination sect disciple, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the other three major forces. Young friend Ling Tian. Under the signal of the patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Qiu smiled at Duan Ling Tian and said, after this matter is settled, our Meng family warmly invites you to be our guest. We hope you won't be stingy with your presence. Before Duan Ling Tian could open his mouth to reply, the sect leader of Cloud Morning sect, Sima Kongming, finally reacted and also extended an invitation to Duan Ling Tian. The Cloud Morning sect also welcomes young Master Duan's presence. Our Cloud Morning sect and your Heaven Illumination sect are both sections. It just so happens that we can ask you for some advice on how to govern a sect. Let's talk about it after the matter of the Chen family is settled. Duan Ling Tian said to both of them. As Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, the sect leader of Celestial Martial sect, Zhao Yifeng, who originally wanted to invite Duan Ling Tian, did not speak in the end. He thought that it would not be too late to speak after the matter here was introduced. Zhao Yifeng looked at Qian Yuejin and said impatiently, Patriarch Qian, your second son, Qian Fei, is so arrogant. He actually dares to make young Master Duan wait here for so long. Qian Yuejin's face turned ashen, but he did not refute. If he refuted anything, he would definitely offend Duan Ling Tian indirectly. He took a deep breath and tried to squeeze out a smile on his face. He said to Duan Ling Tian, Young Master Duan, my unfilial son is already on his way back. Qian Fei happened to follow the new concubine he took in a few months ago back to the Endless Mountains to visit family. When he sent a message to the lower-level god, Qian Qiu by Qian Fei's side, Qian Qiu and Qian Fei were still in the Endless Mountains. Now, they were already on their way back. If I don't see your second son, Chen Fei, today, I can only blame your Chen family for what happened to him. Duan Lingtian said as he took a deep look at Chen Yuejin. Of course, he said this because he was worried that Chen Yuejin would hide Chen Fei and protect him. Young Master Duan, my unfilial son will be here soon. Chen Yuejin's heart tightened as he quickly spoke. He did not dare to be negligent. At the same time, there was a hint of panic in his eyes. He secretly sent a message to Chen Qiu to confirm that they were on their way back. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Moreover, I think it must be a misunderstanding. Chen Yuejin said. Chen Yuejin naturally thought it was a misunderstanding. His son probably had not even seen the person in front of him before. This was because he had specially drawn a portrait and handed it to his second son, Chen Fei, in fear that he would offend the person in front of him. At that time, his son, Chen Fei, did not show any unusual expression when he saw the portrait. He was very confident in his painting skills. Therefore, he was certain that his son, Chen Fei, had never seen this Heaven Illumination sect disciple before. Because of this, he was relieved and thought it must be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? However, Duan Lingtian secretly sneered when he heard Chen Yuejin's words. What Chen Fei had done was not something that could be resolved with a mere misunderstanding. There were at least a few hundred people in the Duan clan's southern manor that were slaughtered by Chen Fei. He must kill Chen Fei today. Why is it so lively? Just when the atmosphere was getting tense, a voice suddenly came from afar. It was getting nearer and nearer. When the crowd, including Duan Lingtian, returned to their senses, an aged figure had already appeared before everyone's eyes. It was an old man in a grayish-white robe. He was skinny, had an aged face, and had white hair and white eyebrows. As soon as he appeared, his gaze landed on Chen Yuejin. His eyes lit up immediately. You're Yuejin? In fact, when the old man appeared, the few Chen clan members present, including Chen Yuejin, were stunned. It was only when the old man spoke that Chen Yuejin snapped back to reality. At the same time, his face flushed with excitement. Old ancestor? Am I seeing things? Your old ancestor? Old ancestor. Chen Yuejin's address made those from the Meng clan, Morning Cloud sect, and Celestial sect frown. When they looked at the old man again, their eyes were filled with wariness. When the old man appeared just now, they realized that he was extraordinary. His cultivation was definitely above that of an intermediate deity. Otherwise, they would not have failed to notice him. Moreover, the ancestors of the Chen clan whom Chen Yuejin addressed as Old Ancestor were usually higher deities. This was because there was an unwritten rule among the four major factions of Mountain Overlook City. If a higher deity was born in any of the major factions, that higher deity was not allowed to interfere in the conflicts between the factions. Otherwise, he would become a public enemy. The Chen clan was not the only one with higher deities. Moreover, as long as a message was sent, be it the patriarch of the Meng clan, Morning Cloud sect, or Celestial sect, they would be able to contact the old ancestor in their respective clans or sections. Therefore, they were only wary of the appearance of the Chen clan's old ancestor. They did not panic. I had something to do nearby, so I took the opportunity to go home and take a look. The old man smiled. Chapter 3610. Grandpa Qiu, do you think the Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple is crazy? I haven't even seen him before. Why is he looking for me? Chen Fei frowned as he asked the old man beside him on the way back to Mountain Approach City after leaving the second branch of the Tai clan village. The old man was one of the Chen clan's lesser gods, Chen Qiu. After Chen Qiu received the message from Chen family's head, Chen Yuejin, he immediately brought Chen Fei back. As for the concubine that Chen Fei had taken in at the second branch of Tai family village, Tai Yu, the daughter of the second manor master of Tai family village, she did not follow them back. It was Chen Fei's decision that Tai Yu did not follow them back. This was because Chen Fei felt that even if this was a misunderstanding, he would still have to lower his head before the heavenly illumination sect's disciple. He did not want his woman to see him groveling in front of others. Therefore, he asked Taiyu to stay in her family for the time being while he and Chen Qiu returned to Mountain Approach City to meet the heavenly illumination sect's disciple. I'm not too sure about this. However, there must be some misunderstanding. Chen Qiu shook his head and said, "After all, you have his portrait in your hands, second young master. You're not the only one who hasn't seen him before. Even I haven't seen him before." "This is ridiculous," Chen Fei said unhappily. "Second young master." Chen Qiu's expression turned solemn when he heard the unhappiness in Chen Fei's voice. He stared at him sternly and warned, "I know you're unhappy about this, but you must remember, you can't show your unhappiness in front of the heavenly illumination sect's disciple. Even if it's a misunderstanding, you must face it with a smile. The heavenly illumination sect is a colossus that our Chen clan can't afford to offend. Similarly, the heavenly illumination sect's disciple is also a colossus that we can't afford to offend." Chen Qiu's tone became more solemn as he spoke. "Grandpa Qiu, don't worry. I'm just venting my frustrations before I see the heavenly illumination sect's disciple. I'll know what to do when I see him. Who doesn't know how to act like a grandson? Even if I've never acted like a grandson before, I've seen too many people act like one in front of me. I know how to act like a grandson," Chen Fei said nonchalantly. However, although he said that, there was still some unwillingness in Chen Fei's eyes. That was because he had never been so sullen in his entire life. In the past, it was only others who pretended to be humble in front of Chen Fei. But now, she actually wanted him, Chen Fei, to act like a grandson in front of others? Of course, even though he was unwilling, he knew that he had to do it. This was because he couldn't afford to offend a heavenly illumination sect disciple. In fact, he couldn't afford to offend any of the 4 major forces in Mountain Overlook City. Thinking of this, Chen Fei finally understood. "It's good that you think this way, second young master." Hearing Chen Fei's words, Chen Qiu felt relieved. After all, he was really worried that Chen Fei would go against the heavenly illumination sect's disciple and even denounce him because of this misunderstanding. "We're here." Not long after, Chen Qiu and Chen Fei both returned to Mountain Overlook City and the vicinity of the Chen family's mansion. Just as they approached the Chen clan's mansion, the two of them discovered that not only were the people from the Chen clan present, but the people from the other 3 powers of Mountain Overlook City were also present. Now, including the Chen family, there were people from the 3 major forces surrounding an old man. That is, when Chen Qiu got closer and saw the old man's face, his eyes lit up. "It's the old ancestor." "Ancestor?" Chen Fei was stunned. However, when he heard Chen Qiu's words, he was completely dumbfounded. In just a blink of an eye, his face and eyes were filled with despair. Whoosh! Chen Qiu raised his hand and gathered his divine energy. The wind and clouds stirred. "Wait a minute." Just as Chen Qiu was about to kill Chen Fei, a voice rang and stopped him. It was the Chen clan's old ancestor, Chen Shuhuan, who had been silent all this while. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked solemnly, "Sir, are you really Lord Yi Beiyuan's disciple?" However, as far as I know, Lord Yi Beiyuan's only disciple died 30 years ago. However, if you're not a heavenly illumination sect disciple, I'm afraid I can only capture you and send you to the heavenly illumination sect for them to punish you. You think you can do that? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Chen Shuhuan's words. Then he smiled disdainfully. In the next moment, there was a whoosh sound. Divine energy swept out from his body. The aura of a lower deity was also released at the right time, causing the eyes of the Meng family's divine alchemist, Meng Qiyu, to flicker. He really broke through and became a deity. Meng Qiyu remembered that the person in front of him had not become a deity when they met 3 months ago. Now he had really become a deity. It was obvious that he had reached the final step 3 months ago. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to successfully break through in such a short time after consuming the transcendence pill. A lower deity wants to attack a higher deity? Now, whether it was the Meng family, the Cloud Mourning sect, the Celestial Martial sect, or the Chen family, they could not help but secretly shake their heads. Some of them could not help but smile mockingly. What? You're just a lower deity, and you want to attack me? Seeing Duan Lingtian glaring at him with divine energy sweeping out from his body, as if he was about to attack, Qian Shuhuan could not help but laugh disdainfully. Young man, even if you're really a heavenly illumination sect disciple and Lord Yi Beiyuan's disciple, it's no different from a lower deity's daydream if you want to defeat me. I'm a higher deity. Almost as soon as Qian Shuhuan's voice fell, waves of violent aura swept out from his body. After the divine power broke out of his body, it merged with the law of water, turning into a vast ocean that surrounded Qian Shuhuan's body. The profound aura of laws of nature also spread out in a timely manner. A higher deity? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with fighting spirit. He naturally knew that Qian Shuhuan was a higher deity. Long before Qian Shuhuan showed up and revealed his identity, he already knew that Qian Shuhuan was the Qian family's higher deity ancestor who had left Mountain Overlook City. However, it was precisely because his opponent was a higher deity that he intended to attack. Even those intermediate deities in Mountain Overlook City were no match for him now. He could easily defeat them with the space laws of nature that he had comprehended. However, a higher deity was different. A higher deity's divine energy was 1 level stronger than an intermediate deity's. Therefore, he was filled with a strong fighting spirit now that he was facing a higher deity. Of course, he also knew in his heart, although Qian Shuhuan was a high-rank deity, he was not as strong as the high-rank deities in the Devata realms. In fact, any of the high-rank deities in the Devata realms could easily defeat Qian Shuhuan. Boom! Rumble! The attack of the waterspout swept out like a water dragon tearing through the sky, and it moved menacingly. Everywhere it passed, water mist sprayed out in all directions, and it even caused some Chen clan disciples with comparatively lower cultivations to retreat hastily. Buzz! Duan Lingtian's space saber gleam had also arrived and met the waterspout. Swoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's space saber gleam sliced the waterspout into 2 from top to bottom. Just as the waterspout was about to merge back together, the violent space energy forcefully blasted it away. Whoosh! Whoosh! Accompanied by a series of noises, countless splashes of water shot out in all directions. In the eyes of the crowd, these splashes of water were no different from ferocious hidden weapons. They were so shocked that they hurriedly blocked them. At this moment, the Qian family patriarch and the other divine beings of the Qian family who were present not only protected themselves, but also Qian Fei and the rest of the Qian family members who had yet to become gods. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had defeated a higher deity today. Although his opponent did not use a divine weapon from the beginning until the end, did he use one? Moreover, his trump card was not as simple as a divine weapon. Young Master Duan, please don't make fun of me, Qian Shuhuan said with a wry smile on his face. With your innate talent and comprehension, as long as you're willing to join us, let alone the Heaven Illumination sect, even the strongest forces in Tungling province would do their best to nurture you. However, I never imagined that after Lord Yi Beiyuan's beloved disciple perished 30 years ago, he would actually find such a monstrous disciple like young Master Duan. Looks like Lord Yi Beiyuan has profited from a disaster. When Qian Shuhuan finished speaking, he did not forget to flatter Duan Lingtian, as he lamented over his consecutive victories. Of course, Although there was a hint of flattery, Qian Shuhuan's words were from the bottom of his heart. This was because Duan Lingtian was more outstanding than the strongest person among the younger generation in the Heaven Illumination sect. At the very least, that was what Qian Shuhuan thought if the rumors were true. After all, he had only heard of the prodigy from the Heaven Illumination sect but had never seen him before. Does this mean you don't intend to interfere in this matter? Although Duan Lingtian could still hold his ground if he said he was not a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect, Duan Lingtian had no intention of explaining himself. He was too lazy to waste his breath explaining himself. As long as the outcome was what he wanted, the process was not important. I won't interfere. I won't interfere. Qian Shuhuan shook his head repeatedly. At the same time, he glanced at the people from the Qian family before his eyes finally landed on Qian Yuejin. His expression darkened as he said coldly, I didn't expect the Qian family to be so short-sighted. No matter who it is, as long as they offend you, young Master Duan, you can do whatever you want. Otherwise, all of you can forget about acknowledging me as your ancestor. As soon as he finished speaking, before the people from the Qian family could react, Qian Shuhuan bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and left in a hurry. He was afraid that this monstrous lesser deity would be enraged by Qian Fei and change his mind to kill him. Now, he was already very lucky to be alive. As for the Qian family, although it was possible that Duan Lingtian would destroy them, he could not care less. In his eyes, his own life was far more important than his family. Qian Shuhuan left as quickly as he came. Almost immediately after Qian Shuhuan left, the people present regained their senses. The patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Nianyu, was the first to move. In a flash, he had already arrived behind Duan Lingtian. Chapter 36:14. A green-robed old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion stood there proudly like an otherworldly expert. A young man in a snow-white robe had a handsome face and a pair of eyes that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life added a peculiar charm to him. A middle-aged man with a stocky back and a bear-like waist was dressed in a long grayish-brown robe. He had a square face and a pair of eyes that were as big as copper gongs, giving off an invisible deterrence. The three of them were three of the four strongest intermediate deities in Mountain Overlook City. Meng Jinhua of the Meng family, Yu Shuahan of the Morning Cloud sect, Ouyang Wudi of the Celestial sect. The three of them and the intermediate deity of the Qian family. Although the people of Mountain Overlook City knew of their existence, they had not appeared in public for a long time. No one had expected three of them to appear at this time. Moreover, they appeared in a group. Young Master Duan. This is the Meng family's old ancestor and also our intermediate deity. At the same time, Meng Nianyu, the patriarch of the Meng family, and the sect masters of the Morning Cloud sect and Celestial sect introduced the newcomers one after another. However, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at the three intermediate deities from the three major forces indifferently before he shifted his gaze away. At the same time, he looked at Qian Fei, who seemed to be in a daze or in a state of shock. He did not know if he was looking at Qian Fei mockingly. Qian Fei's eyes were empty and lifeless, as if he had lost his soul. He stood there without any reaction for a long time. It was more like he was scared out of his wits. Qian Wuliang, why haven't you come out to greet young Master Duan? Do you think he's not worthy of your greeting? The intermediate deity of the Celestial sect, Ouyang Wudi, suddenly spoke. His voice spread throughout the entire Qian family mansion in the blink of an eye. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, an angry voice came from within the Qian family mansion. Qian Wuliang, don't you dare slander me. As soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged man in a long blue robe appeared in front of everyone. Qian Wuliang of the Qian family greets young Master Duan. The middle-aged man had a medium build and an ordinary face. There was nothing special about him. After he appeared, he immediately bowed to Duan Lingtian. This Qian Wuliang was the intermediate deity of the Qian family. Ancestor. When Qian Wuliang bowed to Duan Lingtian, someone from the Chen family stood up and said angrily, "Chen Fei killed the innocent and should be punished. Ancestor, please judge clearly." Ancestor, Chen Fei can't stay. Old ancestor, please investigate thoroughly. The members of the Chen family who spoke up now seemed to be afraid that the head of the Chen family, Chen Yuejin, would protect Chen Fei. They all pleaded with Chen Wuliang. Although Chen Wuliang wasn't the patriarch of the Chen family, he was the only intermediate deity in the Chen family in Mountainside City. Therefore, his position in the Chen family was above that of the patriarch, and he played the role of a retired emperor. In the Chen family, he could still refute the family head's words. However, no one could refute his words, and no one dared to. Young Master Duan. When Chen Wuliang looked at the clan leader of Chen clan, Chen Yuejin, with a frown on his face, Chen Yuejin knew even the old ancestor had misunderstood him. He quickly looked at Duan Ling Tian and said respectfully, "Although Chen Fei is my son, he deserved to die for committing such heinous acts. Also, I, Chen Yuejin, failed to educate my son well. I'm willing to break one of my arms to comfort the souls of the Duan family's southern manor." Almost as soon as Chen Yuejin finished speaking, he raised his hand and chopped off his left arm. Swoosh! Fresh blood splattered all over Chen Fei's face. At this moment, Chen Fei shuddered and regained his senses. He looked at Duan Ling Tian in fear and knelt down again. "Young Master Duan, please spare my life. Please spare my life. I didn't kill anyone from the Duan family's southern manor with my own hands. It was Grandfather Cho and the people from the Tai family village who did it." When they heard Chen Fei's words, everyone in the Chen family looked at him with disdain. Elder Chen Cho must be blind to value him so much. Elder Chen Cho was so nice to him, but in the end, he turned the tables on him. Ingrate. He's an ingrate. While everyone in the Chen family was feeling indignant for Chen Cho sighed and stepped forward at the same time. He raised his hand and slapped Chen Fei's head, killing him and leaving his corpse intact. Then, he stepped into the air, and in front of everyone in the Chen family and Duan Ling Tian, his body was completely enveloped by divine power. He then exploded and turned into ashes. After killing Chen Fei, Chen Cho chose to commit suicide. From the beginning to the end, Duan Ling Tian did not say that he wanted his life, but he still committed suicide. Of course, although Duan Ling Tian did not say anything, he did not plan to let Chen Cho go after Chen Fei died. If Chen Fei was the culprit, then Chen Cho was an accomplice. This time, Duan Ling Tian did not plan to let either of them go. Young Master Duan. At the same time, the Chen family patriarch, Chen Yuejin, who was secretly discussing with Chen Wuliang through voice transmission, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a respectful expression. He did not show any dissatisfaction that his most beloved son had died because of this person in front of him. Please wait for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yuejin left under the puzzled gazes of Duan Ling Tian and the others. When Chen Yuejin returned again, it was already more than 10 breaths later. He respectfully handed a storage ring in his hand to Duan Ling Tian. "Young Master Duan, there are 30,000 divine stones inside. It's a token of our Chen family's sincerity." Chen Yuejin was just discussing with Chen Wuliang whether they could pay to get rid of this calamity, so that this malefic would forget his conflict and hatred with the Chen family. Even if Duan Ling Tian did not touch the Chen family today, who knew if he would suddenly make a move on the Chen family in the future? Instead of waiting for the risk of being destroyed, it was better to pay a little money to get rid of this calamity. "Thank you very much." Duan Ling Tian did not decline the divine stones that Chen Yuejin handed over. The 30,000 divine stones showed the Chen family's sincerity. At the same time, it was also the first money he had earned after coming to the Shengang land. "From now on, I have nothing to do with the Chen family." "Thank you, young Master Duan." Chen Yuejin quickly bowed. This was what he and the Chen family wanted. Young Master Duan standing up for a small village like the Duan family's southern village meant that he was definitely not a heartless person. If he was really roped in by the Meng family, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for their two sections. Young Master Duan, our Yunqin sect is willing to offer 25,000 divine stones as a meeting gift. The sect master of Yunqin sect spoke again. Young Master Duan, our celestial sect. Just as the sect master of celestial sect was about to speak, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. There's no need for all of you to argue. How about this? Each of the three sects can prepare 20,000 divine stones as a meeting gift. I'll take turns to visit all three of your sections. As Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Chapter 36:15. Forces like the four major forces of Mountain Overlook City were considered low-tier forces in the entire Profound Handle land. However, it was precisely because they were low-tier forces that they did not have their own divine sense mines to mine. They could only exchange supreme-grade celestial crystals for divine stones in order to accumulate divine stone wealth. For a force like theirs, they also needed to spend a lot of money on everything. In the history of the existence of the four families, there were very few times when they had accumulated more than 50,000 divine stones. Now, regardless of whether they took out 20,000 or 30,000 divine stones, it would be a huge blow to any of them. The Chen family had taken out 30,000 divine stones because they were afraid the Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple would settle the score with them. As for the Meng family, Morning Cloud sect, and Celestial sect, they did not offend him so naturally. They did not need to spend money to settle the score. However, all of them wanted to curry favor with this Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple. He was a lesser god after all. Even if he was a greater god from Mountain Overlook City, he would definitely become a big shot in Tungling province in the future. Now, all of them wanted to establish a good relationship with him so that they could dominate Mountain Overlook City. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to say something like this. Duan Lingtian suddenly said something like this when they continued to send out invitations and increase the amount of gifts. There's no need for all of you to fight. How about this? Each of your three clans will prepare 20,000 divine stones as a welcome gift. At this moment, they had the urge to vomit blood. Was the Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple so shameless? However, faced with Duan Lingtian's words, it was impossible for them to refuse or even say that they wanted to take back the meeting gift they had offered. This was because it would definitely cause Duan Lingtian to be unhappy. This was a situation they did not want to see at all. The Meng family awaits young Master Duan's visit at any time. The Meng family's divine pill master, Meng Qiyu, forced a smile on his face as he spoke respectfully to Duan Lingtian under the strange gazes of the patriarch and ancestor of the Meng family. However, when he turned around and left with the rest of the Meng clan, his expression was not very good. 20,000 divine stones was almost half of the Meng clan's current wealth, but now they had to give it away. Moreover, it would not bring any substantial benefits to the Meng clan. It was not just the people from the Meng family. Even the people from the Cloud Morning sect and the Celestial sect felt the same way. When they left, they greeted Duan Lingtian with smiles on their faces, but inside, they were crying. No, they were bleeding. Even though I can't go through young Master Duan this time and become the sole ruler of Mountain Overlook City, it's still worth it to use 20,000 divine stones to get acquainted with such a talented young man. On the way back, Meng Qiyu realized that the Meng family members weren't in high spirits, so he comforted them. Think about it, a genius like young Master Duan will definitely become a big shot in our Tungling province when he grows up. When that time comes, we'll use this good karma to ask him for something. He definitely won't refuse. Besides, we only have the chance to curry favor with such a big shot now. When he grows up, it'll be impossible for us to curry favor with him again. When they heard Meng Qi use words, the mood of the Meng family members improved slightly. This was because it made sense. A person like young Master Duan was indeed someone they could not afford to look up to now and would not be able to reach in the future. The people from the Cloud Morning sect returned to the Cloud Morning sect's encampment in silence. As for the people from the Celestial sect, they were led by the Celestial sect's old ancestor, Ouyang Wudi. He could not help but say, Perhaps young Master Duan was just joking. He might not even come to the celestial sect. If he doesn't come, we won't have to give him a greeting gift. Ouyang Wudi's words made the people from the celestial sect feel lucky. However, when Duan Lingtian walked into the celestial sect's encampment a few days later, their hopes were completely shattered. 20,000 divine stones were given away just like that. Next stop, the Cloud Morning sect. Duan Lingtian stayed in the celestial sect for a few days before he made his way to the Cloud Morning sect's encampment. He had been staying in the Meng family for the past few days. In the Meng family, he had further speculated and understood some things. At the same time, he had a deeper understanding of the place he was in. Apart from that, he had also discussed the Tao of divine pills with the Meng family's divine alchemist, Meng Qiyu. The pill refinement method in the realms of gods was undoubtedly more profound than the pill refinement method he had mastered in the Devata realms. It could even be said that it was on a completely different level. It was almost impossible for him to refine divine pills using the pill refinement method he had mastered in the past. I wonder who passed down such a profound pill concoction technique. At that time, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Although Meng Qiyu was puzzled that Duan Lingtian did not know about this, he patiently explained, "It seems like young Master Duan didn't chat with the divine alchemists in your sect. The pill refinement method in the realms of gods was comprehended by supreme powerhouses when they visualized heaven and earth and passed down. After countless years of deductions and changes, the pill refinement method has given birth to many branches. For example, the branch I'm good at is the fire gathering sect. It focuses on using the divine fire to forcefully suppress the essence of the medicinal herbs and condense them into pills. If the pills aren't formed, they'll turn into ashes. Of course, in this process, experience and skill are also important. During the last 2 days in the Meng family, Duan Lingtian listened to Meng Qiyu and gained a deeper understanding of the pill refinement method in the realms of gods. Although it was completely different from the pill refinement method in the Devata realms and the mundane realms, there were some similarities in some aspects. Duan Lingtian tested the pill refinement method in front of Meng Qiyu. Although his comprehension of the law of fire was not profound and he did not have much experience in pill refinement, Meng Qiyu was still amazed. Naturally, Meng Qiyu was shocked not only by Duan Lingtian's talent in alchemy, but also by Duan Lingtian's attainment in the law of fire. Duan Lingtian's attainment in the law of fire was not inferior to his. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not usually comprehend the law of fire. Most of his comprehension of the law of fire was obtained in the secret chamber in the tidal temple in the Devata realms. During the few days in the Meng family, Duan Lingtian spent most of his time with Meng Qiyu. However, during the few days in the celestial sect, he wandered around the celestial sect's estate and secretly questioned some of the celestial sect's disciples. From there, he gained a deeper understanding of the area around Mountainside City and Tungling Province. In the beginning, the people from the Cloud Morning sect did not take any chances. However, when Duan Lingtian did not come for a few days, many of them began to take chances. Was young Master Duan just joking that day? He did not intend to come to the Cloud Morning sect to collect a greeting gift. Sect leader, it seems like we were too serious. Young Master Duan was just joking. In the main hall of the Cloud Morning sect's estate, a Cloud Morning sect's lesser deity sat on the lower seat and smiled as he spoke to Sima Kongming, the sect leader of Cloud Morning sect. That's right. Another lesser deity nodded as well. I knew it. With young Master Duan's status, why would he covet a mere 20,000 divine stones? We've gauged the heart of a gentleman with our own mean measure. Sima Kongming nodded in agreement. The heavenly illumination sect's disciples are indeed noble. Almost as soon as Sima Kongming's words left his mouth, a voice resonated from outside at the right time. Sect leader, young Master Duan, whom you told us not to neglect, is here. We've arranged for him to stay in the courtyard of the first guest room in the East Wing. In the Cloud Morning sect, the guest rooms were divided into 2 areas. One was the East Wing and the other was the West Wing. The West Wing was usually used to receive ordinary guests. The East Wing, on the other hand, was used to receive distinguished guests. If it was the other three great factions of power in Mountain Overlook City, even if they were the masters of their families and sects, even if they could stay in the East Wing, they could only stay in the courtyards after the second guest room. As for the first courtyard, unless they were existences above the level of higher deities, Cloud Morning Sect would not receive them there. Duan Lingtian could be said to be the first guest in the Cloud Morning Sect who was only a lesser deity to be received in the courtyard of the first guest room in the East Wing. Of course, the Cloud Morning Sect leader had made such an arrangement many days ago because of Duan Lingtian's distinguished status and Duan Lingtian's strength. He was even stronger than the higher deities from Mountain Overlook City such as Qian family's patriarch, Qian Shuhuan. Whether it was his status or his strength, Duan Lingtian was qualified to stay in the courtyard of the first East Wing of the Cloud Morning Sect. He's here. In the Cloud Morning Sect's Great Hall, whether it was Sima Kong Ming, the sect leader, or the two Cloud Morning Sect elders below him, their expressions changed drastically. It was an interesting sight to behold. Sima Kong Ming smiled wryly and said, "Looks like we overestimated the temptation of 20,000 divine stones." As for the two Cloud Morning Sect elders, they could only smile wryly. They did not expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. Duan Lingtian, who was in the courtyard of the first guest room in the East Wing of the Cloud Morning Sect, naturally did not know about the conversation between the three of them in the Cloud Morning Sect's Great Hall. Presently, Duan Lingtian was leisurely lying on a rocking chair in the courtyard of the number 1 guest room in the East Wing of the Cloud Morning Sect, and he was leisurely basking in the sun. Whereas at his side, a young girl that was dressed like a servant girl was helping him peel grapes before sending them into his mouth, whereas another servant girl was helping him massage his shoulders. These two maids were naturally arranged by the Cloud Morning Sect to stay in the courtyard of the first guest room. Only the courtyard of the first guest room had such an arrangement. The two girls were not women of low birth. They were the descendants of two sect elders from the sect master of Cloud Morning Clan. The reason they were allowed to stay here was because they wanted them to use their lifelong happiness as a price to develop a relationship with Cloud Morning Clan. If Duan Lingtian took them with him when he left, it would naturally be related to the Cloud Morning Sect. Chapter 36:16. Did you just say that you're the great-granddaughters of the Cloud Morning Sect's elder? After Duan Lingtian ate another grape, he squinted his eyes and crossed his legs to bask in the sun as he lazily asked the two young maidservants beside him. Yes. The young girl who was massaging Duan Lingtian's shoulders nodded. Young Master Duan, I'm the great-granddaughter of the Cloud Morning Sect's third elder. My name is Lu Hahua. Young Master Duan, I'm the great-granddaughter of the Cloud Morning Sect's seventh elder. My name is Yuan Meng. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless when he heard the two young girls' words. You're the direct descendants of an elder in the Cloud Morning Sect. You're actually allowed to be maidservants here? Is this how your ancestors let you experience life? Young Master Duan, little Meng and I just came here before you. The sect leader arranged for us to serve you. Lu Hahua was a young girl who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. She was pretty, and when she smiled, the two dimples on her cheeks made her look even more charming. Usually, even if it's the first East Courtyard, the maidservants arranged for us are only the outer sect elders people. We were specially arranged to come here because you're coming, young Master Duan. Lu Hahua did not seem to have anything to worry about as she directly stated her intentions. Young Master Duan, when you leave, you must take us with you. Otherwise, the two of us will be randomly betrothed to someone we don't like. At this moment, Yuan Meng also looked at Duan Lingtian pitifully. Any ordinary man would find it hard to reject such a moving appearance. However, was Duan Lingtian an ordinary man? Although he was not old, he was already the father of 2 children. Moreover, the reason he came to the mystic gangland in the Plains of Gods in advance was because of his wife. He was not a hothead. However, at this moment, he also guessed the Cloud Morning Sect's intention. They wanted to push these 2 young girls to him so that he would be related to the Cloud Morning Sect. This way, the Cloud Morning sect would have him as their backer in the future. Don't worry, with me here, I won't let you be randomly betrothed to someone you don't like, Duan Lingtian said to the two women. When the two women heard Duan Lingtian's words, their eyes lit up. They subconsciously thought that Duan Lingtian was going to take them away. Originally, they were a little resistant to being ordered to serve the person in front of them, but orders were greater than the heavens. Morning Cloud sect had placed high hopes on them, so they, who had been brainwashed since they were young, could not refuse such an order. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian himself, their eyes lit up. Such a handsome and good-tempered young man with such a noble status, such astonishing talent and comprehension. Following such a man, even if it was only as a concubine, to them, it would be a matter of reaching the heavens in a single bound. Besides, if they really got together with him, their families would be able to live a better life in Morning Cloud sect. To them, the sect was number one, their family was number two, and their personal freedom could only be ranked last. But even so, if they could follow someone they liked, their mood would definitely be better. It was also because Duan Lingtian did not know what the two women were thinking, or else he would definitely think that they were thinking too much. Sima Kongming, the sect leader of Morning Cloud sect, requests to see young Master Duan. A familiar voice came from outside. It was obvious that Sima Kongming, the sect leader of Morning Cloud sect, had arrived. Come in. Sima Kongming only dared to come in after Duan Lingtian greeted him. After coming in, he saw that Duan Lingtian was not disgusted by the two women serving him, and a smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. But the moment he joined a God-Emperor level force, he would definitely snatch the cultivation resources of some of the original genius disciples of those forces. And those genius disciples, many of them had backing, and many of them even had elders in the upper echelons of those God-Emperor level forces. Who knew whether or not the elders behind those genius disciples would make a move against him? Although Duan Lingtian's strength was not bad, he was nothing compared to those God-Emperor level forces. Moreover, even if he joined one of those God-Emperor level forces, he was not sure if that person would be able to intimidate those who wanted to kill him. Don't think about reaching the heavens in a single step. The right path is to take one step at a time. Before coming to the realm of gods, Duan Lingtian had heard the world-cleansing divine water say this more than once. The powerhouses in the realm of gods are different from those in the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Most of them value blood ties more. Even if your talent and comprehension ability are higher than your juniors, they might not necessarily nurture you since they only trust their juniors. In the realms of gods, it's not like it's the first time a disciple managed to surpass his master and kill him for his treasures. These were the exact words of the world-cleansing divine water. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had made a plan for himself. He would not recklessly take the path of reaching the heavens in a single step. He would take it slow and steady. No, it would be more accurate to say he would take it slow and steady. Moreover, with his current foundation, even if he joined one of those God-Emperor level forces, he would still need to build his foundation. After all, he was only a lesser god. As for his comprehension of the law of space, with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, he was not afraid that he would not be able to keep up with his cultivation base. As for the sword Tao and control Tao of the four Tao of heaven and earth, there was no one and nothing that could help him. He could only rely on himself. What he needed most now was to raise his cultivation base. He was only a lesser god now. There was not much difference between joining the Hidden Fog Academy and joining an Emperor-level force. Moreover, with his wealth, as long as he did not come across any particularly rare divine pills, divine fruits, or divine herbs, he would have enough to squander before he became a greater god. Hidden Fog Academy. Windy City's Hidden Mist Academy was Duan Ling Tian's destination after leaving Mountain View City. Moreover, The Hidden Mist Academy's annual recruitment was about to begin. The Hidden Mist Academy didn't recruit many people each year. However, no matter how few people it was still a huge number. The Hidden Fog Academy students were divided into 10 levels from 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, and all the way to 10-star. 10-star students could not be older than 3,000 years old. If they were 2,800 years old and had not become a 10-star student, they would be expelled from the Hidden Fog Academy. 9-star students had to become a 10-star student before they were 2,600 years old. 8-star students had to become a 10-star student before they were 2,400 years old. 200 years old was a step, and so on. To enter the Hidden Fog Academy, one had to be at least 1-star student, even if they were under 1,000 years old. 1-star students had to have comprehended 4 profundities of a law to greater mastery, and their cultivation base had to be at least an 8 trigrams celestial emperor. There was not a single person in Mountain Overlook City who could do that. In fact, in the past 10,000 years of Mountain Overlook City's history, there had never been such a person. The Hidden Fog Academy is quite flexible. They didn't set a fixed requirement for students to be under 1,000 years old. They will accept anyone under 2,800 years old, but they have to meet the requirements. At this thought, Duan Lingtian finally retracted his thoughts. He turned to look at Mountain Overlook City, the first city he came to after arriving in the mystic astral land. He studied it for a moment before he left. If there were no accidents, he would not return to Mountain Overlook City in the future. After Duan Lingtian left Mountain Overlook City, news of what he did in the Chen clan spread, even though the Chen clan tried to cover it up. It did not take long for everyone in Mountain Overlook City to know what Duan Lingtian did in the Chen clan. As a lesser god, Duan Lingtian defeated the Chen clan's ancestor, who was a greater god. Then, the Chen clan gave him 30,000 divine stones, and the other 3 major forces gave him 20,000 divine stones each to curry favor with him. The cause of all this originated from a village called the Duan clan's village in the Endless Mountains. In an instant, many people from Mountain Overlook City entered the Endless Mountains. All of them wanted to head to the Duan clan's manor to watch the show. To be precise, they wanted to go to the Duan clan's southern clan to watch the show. The Duan clan's southern clan had been reduced to ruins. However, when people came to watch the show, the other 3 clans of the Duan clan also noticed the commotion and were puzzled. Who are these people? Are they related to the annihilation of the 2nd and 4th clans of the Tai clan? The 2nd and 4th clans of the Tai clan had been annihilated by the 4 major forces of Mountain Overlook City. This matter had shaken the entire Endless Mountains. Since then, everyone in the Endless Mountains felt insecure. At the very least, no one dared to step out of the Endless Mountains. All of them anxiously waited in the Endless Mountains, trying to find out why the 2 clans of the Tai clan were annihilated by the 4 major forces of Mountain Overlook City. However, because the other 3 clans of the Duan clan did not dare to go to Mountain Overlook City, they did not hear about the commotion in Mountain Overlook City. Go and find out why so many people went to the Southern clan. Many people of the 3 clans of the Duan clan left the clan and pretended to be outsiders, blending into the crowd at the Southern clan. At the same time, they pricked up their ears to listen to the whispers of the people around them. This is the Duan clan's Southern clan? The Duan clan's Southern clan that Lord Ling Tian said has a relationship with him? That's right. That Chen clan's 2nd young master, Chen Fei, is really unlucky. He originally thought that this was a small village that he could bully. Who would have thought that such a calamity would appear? I wonder what kind of relationship that Lord Ling Tian has with the Duan clan's Southern clan. Chapter 36:18. My harvest in Mountain Overlook City was pretty good this time. Outside Mountain Overlook City, Duan Lingtian was about to leave the city when he glanced at the storage ring on his hand. His eyes narrowed as a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Of the 4 major powers of Mountain Overlook City, the Chen family had given him 30,000 divine stones, while the other 3 families had each given him 20,000 divine stones. In total, it was 90,000 divine stones. This was already comparable to the total value of the top-grade immortal crystals in his storage ring. Mountain Overlook City is only a small city at the edge of Tungleng Province. In the eyes of outsiders, a small city like Mountain Overlook City is no different from a small rural town. In their eyes, it's a place where even birds don't shit. After all, there isn't even a trace of a divine stone mine in the surrounding area of Mountain Overlook City. However, the reason why Mountain Overlook City is so peaceful and the 4 major powers can live so comfortably is mostly because they don't have much wealth in their hands. God Kings simply disdain to go to Mountain Overlook City to plunder their wealth. As for higher deities, although they also have the ability to plunder, they have to consider the higher deities behind the 4 major powers. There are many higher deities behind the 4 major powers of Mountain Overlook City. Moreover, they are spread throughout Tungleng Province. Although their status is ordinary, they aren't easy to provoke. Unless it's a higher deity with a high status and a powerful background, they have no choice but to fear the higher deities behind the 4 major powers of Mountain Overlook City. Of course, higher deities with high status and a powerful background don't care about the wealth of the 4 major powers of Mountain Overlook City. Duan Lingtian knew the current situation of Mountain Overlook City like the back of his hand. Otherwise, with the strength of the 4 major powers of Mountain Overlook City, it would be difficult for them to survive in Mountain Overlook City, let alone pass down their legacies. The closest major city to Mountain Overlook City is Tianfeng City. There are 5 God King level clans in Tianfeng City. In addition, there is an even more transcendent existence than the 5 God King level clans, the Hidden Fog Academy. It is an academy established by the Divine Emperor level sect, the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog Academy is the cradle where the God Emperor level sect, the Hidden Fog sect, recruits talented disciples. Even the talented disciples of Skywind City's 5 great God King level families will be sent to the Hidden Fog Academy. The Hidden Fog Academy only recruits young talents under the age of 2,800 because the graduation age of the Hidden Fog Academy is set at 3,000 years old. You're close to 2,800 years old. If you want to enter the Hidden Mist Academy, you have to meet strict conditions. Because at this age, you can only participate in the 10-star exam. When Duan Lingtian was still in Mountainside City a few days ago, he had already learned a lot about the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City. He was planning to enter the Hidden Fog Academy. In other words, he would enter the Hidden Fog Academy and walk the path of growth in the Mystic Handle Land. Of course, with the talent and comprehension ability that he had displayed so far, even if he directly joined one of the strongest God Emperor level forces in Tungleng Province, he would still have the qualifications to do so. The other party would also be willing to accept him. However, if he did so, unless he could find a huge backer that could protect him, he would be in great danger. His talent and comprehension ability were high. But the moment he joined a God Emperor level force, he would definitely snatch the cultivation resources of some of the original genius disciples of those forces. Why don't we go to the other 3 Duan clans' manors and ask around? The people from the Duan clan's Eastern Manor, Northern Manor, and Western Manor were naturally shocked when they found out the ins and outs of the matter from the people who came to the ruins of the Duan clan's Southern Manor to watch the show. Only then did they know. As it turned out, the reason why the 2nd and 4th branches of the Tai Clan Manor were annihilated by the 4 great forces of Mountain Overlook City was all because of a young man named Duan Lingtian. Moreover, that Duan Lingtian was a disciple of their Tungleng Province's God Emperor sect, the Heavenly Illumination sect. A lower divine realm expert defeated the Qian clan's senior ancestor, Qian Shuhuan, who is a higher divine realm expert. Heavens! Our Duan clan's Southern Manor actually had a relationship with such a big shot in the past? Is this relationship only related to the Southern Manor or our entire Duan clan? The eyes of the people from the other 3 Duan clan's manors who came to inquire about the news lit up simultaneously. It was as though they could already see the entire Duan clan's rise because of that Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple. Chapter 36:20. If it could not be refreshed, try clearing the cache or re-adding the book back to the bookshelf to read. Usually, it was not so complicated. It would automatically be revised when one read it back. I'm really sorry. I will definitely be more careful in the future and not make the same mistake again. I'm sorry. Well, for those who do not know the truth, you can skip this part. Ling Tian's war god has been revised. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 36:21. As the big city in the Mountain Overlook City, the Wind City occupied a vast area that Mountain Overlook City couldn't compare to. The city gates were at least 5 times larger than any of the city gates in Mountain Overlook City. Not only that, but the city walls were taller as well. Apart from that, the city gave off an ancient vibe. It was as though the city had existed for a very long time. After flying into Wind City, Duan Lingtian did not look for a restaurant like he did when he first visited Mountain Overlook City. Instead, he looked for an inn and checked in. The most important thing now is to find a way to conceal my bone age. As the saying went, trees have growth rings, but people have bone age. In the realms of gods, one could not tell how long a person had lived just by looking at their appearance. After all, it was easy to maintain one's youthful appearance if one wanted to. Naturally, there were also those who did not like to look young. They would either look middle-aged or old. One's age could not be determined based on one's appearance. However, one's bone age was a reflection of one's true age. Take the Hidden Fog Academy in Wind City as an example. When they recruited students, they would test their bone age. Duan Lingtian was only close to 700 years old. Naturally, they would be able to tell his age through the test. However, as the saying went, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not want his true age to be exposed. If his identity was exposed, the danger would outweigh the opportunity. At that time, his fate would no longer be in his own hands. It would depend on the mood of those powerhouses and whether they would accept him. If they accepted him, he would live. If they did not, he would die. For this reason, Duan Lingtian wanted to conceal his bone age the most. When he was still in the Devata realms, the world-cleansing divine water had advised him to consume the bone concealment pill to conceal his skeletal age before revealing his true age in the realms of gods. The bone concealment pill was a divine pill that had many grades. The higher the grade, the more it would increase one's bone age. Moreover, the bone concealment pill could only increase one's bone age, not reduce it. The bone concealment pill is not a very precious divine pill. Even the spirit connection pill is far inferior to it. Let's see which pill stores sell the bone concealment pill. I can buy some later. When he thought up to this point, Duan Lingtian left the inn and started strolling around Skywind City. The most important place to visit was the pill store. After wandering around for an entire afternoon, he found that almost every pill shop had hidden bone pills for sale. However, there were only 3 grades and none of the higher grades. However, among the 3 grades of bone concealment pills, the middle grade was just right for the current Duan Lingtian, hiding the skeletal age and increasing it by 2,000 years. Currently, Duan Lingtian's real age was nearly 700 years old. Adding on his 2,000 years, he would be nearly 2,700 years old. At this age, he could only participate in the Hidden Fog Academy's assessment for 9-star and 10-star students. Once they reached the age of 2,800, they would be kicked out of the Hidden Fog Academy if they still couldn't pass the 10-star exam. Although I can't be too high profile when I enter the Hidden Fog Academy, I can't show my weak cultivation either. If I do, my progress in leaving the Hidden Fog Academy and entering the Hidden Fog sect will be slower. So, 2,700 years old is the most suitable age for me at the moment. Even if it's conspicuous, it won't be too exaggerated. This was what Duan Lingtian thought. At 2,700 years old, even if his performance was outstanding, it would only be a little better than the other students of the Hidden Fog Academy. It wouldn't be too exaggerated. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was confident that he could completely consolidate his cultivation as a lesser god in half a month. At that time, he would be able to make a breakthrough to the intermediate god stage. Of course, this was just the beginning. Even then, his cultivation base was still quite a distance away from the level of a medium deity. In Tianfeng City, everything was calm and peaceful. No one knew that a monstrous genius had appeared in Tianfeng City in the past month. This genius was enough to attract the attention of the strongest god emperors in Tungling province. Chapter 36-22. The few God King level clans in Skywind City all had their own trading houses in Skywind City, and they were in a competitive relationship with each other. It was also because of this that they would hold an auction every once in a while to attract customers to their trading houses. This time, it was the turn of the Zhou clan, one of the Divine King level clans in Wind City, to hold an auction. A few days before the auction began, the Zhou clan's trading house had already become very lively. There were people from Wind City and people from around Wind City who had heard the news. There's really a lot of people. This was not the first time Duan Lingtian had come to the Zhou clan's trading house. Not long after he had arrived in Wind City, he had come to the Zhou clan's trading house, but at that time, there were not as many people as there were now. Now, although the streets and alleys of the Zhou clan's trading house were not crowded, there was still a black mass of people. One had to know that the last time Duan Lingtian had been here, this place was just like the streets outside Wind City. There were some places with many people, some places with many people, and some small alleys without stalls. There were even fewer people. The exchange hall referred to an area within Tianfeng City, not a shop. In any trading house, one had to hand over 10% of the profits to the Divine King level clans behind the trading house every time they sold an item. Of course, in the trading houses under the Divine King level clans, nearly half of the shops were completely controlled by their clans. The remaining shops were rented out because the trading houses were too big and their clans did not have enough manpower to manage them. Under such circumstances, some of the shops were rented out. As for the shops in other parts of Wind City, not only were there fewer customers, the items they sold were also ordinary. Gradually, they personally pushed the customers to the trading houses of the various Divine King level clans. I wonder if I can find any treasures in this Zhou clan's trading house. Now, there was still a day before the Zhou clan's auction began. Duan Lingtian had come here early to join in the fun because he had heard that the Zhou clan's trading house would be very lively before the auction began. Not only would there be more people buying things, there would also be more people setting up stalls to sell things. There were actually quite a few people who had the same thoughts as Duan Lingtian. However, most of them returned disappointed in the end, including Duan Lingtian. Well, you're right. I'm considered an outsider in the realm of gods. How could I possibly find treasures that even gods with higher cultivation bases than me, including godly kings, can't find? Even if I saw it, I'm afraid I wouldn't recognize it. In the end, Duan Lingtian returned empty-handed. I'll come back tomorrow when the Zhou family's auction starts. When the time comes, I'll exchange the 10 million supreme-grade immortal crystals for godstones. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. The Zhou family auction would be held at night. Duan Lingtian was in no hurry to leave. Only when it was evening did he walk out of the inn's entrance and head towards the Zhou family's transaction house. Along the way, it was still all right at the start. The flow of people on the streets and in the air was normal. However, as they approached the Zhou family trading house, the flow of people suddenly increased. Furthermore, there were people continuously descending from the sky, because flying was not allowed in the Zhou family trading house. The only people who were allowed to fly were the Zhou family's patrol team. The patrol team was made up of 10 people, and all of them were higher deities. Moreover, it was said that they could contact the Zhou clan's god kings at any time. Naturally, some sectless cultivators might possess a divine royal-grade cultivation method. Due to the long history of the realms of gods, although many clans had fallen, their descendants had passed down their cultivation methods. However, they were still roaming the world as sexless cultivators. A divine royal grade cultivation method is useless to me. Before he came to the mystic handle land in the realms of gods, or rather, before he entered the Nine Serenities battlefield, Duan Lingtian had obtained a godly venerable grade cultivation method from his master Feng Qingyang. Even godly venerable grade clans did not possess a godly venerable grade cultivation method. It only existed in the hands of supreme experts. Moreover, a godly venerable grade cultivation method was unpredictable. For example, the godly venerable grade cultivation method that Feng Qingyang had passed on to Duan Lingtian could turn any low-grade cultivation method into a godly venerable grade cultivation method. Duan Lingtian had upgraded his first cultivation method, the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique, to a godly venerable grade cultivation method. Currently, he was cultivating the modified version of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique. In fact, Duan Lingtian had chosen the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique because he was nostalgic. Naturally, it was also because there was no difference between the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique and the cultivation methods in the Devata realms. Otherwise, he would not have delayed his growth and affected his cultivation because of nostalgia. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about the divine royal grade cultivation method. It did not mean other people did not care. It said that some godly emperor-level forces have sent people here. Some of those godly emperor-level forces have godly emperor-level cultivation techniques, while some only have fragments of them. This time, a complete godly emperor-level cultivation technique has appeared in Wind City, so they won't miss it. That's right. No divine royal grade clans would complain about having too many divine royal grade cultivation methods. It is precisely because of this that the tickets to the Zhou family's auction this time have been inflated to a sky-high price. Furthermore, the number of ticket scalpers is still rising. In the 2 hours before the auction starts, I'm afraid that the price of an ordinary ticket will exceed the 200 taels of divine stones. The price of a room ticket has also increased from 1,000 taels of divine stones to 2,000 taels of divine stones. I'm sure it will exceed 3,000 taels of divine stones before the auction begins. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by the discussions around him. In the past, he only knew that the price of the concert tickets of some heavenly kings on earth would be sky-high. However, he did not expect the price of the entrance ticket to an auction in the realms of gods would be so high as well. Let's exchange for divine stones first. Duan Lingtian followed the crowd and arrived at the Zhou clan's trading house where people could exchange for divine stones. Duan Lingtian took out 10 million supreme celestial crystals. If it was any other day, it would have shocked many people. However, today it only shocked a few people. This was because there were people who were willing to exchange more supreme celestial crystals for divine stones. For the godly emperor-level technique, not only did people from godly emperor-level forces come, some godly king-level forces also came. These godly king-level forces were not like the Zhou clan of Wind City. They were afraid of taking the godly emperor-level technique for themselves. They didn't even dare to take it for themselves. They were afraid that they would be exterminated. These god-king great clans did not settle down in one place. Instead, they roamed around. Chapter 36-24. All right. Duan Lingtian found it hard to reject Duan Xiaoyu's pitiful appearance. Duan Lingtian's heart softened and he agreed. Duan Xiaoyu beamed with joy when she received Duan Lingtian's permission. She moved to the seat next to Duan Lingtian and sat down. At the same time, she stretched out her hand and held Duan Lingtian's arm as she leaned her head on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Duan Lingtian could feel that Duan Xiaoyu's attachment to him was indeed a pure attachment between siblings, and it was not mixed with any other feelings. This feeling was very similar to when he was with Xuanai. Yu Qiushuan, who was standing nearby, saw Duan Xiaoyu's actions. She wanted to stop her, but after a moment of hesitation, a hint of pity flashed in her eyes. She allowed Duan Xiaoyu to sit next to Duan Lingtian and hold Duan Lingtian's arm intimately. Soon after, she looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face. At this moment, only she knew what she was thinking. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Duan Xiaoyu sat next to Duan Lingtian and held his arm as she chatted with him. Most of the time, she was asking Duan Lingtian questions. "Brother, are you from Heavenly Wind City?" Duan Lingtian shook his head. He did not lie to her. He told her he was from a Devata realm and had been in the Mystic Handle land for 1,000 years. After all, his bone age was close to 2,700 years old, so it was not a big deal for him to lie. He could not tell her he had only recently arrived in the Mystic Star Land through the realm battlefield, right? If he told her that, how could he explain he had opened the spatial barrier in the realm battlefield? In addition, the reason why he didn't lie to Duan Xiaoyu was because the origins of Duan Xiaoyu and Yu Qiushuan were too mysterious. Moreover, they were suspected to be existences above the Divine King realm. They might even be related to the God Emperor sect, Heavenly Illumination sect. When he was in Mountain Overlook City, he could lie and say that he was a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect. However, in front of the two people in front of him, there was a high chance that he would be exposed. "Wow, brother, is the Devata realm fun? Brother, you're actually an ascender." While Duan Lingtian was questioning Duan Xiaoyu enthusiastically, Yu Qiushuan, who was seated on the other side, remained calm and unperturbed when faced with Duan Lingtian's response to Duan Xiaoyu. She gave off a misconception, as though she already knew all of this. Of course, he didn't seem to care too much about this. Duan Xiaoyu was like a curious baby, asking all sorts of questions in front of Duan Lingtian. Only when the host announced that the auction was about to begin did Duan Xiaoyu stop asking questions. However, she had a satisfied expression on her face. It was as though she was satisfied that Duan Lingtian was able to chat with her for so long. It's actually full. It seems like the divine royal grade cultivation method is quite tempting to the people around Heavenly Wind City. Duan Xiaoyu said with a smile as she sat next to Duan Lingtian and looked at the auction venue outside the window. "Brother, what do you think?" Duan Xiaoyu asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, his attention was also focused on the auction outside. At this moment, the auction venue of the Zhou clan's auction was bustling with people. A beautiful woman dressed in gorgeous clothes stood on the high platform in front of the auction venue. Her eyes were as clear as water, and it seemed as though they would melt at the touch of her eyes. Time did not seem to have left any traces on her face. She was the host of the Zhou clan's auction today. Zhou Yun? Just now, when the host announced that the auction was about to begin, she introduced herself as Zhou Yun. At that time, if a fight broke out, it would be a disaster for them and the people of Wind City. Godly King grade forces. Even if there were only godly kings among the godly king grade forces, once they made a move, it would still be earth-shattering. "Elder Zhou Yun, don't worry." At this time, a loud and dignified voice came from one of the rooms. "Wind City does not only have your Zhou clan, but also my hidden Fog Academy. If anyone dares to make a move in Wind City, they will be trampling on the dignity of my hidden Fog Academy. I, Murong Suifeng, will not let them go." Murong Suifeng. This name wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian, because he'd heard of this name on more than one occasion since arriving at Skywind City. Murong Suifeng was the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy. He was also one of the two vice sect masters of the Hidden Fog sect. It was said that a long time ago, his cultivation had already stepped into the Upper God King realm. Now, he might have already become a divine emperor. Of course, becoming a divine emperor was only a guess of outsiders. As for the truth, only Murong Suifeng himself and some of the higher-ups of the Hidden Fog sect knew. Moreover, it was not so easy to break through to the divine emperor realm. With Dean Murong's words, I and the Zhou clan can rest assured. On the auction stage, hearing Murong Suifeng's words, Zhou Yun let out a sigh of relief. A brilliant smile bloomed on her face. At this time, the group of people in the auction venue also calmed down one by one. I didn't expect that even Dean Morong would come. Looks like we don't have to worry about someone daring to make a move at the auction, or even within Tianfeng City. Dean Morong actually came personally. Could it be that the Hidden Fog sect also wants that Divine Emperor-level cultivation method? It's possible. Dean Morong might have come for that Divine Emperor-level cultivation method. Not necessarily, right? Wind City can be said to be the Hidden Fog sect's territory. If the Hidden Fog sect really wants that Divine Emperor-level cultivation method, the Zhou clan would definitely be willing to do them a favor, right? As many people were whispering to each other out of curiosity, an old voice sounded out from another box. Morong Suifeng. Could it be that your Hidden Fog sect is also interested in that Divine Sovereign level cultivation method? And who are you? Morong Suifeng lightly asked. I am the 10,000 Demon Sect's second elder, Han Ligong. The old voice continued to sound out. Never heard of you. Morong Suifeng lightly said. Moreover, you aren't qualified to speak to me. You, the 10,000 Demon Sect's second elder, Han Ligong, was a tall and sturdy old man wearing a black robe. He had a head full of white hair. When he heard Morong Suifeng's words, he suddenly stood up from his seat. His body emitted a terrifying strength that instantly turned the tables and chairs in the room into dust. Beside him, two middle-aged men hurriedly retreated. They activated their methods to protect themselves. At the same time, they looked at Han Ligong with helpless expressions. This second elder's temper was still as bad as before. Second elder, you aren't his match. Finally, one of the middle-aged men took the initiative to warn him. I know I don't need you to tell me. Han Ligong turned around and coldly glanced at the middle-aged man, causing the latter to pale in fright. As for the other middle-aged man, he hurriedly ran out of the room. Second elder, I will have the Zhou clan arrange some new tables and chairs for us. The 10,000 Demon sect was also a Divine Emperor-level sect. They were equally famous as the Hidden Fog sect, and they had always been at odds with each other. Chapter 36-25. The people in the auction hall weren't surprised that the 10,000 Demon Sect's second elder Han Ligong had admitted defeat. After all, the two of them weren't on the same level. Although Han Ligong was also a higher god king, he was only slightly stronger than an ordinary higher god king. In front of a veteran higher god king like Morong Suifeng, who might even have become a god emperor, there was simply no comparison. However, the appearance of someone from the 10,000 Demon sect here still surprised many people. The 10,000 Demon sect and the Hidden Fog sect have never been on good terms. They actually came to our Skywind City this time? To a certain extent, our Skywind City is a subordinate city of the Hidden Fog sect. Aren't the people from the 10,000 Demon sect afraid that they won't be able to return? That shouldn't be the case. Although the Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Demon sect have some conflicts, they don't dare to rashly attack the people of the 10,000 Demon sect in public. Once they completely anger the 10,000 Demon sect, it won't be a good thing for the Hidden Fog sect. No matter what, it can be seen that the people from the 10,000 Demon sect are very interested in the God Emperor level cultivation method, the 6 God Afterimage art. The conflict between the 10,000 Demon sect's second elder Han Ligong and the Hidden Fog sect's vice sect master Morong Suifeng could only be considered a small interlude in today's Zhou family auction. As the Zhou family auction took out the first auction item, the entire auction hall's attention was drawn to it. Everyone, this is the first auction item of our Zhou family auction this time. On the auction stage, as the Zhou family's elder Zhou Yun spoke, everyone's attention fell on her. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhou Yun took out a pill bottle from her storage ring. She laughed and said, "In this pill bottle, there are 3 divine pills. They are the first divine pill, second divine pill, and third divine pill. As everyone knows, these 3 divine pills don't have much of an effect when taken separately. They are no different from ordinary divine pills when it comes to assisting the cultivation of a god spirit. But, If they are taken together, they can have a miraculous effect. It's said that the more profound the technique one cultivates, the further one will be able to tap into the medicinal effects of these 3 divine pills. The emperor-level techniques of emperor-level sects can even allow a deity who has just stepped into the realm of lesser deity to break through to the realm of intermediate deity in one go by consuming these 3 divine pills. As for the legendary godly venerable level cultivation techniques, it's said that they can even allow intermediate deities to break through to the higher deity level in one go by consuming them. Even if they don't have the God Emperor level and God Venerable level techniques to rely on, a God Spirit level cultivator can still improve their cultivation by quite a bit after consuming these 3 divine pills. I can use these 3 divine pills myself, or I can buy them for my juniors. I think they'll be a great gift. The moment Zhou Yun opened her mouth to talk about the first auction item of the Zhou clan's auction, she spoke with fervor and assurance. By the end of her speech, the atmosphere in the auction hall had completely ignited. This was because the eyes of many gods and god kings had lit up. The success rate of refining any one of the Jia, Yi, and Bing divine pills is not high. It's not easy to gather all 3 types of divine pills. Other than godly emperor-level forces, ordinary forces, and even god-king-level forces would find it difficult to take out all 3 types of divine pills at the same time. Now, there's a great opportunity in front of all of you. The Jia, Yi, and Bing divine pills will be auctioned as a bundle. $8,000 taels of divine stones. This was a very high price for the 3 divine pill. Any higher and it would be considered a sky-high price. Just as everyone's gazes landed on box number 9, a voice rang out from within box number 9 once again. 10,000 taels. Duan Lingtian, who was sitting in front of the window of private room number 9, calmly bid. He completely ignored the threat in Zhong Xi's voice. Chapter 36-26. Duan Lingtian had already heard of the Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pills back when he was in Mountain Overlook City. If the 3 divine pills were sold separately, each of them could be sold for 1,000 divine stones, which was already considered a sky-high price. However, if they were sold together, 3,000 divine stones was just the base price. Those who needed it were even willing to pay 4,000 or 5,000 divine stones. As for more divine stones, many people did not buy it not because they could not afford it, but because the price was too high and not worth it. However, to Duan Lingtian, the Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pills were the divine pills he desperately wanted. Once he consumed them, he would be able to break through to the intermediate deity stage and even advance to the higher deity stage after becoming an intermediate deity. After all, he cultivated the 1,000 transformations illusionary god technique that his master had imparted to him. He had already applied the 1,000 transformations illusionary god technique to the 9 dragons war sovereign technique and turned it into a godly venerable level technique. After consuming the 3 divine pill and cultivating a godly venerable level technique, one would be able to perfectly absorb the medicinal power of the 3 divine pill and improve one's cultivation by leaps and bounds. For this reason, let alone 10,000 divine stones, even if it was 20,000 divine stones or 30,000 divine stones, Duan Lingtian would still fork out. He was determined to get the 3 divine pill. Brother! In box number 9, when Duan Lingtian called out the bid of 10,000 divine stones, Duan Xiaoyu, who was sitting beside him and holding his arm, frowned and said, "Brother, do you not believe little Yu's words? Although little Yu does not have the 3 divine pill with her now, she can get it from somewhere else. Brother, you don't have to compete with him. Let him have the 8,000 divine stones," said Duan Xiaoyu. "It's fine. I don't lack divine stones." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He did not take it to heart. Earlier, when he called out the bid of 7,000 divine stones, Duan Xiaoyu had already told him that she did not know he wanted the 3 divine pill. If she had known, she would have told him not to bid because she had a way to get the 3 divine pill at a cheaper price. She would definitely get it within 3 months. However, Duan Lingtian couldn't wait that long. it wasn't equal either. Of course, most importantly, he was not lacking in god stones. Right now, he had 190,000 godly stones. A few thousand godly stones were nothing to him. Moreover, he believed that as long as his strength increased, he would be able to obtain more god stones more efficiently. Everything was relative. At the same time, in the auction house, the entire place fell into dead silence when Duan Ling Tian announced the price of 10,000 divine stones. Numerous gazes simultaneously landed on the window of booth number 9. Even the Zhou clan's elder, Zhou Yun, who was standing on the auction stage and hosting this auction, was no exception. However, she quickly regained her senses and said in a loud voice, "It seems like the guest in box number 9 is determined to get the 3 divinity pill. Now, the guest in box number 9 has bid 10,000 divine stones. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price?" Under normal circumstances, Zhou Yun should have started the countdown. However, when she glanced at box number 6 where Zhongxi was, she could not help but ask with a smile, "Master Zhongxi, are you going to increase the price? If you're not going to increase the price, I'll start the countdown." Although she was smiling, she did not hide the mockery in her tone at all. "Humph." Zhongxi snorted coldly in box number 6 when he heard the mockery in Zhou Yun's tone. However, he did not say anything. How could he live well until now and even control the best restaurant under the Chong clan? How could he be a brainless person? In the auction hall, the auction items were taken out one by one and then taken away. During this process, Duan Ling Tian did not bid again. This was because the items that were auctioned during this period of time were things that he was not interested in and had no use to him. Chapter 36-31. As Zhongxi thought of how he had thought of taking revenge on the people in box number 9, he broke out in a cold sweat and didn't stop for a long time. "Fourth Master, we should be glad that we haven't done anything to them yet. Otherwise, not just us, but our entire Zhong family would have been dragged into this mess." The old man standing behind Zhongxi was also a member of the Zhong family. "Yes, I didn't think they would be so terrifying." Zhongxi wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. Because of fear, his voice was trembling. "But, Fourth Master, only 2 of them left. There was a young man who didn't leave. That young man was very intimate with the young miss that the beautiful woman spoke of. That young miss was even holding the young man's hand." The old man was puzzled. Let's go pay a visit to that young master." Hearing the old man's words, Zhongxi's eyes brightened. He wanted to go to box number 9 and pay a visit to the young man who had bid on the first item of today's auction. However, before he did, the people from the other 4 Divine Emperor forces also reacted one step ahead of him and went to the 9th box. This was because after the 2 women left and sat down, they remembered that there wasn't just the 2 women in box number 9. There was also a young man with a young voice. But when they reacted and went to box number 9, they found that there was no one inside. Could it be that the young man's voice was also faked by one of the 2 women? Although some people guessed this, most people didn't think it was possible, because the 2 women didn't need to kneel down to be recognized by their voices. In particular, they soon found out from the Zhou clan's people in charge of this auction that there was indeed a young guest in box number 9. But that young guest had left first. If we had reacted faster, we might have been able to see that young master, the Hidden Fog Sect's Vice Sect Master, who was also the Dean of Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng, let out a long sigh. The leaders of the other 3 God Emperor level forces also had looks of regret. Although they didn't know the specific identity of that young man, they heard from the people of the Zhou family auction that the young miss of the God Emperor level powerhouse was very intimate with the young man and even called him Big Brother. It was clear that the young man's identity was also extraordinary. He might even have a higher status in the God Emperor level force. Duan Lingtian did not know that after he left the Zhou family auction house, many people went to box 9 to look for him. After he left the Zhou clan's auction, he returned to the inn directly. This was because the inn he had chosen was an inconspicuous one in Wind City. The organization it belonged to was only a small clan that was attached to a God King clan. As a result, no one discovered him. After the Zhou family's auction ended, the Zhou family and Zhong family went to their subordinate inns and the other God King level clan's subordinate inns to inquire about Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not have many God King level subordinates staying in the inn. Therefore, even though they wanted to find Duan Lingtian, they could not find him. In the end, they could only give up. It was impossible for them to imagine that the young man they were looking for was only staying in a small inn in Tianfeng City. Naturally, the reason Duan Lingtian chose this inn was that he felt the environment was not bad. Moreover, it was located in a secluded area that was suitable for him to cultivate. He was unaware that the Zhou family and Zhong family were looking for him. After returning to the inn, Duan Lingtian consumed the 3 divine pill and prepared to break through to the intermediate deity stage. There was still half a month before the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment. Half a month was enough for him to make a breakthrough. I heard that the 10,000 Demon Sect's second elder, Han Ligong, knelt down and kowtowed at the Zhou clan's auction. The second elder of a God Emperor level sect, a higher god, is actually so cowardly. What a joke. TCH, you're just saying, if you were him, would you go against that God Emperor expert? Do you think that dignity is more important than your life? I think that the 10,000 Demon Sect's second elder, Han Ligong, is a smart person. He knows when to yield and when to stand tall. It's not worth it for a higher God King to lose his life over such a small matter. I think so too. Although the 10,000 Demon Sect's second elder, Han Ligong's performance at the Zhou clan's auction was disgraceful, most people in Skywind City could understand him. As the days passed, the topics related to the Zhou clan's auction gradually decreased. At this time, as the day of the Hidden Mist Academy's recruitment approached, more people began to talk about the Hidden Mist Academy. I heard that many of the God King level family's disciples are participating in the Hidden Mist Academy's recruitment this year. When have the disciples of the God King level families not participated in the recruitment? It's just that very few of them were accepted. This year, that kid from my family is also preparing to participate in the Hidden Mist Academy's recruitment test. I don't expect him to be accepted. I just hope that he won't embarrass himself too much. The Hidden Mist Academy's recruitment last year seemed to have over 1,000 people participating, but in the end, only 7 people were accepted. I'm afraid it will be the same this year. The Hidden Mist Academy was the most transcendent existence in Skywind City. This was because it was an academy established by a God-Emperor level force, the Hidden Mist sect. Those who performed well in the academy could even use it as a springboard to enter the Hidden Mist sect. Many of the God King level families in Skywind City had entered the Hidden Mist Academy and even joined the Hidden Mist sect. A small number of them even had a certain status in the Hidden Mist sect. The God King level families in Skywind City didn't dare to neglect the Hidden Mist Academy's recruitment test. This was because once their family members fell into a disadvantage in the Hidden Mist sect, it would be a great blow to their family. For example, if a disciple of the Zhou clan became an elder with a prominent status in the Hidden Mist sect. As for the Zhong clan disciple, even if he did the best in the Hidden Mist sect, he wouldn't be able to become an elder. In this case, the Zhou clan could completely suppress the Zhong clan. Over time, it wouldn't be difficult for the Zhou clan to destroy the Zhong clan. The Hidden Mist sect wasn't the strongest God Emperor level force around Skywind City because there were many God Emperor level forces that weren't weaker than them. However, they were the closest God Emperor level force to Skywind City. Because of this, Skywind City was basically under their control. This could be seen from the existence of the Hidden Mist Academy. Half a month's time passed very quickly. The tightly closed gates of the Hidden Mist Academy were officially opened in the early morning of this day. Anyone with a bone age of less than 2,800 years could enter the recruitment area of the Hidden Mist Academy after passing the bone age test. Others weren't allowed to follow them in. Daughter, do your best. Strive for a good ranking. Even if you can't do it this year, you still have next year. As long as your ranking keeps rising, you will have hope of entering the Hidden Mist Academy. In front of the gates of the Hidden Mist Academy, an old father was standing in front of his daughter, patiently guiding her. Son, if you can smoothly enter the Hidden Mist Academy, I can die in peace. Do your best. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the gates of the Hidden Mist Academy, all he saw was the scene of seniors sending their juniors over. He couldn't help but recall the scene when he participated in the college entrance exam on Earth in his previous life. He was an orphan. When he participated in the college entrance exam, he went alone. At the school gates, he saw a group of students of the same age being sent over by their parents. Other than envy, there was only envy. However, none of the array spirits had comprehended the fusion profundities. It's normal that the first hurdle on the first level of the trial tower is simple. Although Duan Ling Tian felt that the hurdle in front of him was meaningless, he also knew that it was not up to him to decide whether it was meaningful or not. No matter how meaningless it would consume a certain amount of divine power for an ordinary person. Destroy them. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the 10 formation spirits that were charging at him from all directions. He casually lifted his hand and slapped out. Instantly, the raging space energy seemed to have formed a small space storm in the blink of an eye. It swept through the air and destroyed the 10 formation spirits along with their attacks. To Duan Ling Tian, passing the first hurdle on the first level of the trial tower was a piece of cake. Then, in just a few breaths' time, the second hurdle appeared. It was still the same spot, and there were still array spirits. However, this time, the array spirits were not in human form. Instead, they were array spirits in the form of various beasts. They were more powerful than the previous array spirits, and there were more of them. However, to Duan Ling Tian, it was no different from the first hurdle. Outside the trial tower, the old man was originally resting with his eyes closed, but in the end, he could not help but open his eyes and look at the trial tower in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he found that the candlelight on the first level of the trial tower was flashing at an extremely exaggerated speed. Every time it flashed, the pearl light would become brighter. At first, he was not surprised that the candlelight would become brighter after a few breaths' time. However, after a few times, the speed of the candlelight becoming brighter was still as fast as before. This made him a little surprised. It seems that after more than 10 years, the first outsider to participate in our Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star assessment is quite capable. With the strength he has shown so far, it should not be difficult for him to pass half of the second level. A rare look of anticipation appeared on the old man's face. Although more than 10 years was not a long time. However, for him, who was mainly in charge of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star assessment, it was rare for an outsider to participate in the assessment for more than 10 years. I don't know if he can continue to insta-kill the last few array spirits on the first level. If he can insta-kill all of them, then he will have a chance to pass the second level and enter the third level. The anticipation in the old man's eyes grew even stronger. Every year, during the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment assessment, he would wait here for someone to participate in the 10-star assessment. However, after waiting for more than 10 years, no one came, so he could not help but feel bored. Now, someone finally came, and his performance so far was outstanding. Naturally, he could not help but pay attention. After a few breaths' time, the light on the first level of the trial tower flashed again, and the old man's eyes also lit up. Not bad. After a few more breaths' time, the light increased again, and the old man could not help but smile and nod. When the same light appeared again, the old man's eyes flashed again. When it appeared again, the old man's face finally showed surprise. The last hurdle. Finally, they reached the last checkpoint of the Tower of Trials. The old man's expression turned slightly serious. If possible, he naturally hoped that the young man who entered the Tower of Trials could continue to insta-kill the last checkpoint of the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Once he could do that, he would have a great chance of passing the second level of the trial tower and entering the third level. Chapter 36-34. In the Hidden Fog Academy, there weren't many 10-star students. Now, there were only 30 or so people. After all, the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy had to graduate from the Hidden Fog Academy and go to the Hidden Fog sect when they were 3,000 years old. Of course, when a 10-star student graduated and entered the Hidden Fog sect, they would directly become an inner sect disciple. They didn't need to work hard like ordinary outer sect disciples. Only after passing the inner sect disciple exam could they enter the inner sect and become an inner sect disciple. In the past 30 years, the Hidden Fog Academy hadn't produced a 10-star student. In these 30 years, many outsiders participated in the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment and the 10-star exam, but they all failed. Some of the 9-star students were forced to participate in the 10-star exam when they reached the age limit, but they also failed. The 9-star students who failed could choose to enter the Hidden Fog sect as an outer sect disciple. They could also choose to leave the Hidden Fog Academy and have nothing to do with the Hidden Fog sect. In fact, in the Hidden Fog Academy, only 10-star students could come into contact with the core things of the Hidden Fog Academy. For example, God-King level cultivation methods. For example, some things that could help one comprehend the profound mysteries of the laws. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the old man outside was thinking. He was currently walking up the stairs to the second floor of the Tower of Trials. This staircase didn't exist before. To be more precise, it didn't exist before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It only appeared after Duan Lingtian passed the 10 checkpoints of the first floor of the Tower of Trials. All the checkpoints on the first floor of the Tower of Trials are nothing to anyone who meets the requirement to become a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy. I'm afraid anyone who meets the requirement to become a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy can destroy all the array spirits on the first floor with one move. With a thought, Duan Lingtian reached the end of the stairs. When he took a step forward, the scene in front of him changed again. This time, after the scene changed, he didn't appear in the same place as before. Instead, he appeared in an abyss. The abyss was surrounded by darkness, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. When he saw this, Duan Lingtian did not panic. Divine power rose from his body and flashed, illuminating the dark area around him. However, what he was using now was not the law of fire after all. Moreover, he did not plan on using too much of his divine power, so he could only illuminate an area that was neither too big nor too small. And this area was also an area that he could control. He wasn't worried about a sneak attack. Now that the second level of the Tower of Trials had appeared in this place, he guessed that the array spirits of the second level had launched a sneak attack on him. Initially, under such circumstances, as long as he used the Tao of control of the four Tao of heaven and earth, he could easily deal with any sneak attack. However, when he thought about how the situation in the Tower of Trials might be spied on, he dismissed the idea. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. He did not intend to reveal his mastery of the four Taos of heaven and earth in this profound handle land so early. At the very least, he didn't plan on exposing himself to the students of the Hidden Fog sect or even the Hidden Fog sect. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Along with waves of light sounds of wind blowing out, Duan Lingtian was able to hear the sounds of figures flashing from all directions. Just as he'd thought, the second level of the Pagoda of Trials was precisely the sneak attack of the formation spirit. Soon, the array spirits appeared. Not to mention, he was so enthusiastic now. The reason he was so enthusiastic was because Duan Lingtian's performance in the Tower of Trials had stunned him. Could even be said that it had scared him. Because he was certain, among the 30 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy, there was absolutely no one who could do what Duan Lingtian had done. Duan Lingtian's speed on the second floor of the Tower of Trials had even broken the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student recruitment record. It was a brand new record. Of course, this was something Duan Lingtian didn't know. As for the third floor of the Tower of Trials, although Duan Lingtian's speed had slowed down, it was still ridiculously fast. Only the first floor was slower, so it should have taken a lot of time. The second floor of the Tower of Trials took less than 200 breaths. Yunhui thought to himself. As for the specifics, the dean will have to see it personally to know. After chatting with Duan Lingtian for a while, Yunhui got to the point. You have successfully passed the 10-star student recruitment exam of our Hidden Fog Academy. Now, you can directly become a 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy. I still have to wait here for the outsiders who might come to participate in the 10-star student recruitment exam. You can follow the teacher who will come later and go through the admission procedures. The teacher I called is my junior brother. I have already talked to him. He will help you through the entire process. You just need to follow him. Yunhui said with a smile on his face. A genius like the person in front of him would definitely graduate from the Hidden Fog Academy in the future. Even if he entered the Hidden Fog Academy, he would definitely be valued. If he performed well in the future, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become one of the higher-ups of the Hidden Fog sect. He might even have a chance to become a divine emperor. Forming a good relationship with him now would only bring him benefits and no harm. Thank you, senior. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him. Even if he knew that Yunhui had some ulterior motive for taking care of him, Duan Lingtian didn't think much of it. He even thought that this was human nature. As long as one wasn't stupid, they would do this. Of course, only he knew that Yunhui's understanding of him was still too limited. His goal wasn't to make a name for himself in the Hidden Fog sect. His goal was to use the Hidden Fog sect as a springboard to go to the Plane of Gods, the Mystic Handle Land. Whether it was the Hidden Fog Academy or the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian was destined to be a passing traveler. You will be a student of the Hidden Fog Academy in the future, and I will be a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy. You can call me Teacher Yunhui. There is no need to call me senior. Yun Hui smiled. His tone was very polite. Senior brother. After a dozen breaths of time, a loud voice came from the distance. The person didn't arrive, but the voice arrived first. Whoosh! Whoosh! As waves of flames swept out from his body, Ding Yan's entire body was bathed in the glow of the flames. He was like a fire phoenix that had undergone nirvana. At the same time, waves of hot aura swept out in all directions, causing the onlookers to feel the heat wave that pounced on their faces. At the same time, the fusion of the 6 laws of fire appeared in a timely manner. The standard for becoming a 10-star student in the Hidden Fog Academy was to become a god, comprehend all the laws of a certain law to the realm of greater mastery, and master the fusion of 2 laws of that law. However, the strength Ding Yan displayed now was even stronger. After mastering the fusion of 3 laws of fire, even among the 10-star students in the Hidden Fog Academy, in terms of strength, he could be ranked in the middle. He could suppress more than half of the 10-star students. The fusion of 3 laws of fire. Ding Yan's strength is indeed terrifying. As expected of one of the strongest few in the low-class dormitory, it's said that Ding Yan's strength isn't just in fire elemental laws of nature. The bloodline power within him is the Berserk bloodline, which can allow a lesser deity to soar to the level of an intermediate deity within a short period of time. There are many people in the realm of gods who possess bloodline power. However, there aren't many in the vicinity of Tianfeng City. Normally, only those powerful clans and sects would have the existence of bloodline power. I've never heard of Ding Yan having a powerful background. The power of the bloodline comes from the strongest. Ding Yan has the power of the bloodline, but he doesn't necessarily have a powerful background. Some people with thin bloodlines of the strongest are lucky enough to awaken the power of the bloodline. Many of the surrounding 10-star students had already begun to discuss Ding Yan's strength, and even more had mentioned the power of Ding Yan's bloodline. Bloodline power? Duan Lingtian was no stranger to bloodline power. In the past, when he was still in the Devata realms, he knew Ling Jueyun from the Ling clan in the Divine Offering Land. He had seen Ling Jueyun with bloodline power before. The natives of the realms of gods, as long as their ancestors were not from the Devata realms, would have the bloodline of a supreme expert. It was just a matter of how much of it there was. If one's bloodline was thin, it would be difficult to awaken the bloodline power. However, if one's bloodline was thick, one would be able to awaken the bloodline power. There were all kinds of bloodline powers. Some native clans in the realms of gods had the same bloodline power, but some native clans in the realms of gods had different bloodlines. Naturally, there were more of the former. For example, Ling Jueyun had mastered the bloodline power. According to him, all the direct descendants of the Ling clan had mastered the bloodline power. Berserk bloodline? Interesting. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding 10-star students, Duan Ling Tian's calm gaze flickered for a moment. Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, Ding Yen stared at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze that was like a bolt of lightning, and he sneered. I'll give you the time of 3 breaths to prepare. I'll make my move after 3 breaths, lest others say that I, Ding Yen, have an unfair advantage. There's no need for that. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. You can make your move now. I'll ask Teacher Chu to hang my challenge token in the medium-grade dormitory after I'm done with you. How arrogant! Ding Yen was not the only one who thought Duan Ling Tian was arrogant. Other than Chu Fengyang and Lu Jin, everyone else also thought Duan Ling Tian was arrogant. Teacher Chu, this Duan Ling Tian you think highly of is really arrogant. I hope he has the ability. Otherwise, it won't end well. Even if he doesn't lose anything, he'll become the laughingstock of the Hidden Fog Academy. Teacher Yuan, who had a good relationship with Ding Yen, said to Chu Fengyang mockingly. If things get to that point, he'll have to take responsibility for his actions. Chu Fengyang shrugged. The more arrogant and calm Duan Ling Tian was, the more he felt that his martial uncle was telling the truth. This Duan Ling Tian was indeed not ordinary. Ding Yen is going to make his move. This new student has successfully angered Ding Yen. Under the exclamations of many surrounding 10-star students, Ding Yen finally made his move. His body swayed, and it was as though the god of fire had descended. The flames on his body soared and covered the sky. It was as though the entire world had turned into a sea of flames in an instant. Ding Yen did not waste any more words. He decided to use his tyrannical strength to defeat this new student in front of him and make him lose all face. At the same time, facing the menacing Ding Yen, Duan Ling Tian only raised his eyelids lazily. He then raised his hand, and a majestic divine power rose. An aura more profound than Ding Yan's divine power spread out. Intermediate deity. This Duan Ling Tian is actually an intermediate deity. As Duan Ling Tian's divine power bloomed, everyone present was shocked. They did not expect that Duan Ling Tian was actually an intermediate deity, as it was rude to use one's divine consciousness to spy on others. Even Chu Fengyang did not use his divine consciousness to check Duan Ling Tian's cultivation level. Now that he saw Duan Ling Tian displaying the strength of an intermediate deity, he was equally shocked. This new student is actually an intermediate deity? An intermediate deity who's not even 2,800 years old? His talent is truly monstrous. No wonder he dares to challenge Ding Yen. So he's an intermediate deity. While the 10-star students were shocked, Ding Yen was also shocked. However, at the same time, he activated his bloodline power at once. As soon as the Berserk bloodline was activated, his divine power also boiled and rose by a level. Boom! Rumble! As Ding Yen activated his bloodline energy to go berserk, he, a lesser rank deity, turned into an intermediate rank deity in just a blink of an eye. He charged toward Duan Ling Tian with a terrifying flame energy. Ding Yen is not planning to give Duan Ling Tian a chance to dodge. He's planning to defeat Duan Ling Tian in his berserk state. The sudden turn of events also allowed many people to see through Ding Yan's intentions. Duan Ling Tian was an intermediate deity. If Ding Yen did not use his berserk bloodline power, he might not necessarily be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian, even if his comprehension of laws of nature was stronger than Duan Ling Tian's. After all, the difference in cultivation level was obvious. However, he was not giving Duan Ling Tian a chance to dodge now. It was obvious that he wanted to defeat Duan Ling Tian in one go with his berserk state. As existences at the bottom of the 10-10-star students in the medium-grade dormitory, they know their limits and know that they aren't a match for Duan Tian. But I really didn't expect that our Hidden Fog Academy would have such a monster like Duan Tian this time. I don't know if Duan Tian has the bloodline power. If he does, he might be able to defeat any of the 10-star students in the middle-ranked dormitory. If he doesn't, with the strength he has shown so far, he is still no match for those three. Those three have the strength to occupy the high-ranked dormitory. But because of the deterrence of the other three, they didn't challenge those three who live in the high-ranked dormitory. The scene in front of them made Chu Fengyang and the other teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy speechless. Duan Tian. Chu Fengyang looked at Duan Tian and said with a wry smile, "If you challenge the other students in the middle-ranked dormitory, I'm afraid you will have to delay and avoid the battle. If you want to be quick, I'm afraid you have no choice but to challenge the strongest three." "I'm fine with it." Duan Tian nodded. "I just sent a message to Hong Jun at this time." The teacher named Yuan, who was not far from Chu Fengyang, looked at Duan Tian and said, "Hong Jun is also a 10-star student in the middle-ranked dormitory. If you challenge him, he is willing to accept your challenge and can come over now. What do you think?" Chu Fengyang nodded as well. Duan Tian, Hong Jun is one of the three strongest students in the middle-ranked dormitory. Since teacher Yuan Lei has contacted him for you, you can challenge him if you want to be quick. Then I'll have to trouble you, teacher Yuan. Duan Tian looked at Yuan Lei and smiled faintly. Yuan Lei could not help but frown when he saw this. Why did it seem like he was helping Duan Tian? After all, he had contacted Hong Jun out of selfishness. Just now, when Duan Tian fought with Ding Yan, he thought highly of Ding Yan, who had a good relationship with him. However, the final result was like a ruthless slap to his face. Although no one made fun of him after that, he still felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Because of this, when he heard that Duan Tian could challenge any of the 10-star students in the middle-ranked dormitory as long as they could fight quickly, he immediately contacted Hong Jun. He had a good relationship with Hong Jun. Moreover, Hong Jun's strength could be ranked in the top 5 among all the 10-star students in the Hidden Fog Academy. With his strength, he could fight his way into the high-ranked dormitory. However, because the three people who occupied the high-ranked dormitory had extraordinary backgrounds, Hong Jun did not dare to provoke them easily. Even Yuan Lei himself was not willing to provoke the three of them. Although the three of them were nothing, the families behind them had people who held high positions in the Hidden Fog sect. He defeated Ding Yan in one blow. At the same time, Yuan Lei looked at Duan Tian and introduced him to Hong Jun at the right time. Hong Jun nodded at Chu Fengyang and the other teachers before his gaze fell on Duan Tian. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.